ByteDance news. ByteDance signing a letter of intent essentially to hand over TikTok US to a group that includes Oracle. So Oracle's been down, it's been up, it's been back and forth all week long. Here we are back to the upside this morning. NVIDIA back to the upside this morning a little bit. Coreweave deal to talk about. We have that MDLN moving around. I saw a little bit this morning once again, although volume has fallen off quite significantly since the IPO day. But at the end of what's been a pretty important week here for the overall market, more inflation data to come. I think that'll be the key here at 10.
Yeah, and a lot was made about that 2.7% print yesterday, Brendo. Some parts of the October inflation were not included. Apparently, there were certain categories that had zeros next to them. You know, we'll have to wait and see whether it's more political or whether there's actually substance to the claim that we really should, you know, not look at the 2.7% print there. There's a whole lot to talk about. NVIDIA included, more H200 talk out of there as the export license review process continues to happen under the Trump administration. We're also looking at Nike, as you were mentioning there, looking like very, very weak. It's really a China story as they're not direct to consumer, actually. It's doing okay in China. It's more of their wholesale jump. You mentioned Oracle Coreweave as well, joining the Department of Energy's Genesis mission. Meta looking to expand their multimodal LLM to be able to have, you know, images, audio, and video, kind of catching up with the others as they look to that new avocado.
Yeah, good deal for Coreweave. Definitely trying to get a bit of a bounce back here for CRWV. Nike at session lows right now, as you mentioned, pretty ugly move right out of the gate after the close yesterday. Just nothing but downside. It was funny on that inflation note. When that came out yesterday morning and we reported it initially, you and I looked at each other and we were kind of like, wait a minute.
Wow.
I mean, like, we've been doing this a while now.
Exactly.
And I can't remember the last time there was that big of a downside print when it came to inflation. So,
and the timing of that, Brendo, I mean, he had just given a primetime speech on the affordability crisis. A lot of it was speaking about that. He touted his accomplishments as well. I'm not questioning.
Just saying.
Yeah, I'm just not saying. I'm like, hey, the timing's there. And Brendo, we would be absolutely remiss if we didn't mention that PDD is up almost 8%. And we looked pretty deeply as to why, and the only thing we can find here is there is some sort of government scrutiny with some of the company representatives there, which resulted in a fist fight taking place. So I don't know if fist fight's going to cause some stock like this to move up 8%. We may need to see more fights on the street, Brenda.
Yeah, I mean, you got to stick up for your job, I guess, or stick up for your business. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it's worth noting. I just pulled up BABA here. BABA also to the upside this morning. So there is general strength maybe from some of these Chinese e-commerce names right across the board to look at as well. Randy's, I didn't see Randy. If he is here, maybe you can swing by. But there's another Ford recall.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
The weekly 273,000 vehicles on a parking function, or I guess it's a software issue, park function software issue. I'm sure it's not a huge thing to fix, but where's Randy when you need him?
I know when you need him, right?
Anyways, Obi's in for Sean this morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Yes, good morning, everybody. the Pinduoduo story, like, they win. That's catalyst of the year. Fist fight. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I was telling Sharif, it's like investors are probably like, you know, this company can stand up for itself, so we're buying more. Right?
I mean, there's something to be
Just
said.
a theory.
If negotiations aren't working,
yeah, exactly.
You have to have more aggressive negotiations, and that's just what it has to be. The other thing that happened overnight, of course, is the Bank of Japan deciding to raise rates. The USD JPY is gapped up for sure. So you can watch. I mean, we don't usually watch this too often, but you did see a pretty big reaction in US yen index. The other thing that you got to track, of course, is Bitcoin. Everybody, it is. Realistically, I'm going to actually pull up spot so you can see the exact prices we're going back and forth with here, because we bounced pretty cleanly off of that 85. Pretty cleanly off the 85 level. We've been rejecting underneath 90 and just bouncing back and forth. So we're gapped up here again on BTC. But overall, the trend has not been good. If you looked at the afternoon yesterday, there were two things that really, really stood out. Right? Obviously, you know, Bitcoin had a big move. Look at things like BMNR. but then it was also the weed names. So we'll talk a little bit. I'm looking at specifically Tilray today, but MSOS, yeah, not the headline everyone was looking for, unfortunately. So yeah, some of the CBD names should be okay, but MSOS taking it on the chin, Tilray take it on the chin yesterday, CGC, all these names just completely bled, going right into the close and pretty much right up in the close, closing on the absolute low. So there's going to be a lot in play, and then we have witching today, triple witching today, index rebalancing. Carvana goes into the index tonight, the S&P 500. So that should be, we'll see, it might be a big imbalance. You will see when we pull up the locator, everybody, this morning, you know, as we get closer to the open, you're probably going to see bigger numbers than normal. Like already, XOM's like 1.4 million to sell, and it's 8 o'clock. PCG's in here, NEE, 900,000 shares, and this is an hour and a half before the open. So there's going to be some serious volume. Sometimes it means excess volatility. Sometimes it means a lot of chop at the open on a day like today.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's something to go back with that MSOS and some of the marijuana sector moves there. I was saying, yeah, we ran up pretty decently into Thursday, and we knew that the president was going to do some potential announcing of rescheduling of it, about a 90% push, right, all the way from December 11th. That's the last Thursday. And yeah, maybe a little bit of a sell the news event, perhaps, right? Because it may be a little too far, too fast. But yeah, that 30% drop was pretty interesting. The selling started before anything really was said.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, talk about a front run. But it was holding VWAP really well, halted down pretty nicely. And then even if you weren't involved in any of this chop here, take a look at this breakdown right here. I think this was the key spot to really slam it in right there. 5.5 does not even look back, and then we close below 5s going into the end of the day. So yeah, MSOS definitely on watch today. Very, very interesting price action, and take a look at some of the relative volume that came in as well. Only about 2 times, but with the amount of volume this thing's been doing, you can see yesterday, average volume 16 million, but doing very decent volume over the past few days. So coming into this Friday, maybe we get a bounce, maybe we get a reversion. Was the sell-off too far, too fast? I have no idea, but definitely one of the top names on watch.
MSOS fell further than some of the individual
Yeah.
names. That's the thing I looked at today. Like you could look at MSOS, but I'm figuring in on Tilray particularly because Tilray and CGC didn't fill the entirety of the gap in. But another name that I see on board, Mimi Petros is mentioning, it's a good morning for DJT. Apparently the fusion business is a good business, or maybe it'll be a good business for them. That was the story yesterday. They're gapped up again today. Do I think they can boot? Like, you're probably not going to have, let's be real, you're not going to have the day today that it had yesterday, breaking from like $11 all the way into like 15, breaking 15 late, now another 3.5%. So they've merged with a fusion company. Obviously, this is not the first change that DJT has made. Why? Because they went from a media company to crypto to fintech and now to fusion energy. Why not? It's always about adapting. There's not too much froth at all in these markets. And here's another thing. I meant to show this yesterday. I'm going to show this to you guys here today. So there's a website. I'm not affiliated with these guys or at all, and I'm not here to promote Alpha Rank, whatnot. But like, this is basically, these guys talk about a lot. They're resource for deals that happen in the market, whether it's mergers and acquisitions or SPACs. But one thing that I've noted and I see on the set
I guess it was 2021, 2022 was like the most busy time for SPACs the first time around. A SPAC is essentially a shell. They come public with a shell with the promise of going out and finding a business that they will then merge with that shell to go public via SPAC. So that's how that works. It's, let's just say, didn't end well for most of them the first time around. Look at Virgin as one of those. I was just reading this note on, quickly, did you have more on that?
The one that really, I feel like the ones that actually did well are very much the exception as opposed to the rule,
Definitely.
like SoFi.
Definitely.
Right?
Definitely.
You can't say
Yeah, there were a
so
few.
many,
Yeah,
right?
there were a few. Good point.
Yeah.
PanW popped up here. There's no volume at all behind this, but PanW up nicely on a note involving Google. So Google and Palo Alto announcing an expanded partnership that one source is saying was by far Google Cloud's largest security service deal ever. So PanW trying to get going here. It just had another little push to the upside. Very, very low volume, but I don't remember the first time around for that pairing, but apparently it's an expanded partnership, PanW and Google here.
Yeah, this is an I'm involved in, Brendo, one that's frustrating to hold. It's more developed than some of its competitors, I like the likes of CrowdStrike and Zscaler, even Net. But here's what the headline reads here. So Google and PanW announced an expanded partnership that one source told Reuters was by far, as you mentioned, Google's largest security services deal. It's approaching the sum of around $10 billion over the next several years. Executives in both companies declined to give specific comments, but we know a sizable portion of that $10 billion is going to be going to add new services involving artificial intelligence. You like that because on a two-sided, it's more of a two-sided equation, right? AI certainly helps with the cybersecurity side in terms of the security side, but it also makes the hacking a bit more easier as you can now vibe code, you can do many different things, especially, Brendo, a lot of these Chinese LLMs have less filters than the North American ones. So if you're looking to do anything nefarious, a lot of people are going on those and they don't have as many safeguards. I'll just leave it at that.
DeepSeek. just throwing that out there. 190 now coming into play here for PanW, guys. Again, not a lot of volume behind this, but I mean, decent move. $5 already to the upside here.
Decent move. You've seen the cybersecurity names one by one when they reported this recent quarter just get picked off and all have pretty much negative reactions despite any of their beats. Mostly because they're incredibly pricey, but for all of the reasons that Sharif said, they get a premium because everybody understands, well, I mean, the market understands is what I should say. The market sort of understands that they're absolutely necessary. And if you start to think about where like big corporations would cut back on spend, probably not here. And I think that's what the market's telling you most of the time because they get bought right back up on any dips after earnings. And they've already set the level here at about 180 to 185 on PanW. And so I think you've got some continuation here today. I don't know if I want to put this one on the list here. There's the daily chart. I don't know if you guys were looking at that before. But there's your clear support level after their earnings report. And now you've double bottomed here. Yeah, this is obviously a key level. It's the volume that makes this not much of a day trade. I mean, normally, I'd say look at the little rounded bottom action. You got some maybe play off 188 or so, or maybe some prior highs if you could get it. But really, really light volume here on PanW. So I'm going to go with this. I'm going to stay away. The thing about triple witching, because remember, there's no quad witching anymore. But you can always tell how long someone's traded in the market because they'll say quad witching if they've been around a long time. But it's just triple witching. On a triple witching day, you're going to have a lot of things do good volume. In pre-market, at the open. So you shouldn't really have to pick and choose or find something that's low liquidity or lower liquidity and is second best. Like ones that you really want to let them hash themselves out in the first 10 to 15 minutes. I'd put PanW into that category because there's not enough volume for you to have any levels to really work off yet.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with the move that's happening right now is like, okay, we can just look at how the week started. The week started right here at 191s with some aggressive selling. Again, yeah, the market also sold off Friday and Monday as well. But yeah, it's coming up into that weekly high price. So the question becomes, are we going to be making a little bit of a hammer? We've already made a bottom wick right here, technically, if we're going to open up in and around this 190. So yeah, if we can push past some of this weekly open prices on 191, yeah, PanW looking pretty decent as well here. But yeah, some of these other names definitely on watch. That are probably, I think, definitely better opportunities. But PanW could definitely become into something if we keep eyes on it. But yeah, that 191 going to be very, very interesting. Market's already kind of started to sell off coming into the open here, but we still have about an hour left. We can see here a little bit of a flush down into 5280s here, pulling back into some of these prior structures from the overnight session here. This was a bit of a chop yesterday, a little bit of a chop fest. We stayed within range yesterday's price action on both the NASDAQ and the ES. So it should be interesting to see what we do if we do come back into prior day's lows going into the end of the week.
I got a question for you.
Yes.
Because and you'll probably find this on when we get to the watch list, like the #1 story on our free watch list is going to be, Oracle's been moving around and they're up there on this Tik Tok headline. Yeah. They finally get they need a good headline. But you were looking, anything you gleaned, I know you were looking at a Blue Ocean.
Yeah, Blue Ocean was
the overnight market. So is there anything
from
the trading last night in Oracle that could be of use to anybody looking to trade Oracle today?
Sure, yeah, I think we can take a look at it. Let's pull up some of that Blue Ocean action, because I was definitely surfing some of these waves here on Oracle. This was pretty interesting. So I was watching it, didn't really get the long. So this is the open at around 8 p.m. You can see a nice little chop. It started to do some decent volume, but take a look at this. When it starts to break, I guess, the day high here in around 191s, it really gets going with some decent volume. It got all the way up to 193.40s. That was the overnight high there, and a beautiful reversion back down into VWAP. I guess it broke down even further, but I didn't stay up till 3 a.m. That's when it retraced to those opening range lows here, 190. So should be interesting today. I'm watching that 193.40 high, but Oracle, let's see what it did on the reaction last night. In the after hours, you can see it went all the way to 191. See, we haven't touched 193s in any of the, I guess, after hours or pre-market session just yet, but 192.40s is that wick high on the 4 a.m. candle. We've kind of dwindled all the way back down below 190, so that 190 to 193 is going to be interesting. If we get back into that range, I have a bit of a target. Let's see if it kind of pushes back up into that 193. I don't know, but some of these pre-market levels are looking interesting, and we are doing some decent relative volume. We're doing about almost 2 times relative volume here. So pre-market ranges are definitely going to be important to me, and some of these after hours highs and lows as well. Let's see if we can break back above 190. Maybe we look for a bid, any sort of reasons to buy, maybe take inventory into and through 193. If the market is also on our side, if we have that tailwind, then it could be potentially smooth sailing. But overnight in the Blue Ocean session, it was pretty nice.
Another
we got both sides right.
Well, in addition to Blue Ocean overnight markets, another thing to pay attention to, of course, on this particular Friday, being the 3rd Friday of the month, is options. Options expirations today. So that should yield a lot of opportunities and good insight from Joey Options himself.
Good morning and happy Friday, everyone. I hope everyone had a fantastic day yesterday and a good start to this morning. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on from yesterday's activity. Some interesting stuff here. We have MSOS, guys, at that $6 level. Yes, that is correct. Open interest sitting around 26,300 at volume 22,900. And then DJT, Sharif was trading this one yesterday, caught a couple of breakouts, so we had to put it on the list because this name was definitely in play. The volume was there, and the options volume was there as well too, guys. So 5,000 contracts traded at that $20 level. Open interest, I mean, this is an out-of-the-money contract substantially, so just keep that in mind, guys. Open interest at that specific zone, still 32,700. And RIVN, Rivian, guys, at that $22 level, volume 12,200, and open interest at 25,200. Now, as for Neil talking about OPEX today, there's going to be a lot of activity. And if you go to the more liquid names, and I'm referring to the Apples, the NVIDIAs, the Microsoft, and obviously the SPY and the Qs, you're going to see substantial volume out of the gate. Just keep an eye out on that. There's going to be millions of shares traded, so keep an eye on that first 5-minute print. Now, as for this specific contract, guys, MU Micron, strike price 260. We're going to get into something here momentarily, just how a decay really affects contracts, okay? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at the volume open interest first, volume sitting around 38,800 with open interest around 11,900, and that's going to be expiring today. You can see that there's a $5 spread, and it's not relatively expensive, right? Delta extremely cool because there's an extremely out of the money contract, and you have almost no gamma exposure, but you can see the implied volatility is increased. Now, we're gonna do a little bit of a comparison here to the actual chart of this from a equity standpoint, and then to the options contract, all right? So I found this extremely interesting, and for those who are like, oh, well, it just doesn't make sense. Why aren't my options contracts making any money? Well, let's take a quick look into this. So we're gonna use November 10th as an example. This is when the options contract peaked, around $24.72. In options terms, $2,400.72. We're going to go over to November 10th here. But the stock isn't at its high, but yet the contract was at its high. Now, if we go from where that previous high was to where we're currently trading at, we're down 1.65%. So if you're just owning the shares, you're down 1.65%. But if you were to continuously hold this contract, you go from $24 to 28 cents. You've lost 98% of that contract's value, and the stock is still trading around its highs. That's the effect of theta.
As always, mic drop by Joey Options. More colorfully said by Other Zinc in the chat, but Joey friggin' Options. That's what's up, brother. Micron, of course, has got to be in play. They blew it out on earnings. Like it was a series of beats. The guide was fantastic. I think the guide was like 30%, maybe about 30% higher on the revenue side for the next Q. But it didn't matter. It still failed the highs. So it couldn't bust out, and that's been a bit of a theme. Right? Like how many breakouts are we seeing after earnings recently, especially in the tech space and of course in the AI space, which is driving pretty much everything. So while you unquestionably have some supply issues when it comes to memory, the demand is there. It still feels like we're getting a little bit frothy. And my play for this yesterday might come into play today because yesterday I said if Micron tried to break out or got to that high, I knew where I wanted to go, and it's SanDisk. Because, why fight if you think it's frothy, if you think it's toppish, if you think that there could be a turnaround, then go to the name that's weaker in the space. Go to the name that's already looking like it's on the back end of a parabolic move. And SNDK looks like that's already happening to me. So if Micron fails the high, then I feel like on sympathy alone, maybe we get into some resistance today on SanDisk. I don't know if we press to that 40. It's a long way to go. Maybe even just to 30. I just want to see any kind of a failed break on Micron. This is, to me, the short. And if it does continue, there's a long way for this to go. I was comparing this chart to like Abercrombie & Finch a couple of years ago. Compare it to Bloom Energy. If you've seen that parabolic move reverse, it's just when something looks like this. And I know you love when these things go the other way, they're OB as well. But when you go absolutely parabolic to the upside, just accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. When you start finding the back end of the trade, like there's your head and shoulders, now you're breaking down, you tend to see a rather long and continuous move on the back end. And I think SanDisk it's right there ready to do it. Probably needs Micron to lead the way before you get that pullback.
Kind of reminds me of Palantir almost. Now, Palantir hasn't done the unwind just yet, but when it does, it should be very interesting as well. But yeah, no, that Micron, have you seen some of these DDR5 prices? Absolutely crazy, insane. I'm so glad I built my computer a couple of years ago, and it's it's crazy, some of these prices. But what was even more crazier off of the open on Micron was that wipe. I really did think this was going to go through highs. I was long and strong through that opening drive, and those sellers stepped right back in. Even though those buyers were pretty aggressive, selling was pretty much became very dominant, and even through the opening range low, that was pretty interesting as well. But yeah, I heard some of those strike prices. That 260 is going to be interesting. So a bit of a range there, even though we fell to the low of the range, we're kind of coming back in, opening in the middle of the range today. So this range break is going to be interesting to me on earnings day 2 for Micron. And another name, MSOS, saw that bit of I guess, open interest at that $6 that Joe was mentioning. So I threw up an alert there. That's also the consolidation high from yesterday after we puked all the way down to below $5. Now we're kind of gapping up 5.17s in the pre-market. Not too much volume going on here. But yeah, MSOS and Micron, definitely one of the top names on the watch list, along with a few others as well.
And no doubt about it, got to be on the watch list for sure. We have a lot to get to. I know we're going to have Michael coming on through a little bit here. A few people in the chat disagree with the fact that Palantir will come to the downside.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do.
See, I can't let this one go because a lot of people would argue it's already had one of those. And in some way, like when we got to, it was at $120 and got almost pulled back in half. If you go back in the weekly chart, like remember the pullback from 120, it double bottomed in front of like $60. Yep. It's a 50% retracement. So like it did one of those already. Will it unwind? Like you have to define unwind.
Yeah.
Like I would argue depends on the time frame you're looking at.
Of course, yeah.
But like Palantir, I think it's frothy. I just think when I look at Bloom Energy, like that one in particular, like that was sort of way out there. And, I couldn't see any reason why it would come back. But like SNDK, I gives some of that SMCI vibe with that as well. And I think it gets a little bit different. What are your thoughts, guys? Because we've already, want to go to Sharif and Brennan on this. We've seen quantum names have already pulled back. A lot of the nuclear energy names have pulled back. Like, what's parabolic that you think has gotten out of control? Memory names? Obi thinks Palantir. Is there anything that you just think is way out there to end the year?
Any of that weed stuff was just absolutely nonsensical. There's no business there.
No.
And I mean, to run up 200, 300% in a couple of days just on someone signing a piece of paper. I mean, yes, that's going to open the door for some changes as far as regulation in the U.S. and who knows, but I mean, we've talked about the margins in that business.
Exactly.
They're not there.
Exactly, and this side of the border is an exact example of that. I mean, we've had marijuana legal, what are we going on, 6-7 years now?
At least.
At least, and it's just getting worse in terms of a viable business model. Some stores are closing, prices are coming down. That's not really a glowing endorsement to get into the business, and nor is this EO yesterday opening the doors for that. In fact, it's just a rescheduling, helps some, business practices with banking and some interstate operators, but nothing really substantive like federal legalization. But I want to build on the point Neil was talking about, NOB as well, about RAM. This is one of those industries, Brenda, we've seen it's feast or famine. There's either a glut of inventory that they can't offload out of the warehouses, or they just can't make enough of it. And what adds insult to injury is there's only 3 major players for this kind of thing in the world. It's Micron, the only American company, and then 2 tie-ups with South Korea. You got SK Hynix and Samsung. And, quite frankly, it's, SanDisk is another one, but not nearly on the same type of scale, nor do they focus on the data centers as their main client. Those are more retail focused as well. So you can kind of see this one maybe toning down a little bit, especially if you see efficiencies in data centers. And we've been talking about this. Application-specific integrated circuits, they don't require as much RAM as AMD's, as NVIDIA's high-end GPUs. So could we see a dwindling of demand as people look more towards ASICs?
All that said, can you actually throw it back on the company themselves at this point? Because the simple scale of these data centers that are being built, there was going to be an uptick in demand, period, end of story. And now we're finding that they just don't have enough to meet that demand currently. So we'll see how that plays out. We talked about it, a little bit with Micron going back a couple of days ago. Here's just got a little bit of Canadian data that came across. There's nothing U.S. based at 8:30 that was scheduled for this morning, but we did get retail sales for Canada. Looks green, actually, right across the board, so better than expected. Except for the headline number, it looks like 2% versus 2.4, but 1.2 on the month over month versus 0.3 expected. So a nice uptick there monthly. Anyway, coming up at 10 o'clock, existing home sales. That is a U.S. number for November, and then we get Michigan consumer sentiment as well. There was questions floating around whether or not we were going to get a PCE reading at 8:30. I didn't see anything come across. So the next one that's actually on the schedule or on the calendar is Tuesday. So coming up next week on Tuesday, we could potentially get, that's again a dated one that's going back to October. So we're still filtering through some of this backlogged data from the government shutdown. But just remember, 10 o'clock this morning is going to be key. Ramin, let me know if Michael Noss has arrived. If not, we can hang out. Okay, they're just setting up Mr. Noss, guys. We'll touch base with him. He wants to talk about MACD again, but he also sent me an email saying he wants to talk about his ding-dong.
What does that mean, Brendo?
He was on Monday, if you remember.
Yeah.
And he mentioned a company called Ding Dong. We'll get to that. Michael Noss.
Michael, come on, Michael. That's fantastic. I got nothing to say.
Miggity Mac, Daddy.
What? I'm just saying.
You know that song?
Miggity Mac?
Yeah. I'm the Miggity Mac. I make you wanna crisscross will make you
Jump.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I know that part.
Obi, you know, trust. Like, obviously, Sean knows crisscross. True story, and I'm probably, you know what? I should have done this for Halloween. No, true story. When I was in junior high, maybe. I want to say it was like I was like in grade 8 or something like that. I actually had like they had the. What was it? Like, it was Rockies jerseys, whatever, like the baseball jersey to the back with the backwards jeans as a costume. Yeah, I rocked that. Whatever, man. Okay. I don't even know what those cats are up to these days. And you know what? I probably don't want to look because I guarantee you, if I go check to see what they're up to, it'll be depressed. Like, for real? Vizbob. One of them passed away. Oh, no, really? That sucks. Oh, that's sad. Man, you know what? Celebrate. They had a great set of hits back in the day. Jump was a fantastic
I gotta go check out
song.
some of their stuff then.
Obviously, that's not the MACD that Michael Noss is going to talk about. Yeah. The indicator is what he's going to mention. But that really sucks that they passed away. But I'm kind of interested to hear about this ding dong as well. Yeah. But you know what? We chuckle about this all the time. Like every time we talk about some of these whether it could be like an altcoin, but it's the same thing when we talk about some of the small cappers, the habitual line steppers, the ones that pop and drop. The truth of the matter is, and we had this discussion yesterday with regards to the IPOs. FJet, not my cup of tea. I don't know if I'd ever trade that. But some people in the chat said that was a way better opportunity for them taking along and trading it than Medline was. And you know what? More power to you. If you can make sense of the movement and you can trade it and you can make money trading it, then who cares what it's called? As long as it's legal and you can actually get your money out when you're trading, then you're absolutely fine. You're good to go. And that's all that really matters in the game of trading. It doesn't really matter what your friends think of you. Oh, you're not a real trader because you trade ding dong. Who cares? When you cash your check, no one really gives a darn. And the funny thing about trading too is most of trading is just finding something that works for you. Like what strategies work for me. Maybe crypto works for you. I don't know too much about Ding Dong whatsoever myself.
No, I saw that FJet thing, and I'm like, you know what? I honestly agree. We went through some of that price action, and it was like there were certain moments, like if you took the opening range high break, or if you you saw the gap down, the halt down right off of the open so much lower, halt straight up. Maybe you're taking that. Or you're just referencing the opening bar and just being like, all right, like this is the range that I'm going to work with. And that $10 level, once it gets through that, you got $7 on top of that. Even if you risk $1 or $2 to the low, the risk to reward definitely makes a little bit of sense, right? But I'm looking at this ding dong because I'm definitely interested in this one. But it seems like it's a fresh grocery e-commerce business in China. So interesting stuff. looking at the chart here as well. I'm interested to see what Mr. Nas has to say about this ding dong DDL.
And that's the thing. Michael will bring us any sector, whether it's crypto, whether it's small caps, whether it's energy. It doesn't matter. If it moves, he can chart it. Our good friend Michael Nas, I believe, is ready now.
I just had to look it up as well because I had no idea what this company even does. But I mean, I think it was actually Friday. Correct me if I'm wrong. Were we talking about this on Friday a week ago?
I think it was Monday. I think
okay.
Friday we talked about the crypto side of things, and I think Neil actually just did the entire point that we were sitting here just laughing about, what a silly name, and no one knew what this company did, and it came out of nowhere. And that is, I think, the benefit of kind of what you guys do and what I do as a systematic trader. We don't really care. Right, you kind of take the setup. I had to look it up as well. I was refusing to for a couple of days, but since we talked about it last, it's up like 30-40% with the chart I have there. And I just wanted to go over there again. Exactly, I think Neil just hit the nail on the head with this one to talk about. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it does. It doesn't matter if this is a good company and whether or not it's going to be a thing for any period of time. If it meets your setup, you kind of trade it and then giggle about the name and kind of move on.
And it's one of those things, and we sit here and bang our heads against the wall trying to trade Google or trying to trade Nvidia, trying to trade Tesla all day long. Mm-hmm. And if you just take a giant step back and follow a rule set instead of just coming in, trying to find the hot thing every single day, these are the types of opportunities that you can see. Why don't we just recap real quick the setup and the idea behind that and how it played out?
Yeah, so this is one of just a very basic momentum setup I have. If we bring up the chart, it's really as close to a bull flag as you can kind of possibly get. And yeah, on Monday, I gave a handful of examples that come from this. It's, something that we have as one of our particular setups with a whole back test associated and all that. But yeah, nice push up, a sideways consolidation for a number of days. And then you're looking to take the breakout. So that little purple line there is our entry. And the point of this is, and the main thing that I hit about on Monday, is that this strategy is actually wrong more often than it's right. It's got a 48% win rate. So you know that you're going to lose a significant amount of money every time you hit the button. On average, you're going to lose half the time. You're going to lose whatever the stop loss is. But the stop loss is tight, and every now and then you get this. And when I was looking at this, it just reminded me of one of my old mentors and the favorite saying he always used to give me, which our job is to stay alive long enough to get lucky. So on this one, 40% rip in a couple days, I consider that very lucky. So I'll just kind of take that and move on. And on to the real topic. I did that kind of just as a meme and it went a little longer than I thought. But I talked about on Friday this new version of the MACD. And a lot of people know the MACD already. This one's called the MACD-V. And I talked about this for the crypto market on Friday. And I got tons of response and comments from you guys and people, DMing me and saying, hey, I want the code for TradingView. So again, I did not create this. However, if you look at MACD-V out there, there's a lot of information for the people who did. And the main difference here is that the normal MACD is not normalized for the individual stock, which means if you're looking at the MACD on Apple, it's going to be way different from Google and way different from Nvidia and way different on Ding Dong and all these things. However, if you normalize it for volume, so you're basically taking the ATR and you're dividing the normal MACD value by that, you end up getting something that you can start running in back tests and doing things like that. So the next chart was the back test I showed in the crypto space. I talked about how Bitcoin might be bottoming. The jury's still out on that. Since I've been here, that obviously wasn't working out so well, but the trade is still on. But the request I got was, can you take this same thing and apply it to the equity market? So, of course, this is kind of what I do. I went and I just did a quick and dirty test, and that's what we're seeing here. Again, this is not an equity curve that I would trade personally. Huge spikes and pullbacks and long periods of time and nothing, but just enough to prove to me that this is something that I should investigate further. Right? We start with a very wide, very dirty test and see what shows up there. And then if it's up and to the right, even at all, then we know, okay, it's time to explore the the topic. It's time to maybe add some different filtering criteria and things like that. But it does prove that this volatility normalized version of MACD has some predictive value of stocks. So the next chart I have here is actually the TLT, and I grabbed some ETF examples from this. And again, the point of this is that because we're doing this volatility normalization, the MACD now can not only signal change in trend direction, which is its kind of primary purpose now, but it can also do overbought and oversold. So in this case, every time you see the bottom pane where the MACD is, the line, the horizontal line that I draw is around the 100 level. And that's just showing that if it goes below the 100 level and then starts to cross back up, that is the definition, and that is what the creator has tested for potentially oversold and maybe turning around in the short term. The momentum might be moving higher. So a good time that if you're someone who likes to buy dips or you like to buy reversals lower, that you can take a look. So I went through a whole bunch of ETFs and I grabbed the ones that are kind of setting up. And I think they paint a kind of interesting picture here that we can look at as well. So again, the first one here being TLT. You can see we haven't gone anywhere in bonds for right there. Yeah, we haven't gone anywhere in bonds for a very long time. We've just been kind of consolidating sideways here. I know bonds aren't the most interesting thing on the planet, but they are very important. However, it's respected this indicator very well, and we're getting that signal as well, which could mean an increase in bond prices. An increase in bond prices means a decrease in rates, and then a decrease in rates is usually good for small caps, and it's good for banks and things like that. If you want to take that, you're not very interested in the TLT symbol. Next one I have here is probably the most insane ETF I've ever seen, and that's SHLD. So this is a defense ETF. And not only is it a defense ETF, but it's a defense ETF focused entirely on kind of the technology of defense. So think drones and cybersecurity and things like this, and just an insane chart for an ETF. Also putting in that signal of dipping under 100 and now crossing back up and putting in a little bit of a nice bull flag here. So this one might be an interesting one to take a look at. Also, again, defensive. Same with bonds. That's kind of, I think, the theme we're going to see here. Next here is Vice. And Vice is an ETF that does just that. They invest in vices, so tobacco and booze, and I think Playboy's in there and things like that. And the point of this one is that it's kind of a way to play, an alternative way to play defensive assets, because if the market's going to struggle for a little bit or go into some rotation, you generally don't see a decrease in spending in cigarettes and alcohol and things like that. So setting up again the same, and every time it's set up in this last year or so in this particular area, it's been a nice boon for this particular ETF. And then last but not least, we have utilities, which also are doing the exact same thing. So the last chart here, you can see 3 times in the last year or so, we've had this dip to the oversold territory and then a cross back up, and it's doing that again right now. So if defense and bonds and staples, I guess is a way you could talk about that Vice ETF, and utilities are the ones that are going to start turning here and showing strength, that could mean that the rest of the market gets into a little bit of defensive stance. I'm not seeing any of this kind of upward momentum in some of these other names right now. So at least for this indicator, it's telling us to maybe be a little bit cautious out there.
When we go back to the actual trade setup here, and we showed that quasi-equity curve that, you mentioned that you probably wouldn't trade this. When you find yourself in that situation, part of a job of doing this, full-time and as a living, is refining things down to a point where they actually produce some sort of win rate that actually makes sense. When you find yourself in a situation where it's not quite there yet, where do you start? Where do you go first to kind of fix that?
Yeah, so and just to describe the process a bit, that particular setup I showed has 150,000 trades in it. So that's always the first thing I want to look at. Is I want to cast a really wide net and say, give me 150,000 trades over a 10-year period is just insane. And there's commission included in this. So net of commission, taking that many trades produces a little bit of an advantage. And I think that's always step one. If I run a back test and the line is just kind of straight down or it doesn't go anywhere, then I just look at it as it's not really capturing any alpha. It's just random noise that it's picking up. From there, there's a lot of observation of the charts. I will actually go through. I got TradingView has this like year-end wrap-up like Spotify does, and it says I looked at 75,000 charts this year.
Damn.
So I obviously go through a lot of charts, and some of it will just be that and seeing if there's some sort of pattern recognition I can pick up. So for example, this is a pullback kind of continuation setup. So the first thing I might test is a simple, what if we're above the 200-day moving average? And then you put that in and you run a test, and you kind of are looking for some sense of direction of what makes things better or worse. And then from there, if you want to get real nerdy with it, I do some kind of machine learning where I'll put it against a whole bunch of indicators or variables. It will spit out and say, these are the ones that are most important. And then I just kind of logic check those to make sure it makes sense. But I think for kind of the audience, the best way to do it is you don't have to go through all 150,000, but start looking through the trades and starting to see if you can see a pattern between the ones that worked out and the ones that didn't. And if you think you see a pattern, you just go back and test that.
Were you top 1% of people who looked at ding dong charts or Farcoin?
They didn't say that, but they did say I spent a lot of time in the meme coin. They gave me a little like meme coin badge. I should see if I should bring it. It was actually pretty funny. But yeah, 75,000 charts I've looked at this year, and I just looked at that and said I need to go touch grass a little more.
Yeah, I dare anyone to find someone who has looked at more. Definitely. Michael Noss, I will be out of the building for the remainder of the year. Happy holidays. All the best.
Happy holidays.
And yours. And enjoy some time, I guess. Maybe away from the screen over the holidays. We'll catch you in the new year, and we're off to Joe here.
Absolutely. Have a good holiday.
Fantastic stuff, Mr. Noss. Always listen to what he has to say, right? One of those individuals. So, all right, guys, let's start it off here as Neil requested with some of the downgrades. The top of the yes, Sharif, that's correct. I mean, we're still holding a buy rating here on Nike, but there is a substantial price cut here. We're going from $78 to $68 by Needham. You're down 10.94% here in the pre-market sessions. And then we have AGCO, Agriculture Company, guys. Barclays lowering that price target to $93 and an underweight rating as well too. We have Lyft also going from a neutral weight to an underperform, guys, by Wedbush, and you're down 3% this morning. And we have CarMax also going from a $46 price target to a $36 price target. Now, as for some of the upgrades, guys, we have Cummins, yes, that's going to be going from an equal weight to an overweight by Barclays. CMI, you're relatively flat here this morning. Shreve trading this one once again yesterday. Fuel Cell going from a $7 to a $9 price target by TD Cowen. And then we have FedEx as well too, guys. $271, lifting that price target up to $313, holding a steady buy rating there. And Broadcom getting a price target raise as well too, guys, $500 to $510.
Fuel Cell, huh? Who knew? But well, on the downside, Nike stinks. Not good. It's definitely not doing it. What are we even talking? 11% to the downside, and it's not like there haven't been some good retail names up in this last earnings cycle. But the bottom broke. 17% decline in China sales. I mean, come on, man. Like that's not going to play. Like that's not going to play the same way. Throwing 88 down the middle is probably going to have him leaving yard, or hanging a breaking ball to the number 9 hitter on the Dodgers is going to likely lead to a game-tying home run. Then you lose the World Series. That's the kind of quarter. Like basically, that's the kind of quarter that Nike had, and I'm still bitter about it. It's fine. I'll be absolutely fine. It's whatever. It's Christmas. I'm fine. I'm not even thinking about the Blue Jays loss. The other great thing is, before we get into Nike, I shouldn't even have made a baseball reference. Nike's earnings, you have the feeling, if you're a shareholder of Nike today, as if you played in the fantasy semifinals, Puka Nacua and Matt Stafford in a stack, and on top of that, JSN. Because the dude I'm playing had all 3 of those guys, and it's already over. Thursday Night Football, and I'm already eliminated, basically. It's ridiculous. What are you going to do? That's Nike's earnings today. So it's a flat bottom break. It's a disaster. $60 is a pretty key level if it can even get back to there. You got the 50 level from way back when, but this hasn't been good for a while. You're what are we, a full year into the new CEO? And we're still kind of unbroken on this downward trend. So yeah, not looking very good for Nike. I don't know if it can press back in to retest some of these prior support levels or a fade into that, but that's where I would look. But we're so far underneath it. Can we even get to, I don't know if we can get to 60. We're at VWAP now, so there's a sign. Maybe you get a dead cat bounce to fade off the 60 level, but not very good. That's the upgrade downgrade that I think gets the most attention today. It's Nike for bad reasons.
100%. And I say it's just
Yeah, I think.
doing more of the same. Right?
Oh, you're muted. You're good.
Okay, so yeah, sorry. Yeah, Nike definitely the main one on watch there. And I'm saying, yeah, it's definitely just doing it because it's doing more of the same. What has it been doing over the past couple of weeks, or even couple of months? Let's just go to the monthly right here. You can see aggressive selling, very much backside move, right? We had a decent run all the way up into 21, and since then we've just been making lower highs and lower lows. And something interesting to me now, I don't know if this directly relates to Nike, but a couple of years ago, the sneaker resale business, some of those guys were banking. They were making a lot of, they're making some good margins. Right now, that business is not doing too hot. Right? These guys are sitting on old inventory. They are not making any sort of money, any sort of sales, and maybe, I see Sharif like with the thumbs down, 100%, right? So those guys aren't even making money. So the question becomes, like, Nike's definitely in the shoe game a little bit, right? That's part of what they do. Yeah, earnings are reflecting that sentiment, and the bigger picture chart also reflecting that sentiment as well. I always say this, it's like, okay, cool, you had some news, whether it be earnings, one of the strongest catalysts, but I think people are just finding any and every reason to continue the trend, reason to sell, right? And we're seeing more of the same coming in today. So now the question becomes, yes, we have a little bit of a downgrade as well, double whammy on that, but can we break some of these lower levels? Can we go to some of these prior support levels here, or do we get a bit of a bounce? Is this too far too fast? Even though bigger picture, we have been selling off, trend to the downside. So I think Nike's definitely going to be on watch today. Pre-market ranges 59.5s to 57.80s as of right now, and yeah, holding VWAP. Let's throw up a little bit of that anchored VWAP as well and see how that's doing relative to current price action. You can see here that that's sitting all the way up at 60.50. So if we do get a reversion, do we kind of revert back to 60.50s? I'm definitely going to be watching some of those prices here as well. I don't know what this line is here on the chart. I think it's from a much higher time frame. But yeah, line go down, basically.
It's probably just a line of best fit on like the monthly chart or something.
Something I drew like probably a few months ago that I haven't really removed. But
either
again,
way, it's not good.
More of the same is what I'm saying.
Yeah, either way, it's not looking too good for Nike, which I was looking at the board. I'm like, I was trying to find it behind me. Like, I feel like it's probably like that one. But I was kind of pointing to this name, which we're going to both talk about at some point today.
Side, yeah.
Is it Nike?
That is Nike.
Oh, yeah, it is Nike in the red. There's not much in the red. You're going to see Apple, YCBD, some of the cannabis stocks, and then what's behind Brendan's head?
Mask.
Oh, the mask, like Jim Carrey? What the heck is that? What is 3E network technology? And this is why none of us have heard of it. Why is that? What? Okay, never mind. Yeah, well, this is math.
Didn't even be up.
You know, if you're a penny stock and you've done less than like a couple 100,000 shares, that you're not very good. What is mask? That is, there's no masking that terrible chart.
Yeah.
So yeah, sometimes you just randomly come across. Hey, here's the best thing about this chart. Random chart just got pulled up on mask, which is for whatever reason on our board back there. And what is the high? What's the all-time high on mask? 420, baby. Can't make this stuff up. So anyways, that's probably not an interesting name, but one of the names, the name in the middle there, Palantir, is one we're definitely going to talk about for sure. There's going to be a lot to cover. Just remember, everybody, it's going to be witching. We will talk about crypto. I saw in the chat just there, Kalani, you just put BTC and then question mark. I'm going to ask you a favor, Kalani. First, thank you for joining us. Share with your friends. Hit the like and subscribe, everybody. But anyone that's not in the chat, you need to be a subscriber to be in the chat. And if you're typing symbols like BTC, use the $, because this would have jumped up on our visualizer here. So instead of mask, which seriously, oh, people are just typing mask now because I randomly said it. So I don't know. I think
Guys, come on.
Yeah, come on, whatever. Well, mask is now number
Tesla's
one. YCB, that makes sense. Palantir, that makes sense. Tesla makes sense. DJT makes sense. Mask makes absolutely no sense. It's done 67,000 shares of penny stock. It's doing no volume. We should not care about that. BTC's on there for sure, and it will be. I'm going to do the refresh.
Yeah,
I'm going to give it a fresh start.
Unnecessary.
So now all of a sudden, oh, of course, ding dong is going to be Obi.
Nice.
Symbols, people. Let's
all right.
Micron in there. I'm going to go $PLTR. So I'm going to throw a Palantir in there. You can throw dong. That was the symbol that Michael Loss was talking about there. So yeah, just remember it's $, and what did I do? Oh, refresh the page. Okay, so I'm refreshing.
Okay, so there it is. Dude, mask is still up there.
The mask is still there. Oh, come on. It's not a thing. Nobody watched the stock.
Irrelevant. Don't do that.
Boom. Now see Palantir starting to go. See, look at the new feature. Now it gets hyped up and it flashes.
Boom. All right.
Now you guys are just trolling. You know what? You're going to troll us with this mask thing. Sharif, if mask ends up on the rundown for the afternoon, ignore it, please. The stock is completely useless.
Neil, if it starts doing volume, I'm going to have to trade it. I'm going to, maybe even Joey as well.
Okay, but that's fair. If. It's not going to. It's not a thing. It's not in play, everybody. Just saying. What is going on here? I'm just gonna go have my salad because I should have known what was gonna happen when we even called the stock up. I was just curious. I'm like, what is this?
People are gonna start talking about it. Now it has some attention. Maybe you get some volume.
For some reason.
Be careful out there.
No, in all seriousness, do be careful. Like there is absolutely nothing going on with that stock. Like Palantir is always in play, story or not.
Yes.
Like Coreweave is in play. They've got a news story. We could be talking about Coreweave, which is up 5% after getting destroyed for the last little bit. Yeah, Ramin, I can see that Mask is winning. I'm trying to change the subject to a stock. So Ramin is telling me in my ear, she's making sure that we all see that Mask is winning, as I'm trying to change the subject to a stock that's actually valid and actually moving right now, which is Coreweave. Apparently there's no point.
It was doing volume on Monday.
It's not what they want.
It was doing volume on Monday. Here's the thing. Maybe someone's just looking for exit liquidity because they've been swinging this short for a couple of days. Who knows? Come on.
My bad.
It was doing volume, but like it's not going to get back up to 50 pennies. I don't think so. You need a lot of push for that. Anyways,
that's all.
You got to focus on in-play names.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You're not like if you want to have any sort of relative consistency in your trading, you got to focus on in-play names.
Yeah.
I'm going to say.
We'll leave it at that. No, but in all seriousness, Coreweave is up 5%. It is worth watching today. The market's slightly green. And the technical thing about Coreweave, because I don't know if we'll talk about this one, and hopefully we'll talk about this one in the watch list as well, where Coreweave is double bottoming. This is the thing. It's the fourth day after earnings. Coreweave popped to like $60 and failed it. And then when it came back, the IPO breakout, so like you make a local high when an IPO comes out, you dip, that's a pretty normal standard practice. It broke out from this area, it was like 60 to 65, and now that's turning into a bit of support. So another bounce here, I'm not saying you get all the way to 90, but that's a rounded bottom. There's actually something happening in this stock. Rounded bottom, potential breakout today on Coreweave. But it's 9 o'clock, everybody, there's lots to still cover. Remember, we'll keep checking back in on this locator, but there's it being witching today, there are going to be some big imbalances, a lot of them at the close, but possibly at the open as well. So there's a little extra volatility going on this morning at the open, and volume particularly. Not always volatility, but certainly volume for sure. So I'm always more patient on a witching day, especially the year end. It's easy to get whipped around. You have to really like a breakout trade to take it, because it should work. If it doesn't work right away, not hesitant to get out. But let's go to the desk, talk some futures, and get into this watch list, everybody.
Even though it's completely trolling, I encourage more. I mean, it's still
22
it's down 4%.
Brendo.
I mean, the stock board is going to get more votes than trades on this thing today, which is great though. So have at it.
That's amazing.
Vote for Mask, everyone. Let's have a look at the market.
This thing moves. All right, guys. 68.31 Ram. That's what we closed out yesterday on the ES March contract, guys. We've rolled on to the new contract. Today is the last day for the December contract, but it's been doing less volume since Monday. So look at that recovery that we got into. So that was the sell-off on Wednesday. There's almost a V-shaped retracement on Thursday, and here we are in the middle on Friday. But most notably, we did not take out Wednesday's highs yesterday, despite this V-shaped retracement. So what we're looking at is the same level of resistance we got into yesterday. We're looking at 68.75 as a resistance level 1. If we break above 75, we're looking at 6,900. If we start selling off, Brendo, we're going to look to that overnight low, 68.25 as support.
Damn Joey pumping mask. Joey, did you pump mask? Somebody was saying that even Joey was pumping mask. All right, if you haven't done so yet, you want free stuff, there's a link below. Top link in the description, looks like that. We'll get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It's free, comes right to your inbox every single day. Has any stock that's moving around on it in the pre-market and a little on why. Let's talk about Oracle, because we got a nice bump after the close yesterday. It's not really doing much right now, just kind of hanging out around 188, 189 based off this move, though. As I said when we came on this morning, again, join us guys at 8 o'clock every single morning now. We bumped it back 30 minutes. What a wild ride it's been for Oracle the past month or so, up and down and all around, and here we are back to the upside again.
Back to the upside, Brendo. After this headline, the CEO of TikTok, known by most people as Show, he announced that TikTok's U.S. operations will move into a new entity called TikTok USDS Joint Venture LLC. The joint venture is kind of requiring ByteDance to divest its U.S. TikTok business. The deal's closing date, Brendo, set for January 22nd, aligning with the expiration of President Trump's enforcement pause. You'll recall he put that in when he took over office. So the new U.S. entity is going to be majority owned by American investors and is going to be governed by a 7-member majority American board. The new investor consortium is going to have the following companies: Oracle, Silver Lake, and MGX, and they collectively will hold 50%, with each having about 15% per stake. The affiliates of existing ByteDance investors will own just 30%, and then ByteDance themselves is going to own just under 20%. And the new venture, Brendo, is going to oversee the U.S. data protections, the algorithm security, content moderation, and software assurances. This was part of the deal that President Trump struck, that they had to have control on the algorithm and that U.S. data had to remain with a U.S. trusted company, lest it be manipulated by the Chinese.
And I think it's a good sign for things to come potentially on the China-U.S. relations in general.
Yes.
I mean, this had to come from Xi. Remember, this final sign-off on this deal actually getting done had to come from Xi. So positive all around, I think, from a sentiment standpoint. If you zoom out, however, Oracle still looks like hot garbage. Still under $200, but trying to get, clawing its way back a little bit here this morning, guys, for Oracle.
Absolutely is.
there's a ticker back there.
Y'all just trolled. Now you guys
Might
just
not
trolled.
belong. Neil, right behind Brenda, right here.
All right. So what had happened was, no.
Yes.
Board, guys.
Yeah.
So I actually thought that the board behind us was like percent, like maybe like the biggest volume names or like notional volume on the day and positive like advancers and decliners or something like that. But apparently it's just
Does not exist.
all right. And now you guys know what it really is. So let's get to some super chats here before we get to Oracle, which we will talk about Oracle. Dragos, you're hitting up Toronto next year. Have any of you stayed at the Great Canadian Hotel? I have not. I don't know if anybody else here has stayed at the Great Canadian Hotel. I don't even think I know it, to be honest with you. But then I live here, so I'm not really staying in hotels.
Royal York
very
is
often.
nice.
I know the Royal York. I know the Western Harbor Castle. I've stayed there before, but I'm not familiar with that one. We'll ask around for you. Hit us up if you come around here, Dragos. And then there was also, let's get that out of here. There was also, I wanted to congratulate and thank Arsis FX. Over 3 years I've been here, and I love it more every year. Permanent plan on my trading office. Permanent play on my trading office wall screen. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of our viewers. You know, whether it's a super chat or whatever it might be, or just a kind message. We appreciate them all. Or nobody appreciates Oracle's stock price the last couple of weeks or months. Definitely not. But there are some signs. It needs the good news. There's no question about it. But my only question would be, should this TikTok headline outweigh all of the negative AI AI news that's been coming out for it and play around there. Oh, now Obi's on there. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm laughing.
Yeah.
It's over.
Best stock. Best
You
stock.
realize
gotta
the
get
more
long.
attention that we give it, the board is just going to be, okay.
There is a stock called OBI, but it trades on the LSE.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, it does.
I have
it right here. Look. There is an OBI. Ondine Biomedical trades on the LSE.
Okay, well,
Here. Maybe not too much volume, but
knew?
interesting stuff. But yeah, Oracle.
No,
Oracle's looking.
Anyways, I don't think this TikTok news is a bigger deal than all of the negative AI spend. The debt market, concerns about debt, concerns about delays, like all of that kind of thing is, to me, a bigger deal. So I think there's a cap on how much I want to believe this can go up today. I don't know if we get to 200. What did I write on my iPad? I know I wrote 200 a couple of days ago. That it just hasn't changed as a fade level. And then I guess there's 192 up here as well. So 192 feels a little bit shallow, but if this somehow gets anywhere near 200 today, that's a sell on Oracle. Easy peasy, beautiful cover girl.
Nice.
But what's weird is it doesn't have a key level, and I'm going to mention this now because it's not on the rundown. There wasn't a catalyst, but just have a quick look at Palantir and specifically the 187.5 level. 187.5 pre-market wall. Yesterday, 187.5 wall. Day before, tries to bounce at the early flush. Obviously, nothing really successfully bounced. Held 187.5. Prior day before that, you're effectively closing barcoding that level. Day before that, you reject 187.5. See what I'm getting at? I think there's a breakout. Well, this one, 187.5 breakout can take you to about 190, where I think you have another problem because it's Friday. But I like that play here on Palantir. It's the kind of trade on a witching day, if it fails right away, I don't mind just sort of getting in. You lose the even dollar, just get the heck out, right? Like you risk like the 50 pennies on it. Don't try to fight it. I may put it like 95 instead of like 99 or something like that. But I don't want to risk like $1.50 on Palantir if I think the next stop is only a couple of dollars higher.
Yeah, I think something I do want to point out here is that we did have earnings just last week or a couple weeks ago right here. Strong selling, and look at the area that we're in here. So this is Monday right here, so we can just draw it in. On Monday, in and around 189 is a little bit of supply coming in. Again, on Wednesday, 190, so similar area right here, 190 is more supply coming in. In the pre-market, hits that 190, wicks 192, maybe some more supply coming in. So the question becomes, on this Friday, do we finally break through this zone, which seems like it's kind of saturated with some selling here? Can we lift? Can those sellers be kind of done with? Is the buying with the ByteDance bid enough? Is it going to be enough to kind of break through that 190? That's what I'm watching for. But again, I'm going to keep it simple. Support and resistance right here. This has been resistance. This has been an area of supply for the past week. Does it stay the same coming into today? If it doesn't, do we distinctly get past that 191.50 for a push higher? Those are the questions I'm asking. Don't forget, earnings was sold off, and this has been continuing really, really nicely with a low of 177, currently trading at 188 halves. That 192, 190-ish level is going to be very interesting to see. Let's see what it does with the VWAP. Let's see if sellers show their hand. Maybe the selling's not done. It's very clear that sellers are very, very dominant, and market tailwind also may be a little bit dependent as well. We'll see.
Here in a pretty big way this morning. We're below 60 bucks. Hasn't been here in quite some time, and actually heading lower right now. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 negative moves here from analysts following this earnings report. As you and I were discussing, I mean, the number's actually not that bad here. As positive as the last story was for the China-U.S. relation, this one maybe not.
Exactly. I was going to say there's one word that matters here, or one name, and it's China. This reason we're down so much. Let's talk about it, because they beat on the top and bottom line for the current quarter, Ram. 53 pennies per share EPS, well ahead of the expectations of 38 on revenue of 12.43 billion, which beat the 12.22 billion. Investors, though, they were focused on forward risks rather than the backward-looking results. Let's talk about those forward risks. Greater China revenue fell 17% year over year, down to 1.42 billion, a key disappointment. Management acknowledged that improvements in China are not happening at the pace they need it to happen at, so they're guiding down here. Let's talk about their different areas where they sell. North American sales rose 9%, not a bad look. Wholesale revenue, which they've been focusing a lot more on lately with their new CEO, Elliott Hill, up 8%. But direct-to-consumer sales fell 8%, offsetting the wholesales. But that's okay, because we know that the company is focusing purposely less on DTC and more on wholesale. They want you to go into that store. They want you to see their shoes and their clothes on the shelves and make the purchases that way. They also guided here in terms of margins, guided low single-digit revenue declines in Q3, and they're blaming, Brendo, about a 3% hit from margins, saying that it was a major factor in the declines there. And then one segment that does remain a drag, Converse, continues to bleed here. 30% down year over year. And this is a little bit off for me, because I see all like the high school kids and the university kids at the gym, they wear Converse to squat. So I figured like, and nobody's buying lifters anymore, they're buying Converse. Well, I didn't get it.
I was just about to say the same thing. The Chucks coming in for the squats. You got to go back to June, I guess, here, guys. That was the initial support off of those April tantrum or tariff tantrum lows for Nike. So we've given basically the entire half of the year back here for Nike on this.
But it's trying to bounce. Okay, we've already talked negatively about Nike enough, so I won't beleaguer them. If you want an upward trending chart today, oddly enough, you can look at DJT. So this is the world we live in. DJT is going higher and Nike is continuing to go lower. That said, because of the bounce that we're having right now in Nike, there is a chance it tries to fill in the gap on the daily to about $60. So if it gets up there, like that's where I would look for a mean reversion play. It's not an auto thing, and I'd almost want it to not happen in like the first 1 minute candle at 9:30. I feel like those are usually not the best entry points, let's be real, if a stock is down this much. But you know, if we slowly gravitate up, I'd be looking to fade off Nike at that 60. And not to jump to another name, but I don't see DJT up there, and I do see a lot of people talking about DJT, and I also see it breaking the highs of the day, everybody. So DJT, day two, whatever, merging with a fusion company, you can price it however you want. I don't even understand how you could. Maybe it's worth nothing. Maybe it's the greatest breakthrough ever. I have no idea. What we do know is it's holding above yesterday's highs and trending to the upside on DJT. It's actually not on my list, but if absolutely nothing is setting up and this holds the prior day high, then almost by default, it's just a continuation play there. But it's going to be further down on the list. But I wanted to show everybody it is still going. It was a good long in yesterday's trade, no questions asked, trended up in the morning and then consolidated higher. You might see something like that again. I might pay for locates if it does something silly to the upside, which it didn't do yesterday, but I haven't yet.
Yeah, I think, again, want to reiterate, this stock is kind of doing a little bit more of the same. I think strong selling right here. 58.94 is here. This is a weekly chart, so we're breaking below multi-month lows. And take a look at this consolidation that happened here from, when is this? Roughly the beginning of May, and then a strong earnings bid came in June. So this support level is very interesting to me. Let's find out what that specifically is. That's coming in right at 58.42. So we're only about 50 pennies away from this support level. So the question becomes, again, do we crack this level? Then we have maybe a little bit of room towards those 51s, right? So that's kind of what I'm watching here. Pre-market session, as of right now, we're bidding up a little bit towards VWAP. I did mention earlier that Anchored is also sitting somewhere around here, 60.34s. So the question becomes, maybe do we just wait if I'm looking for sellers, do I wait for confirmation? Do I wait for them to see, to show themselves and come in to get involved? Or do we just take the break right off of the open? That's going to be them showing themselves as well. So, or I could be totally wrong. We could just bid up and revert a decent chunk of this move and consolidate in whatever range on the day today. So let's see if Nike will just do it.
Not much on Tesla as far as headlines today, other than the strength that we've seen over the past week and a half here. All-time highs, 495.28 on Tesla. We're less than $10 away here right now.
A couple of upgrades today, Brendo. Deutsche Bank giving them the nod. Truist Securities as well. I was able to find the Truist analyst note here. William Stein, he raised the price target on Tesla to 444, up from 406, but keeping that hold rating. He adjusted the price target as well on some other semiconductor names. He acknowledges the challenges in finding the power to run their AI infrastructure and the expansion that they need, but he's giving them the nod today, Brendo, but maintaining that hold rating.
Yeah, if the market gets going today, this one definitely one you got to keep an eye on. We've been right there or thereabouts. I mean, 490 was a bit of an issue, I guess, yesterday, guys. Above that, though, who knows?
Yeah, the thing is, it cannot get above this 190 level there. It's tried a couple times. We saw that push through the 82s coming in on Tuesday, and guess what? Yeah, maybe a little bit of too far too fast, because the next day comes in 495, doesn't even get to 500, slams all the way down to 467s-ish. That was pretty interesting as well, kind of reverting that move. So we're kind of consolidating sideways here. So maybe today's the day. Again, expecting a little bit of volatility with OPEX. Do we finally blast through this 495? Do we see a little bit of 500? It's well within range, currently trading at 487s, Neil. So, interesting stuff. Definitely going to have it on watch. Can it break through prior day high? Can it break through that 495? These are all-time highs here.
Yeah, I kind of feel with this, because it can't seem to get through the 490, at least initially, like the first look for me is, does it do a failed break of 490? On a Friday, on a witching day, that kind of a move, I think, takes you down to 480 pretty easily. But that's if it does a failed break. So while I'll probably be in, like, I would never take on a witching day, like, 2 or 3 breakout trades. It's like, if you like one thing for breakout, maybe just stick with that one. Tesla, I won't take a 490 break. If the 15-minute holds above 490, that's a different story. Then I want to be joining longs on the way to 500. Because I feel like if you hold through that 490 level, decent chance we can see the 500. But the first look will be, does it fail break? If we get a failed breakout at the 490 level, I want to look for the other side of the trade until it proves to me that we can start closing above the 490 on Tesla. When you get a price target increase or an upgrade, it's not always the biggest piece of news, catalyst-wise, to get you through the hump. And it's not really showing too many signs of that just yet. So for Tesla, maybe not so much as Palantir's going up. I like that one a little bit better. Tesla, I'll give it the chance. But if it rejects on this 15-minute to 490, then I should be shorted.
Let's continue along. Tons of things just popping up on the analyst side of things. Nothing really moving, however. But we'll touch on crypto here. We had a quick reversal when it came to Bitcoin itself. After a nice move higher initially yesterday, came right back down. And if you had a look at Twitter at any time throughout that, people were sounding a little bit panicked once again, as that was not typical for what we usually see. But I mean, there's IBIT. You can see 2 days in a row here, we've had a nice rally and then given it all back late in the day.
It's been super volatile lately and really tight in a bit of a range, Brendo, but most of the indicators are pointing to negativity, sadly. Next week, going to be a big week. Next Friday, specifically, going to be a big week for Bitcoin. It is the annual options expiry, Joey, and roughly $23 billion in options are set to expire, representing more than 50% of the total open interest on Deribit. The size of the expiry raises the risk, of course, of forced volatility, especially as the price sits near that psychological and technical level. Traders are increasingly, though, as I mentioned to you, positioned downside. Bitcoin experienced about $130 billion in price swings within 1 hour this trading week. The broader crypto market, of course, still hovering around that $3 trillion area, but now BTC below its highs, October highs, by 30%. A 30-day implied volatility is about 45%, and the skew is about minus 5%. So we'll have to keep an eye on next week's options expiration.
Yeah, $50 here for IBIT has been a level, to say the least, guys. We're hugging it right now, both directions.
For sure. Just quickly, I see a bunch of people mentioning Meta going to the upside there. There wasn't anything that I saw outside of early this morning just talking about their mango and avocado AI models for next year. And literally the headlines, to rival Google's nano banana. Yeah, because it always has to be food, right? But ultimately, yeah, it's not a huge move. We didn't break out any of those highs, and it's not a lot of extra volume, but I think it's just, the market's been bouncing and Meta's kind of going with it. I don't see anything in particular with Meta. IBIT, it's hard for me to, I can't get super bullish yet unless we're above an IBIT 51.5, unless we're breaking out that 90K level again, just based on the last couple of sessions. Right? Like, look at the reversals. Every time we've pressed through 88, which is about this, like right here, this $50 level on IBIT, eventually we failed somewhere under or around the 90K level, which is a 51. So until we're busting through, and on IBIT's going to be 51.50. As long as we're not through there, I'm looking fade at this level again. And I know, like yesterday was frustrating. It's one of those, and I gave the grade, I didn't give myself a good grade on a green day, and I talked about this because the one thing that really didn't work was me on IBIT, despite the fact that I liked it short, which is just frustrating. I ended up actually making money shorting BM&R instead, which I might do again. But no, 51.5, the 90K level on Bitcoin, I'm still a fader up there. And if it does another rejection like yesterday, then I got to be in it.
Yeah, I think we talked about some of the pullbacks that Bitcoin can potentially have, right? But it's holding up its own pretty well. I want to look at some of these prior day levels here. Some strong selling at this 90, some strong selling at this 88. Maybe we push past that today, or maybe we come in, ping that, test it, and supply just continues to come in. You can see here it's been very consistent, just over a shorter time frame right here. I'm just looking at a 15-minute chart. You can see Monday aggressive selling through the 90. Wednesday, aggressive selling through the 90. Yesterday even, didn't get all the way up to 90, but pretty aggressive selling here in the same area. So the question becomes, is that selling going to come back in on a day like today? That's the only thing I'm asking for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Things up here with Coreweave, the Department of Energy's Genesis mission. Coreweave is going to join said Genesis mission. Nice bump after the close. You can see yesterday on that, we're back above 71, which was the high going back to not only 2 days ago, but late last week as well. We ran into 71 a couple of times. But government contracts, never a bad thing.
Never a bad thing. They're typically high margin and pretty sticky, Brendo.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this. Federal initiative. It's focused on here. The Discovery Sciences strengthening national security and, of course, U.S. energy innovation using AI supercomputing. The company, Coreweave, that is going to provide a multi-purpose AI-built cloud platform tailored for advanced scientific workloads. They also plan on expanding their exposure to federally funded long-duration contracts, which, as I mentioned, typically sticky and higher margin. Earlier this fall, they took initiatives to kind of get into the position where they are now. They launched Coreweave Federal, which is a dedicated business unit within the company aiming at delivering secure, compliant, high-performance AI cloud service to the U.S. government. And the DOE Genesis mission fits obviously directly into that strategy. They also got the nod today from Citi, resuming, I don't know why they stopped covering them, but they resumed coverage on Coreweave with a buy rating and $135 price target, up from the, down, I should say, from the 192 they had prior. So they kept that buy rating, but they dropped their price target markedly. They say 85% quarter-over-quarter bookings growth in Q3 is kind of offsetting near-term pressure, but they describe the demand as robust, but they're still worried, as most analysts are, about the spending, the CapEx, about to meet the demand.
Yeah, it's been the story for Coreweave since day one. Just be aware here, CCL flying around, I just heard. I mean, we're right back to basically where we started, but earnings coming across here for Carnival, it looks like mostly green numbers I'm seeing for this. EPS 17 cents versus 18, the only one standing out there. 248 versus 242 on full year 2026 adjusted EPS. So some of the cruise lines might be a little bit volatile here. CCL, though, trying to get back to the upside, guys.
Yeah, of course. Like, do they on purpose keep reporting closer to the open? Like, it was like 9 o'clock, it was like 9:15. Like, now it's like almost like 9:20. They're going to come, whatever. It's kind of silly. But they missed on their revenue by a little bit, so maybe that's why it's going to be a bit mixed. So I'm not going to be, it needs to be absolutely clean, because if it wasn't breaking 29, I wasn't interested in CCL. We'll check back on this. Not really the kind of movement that I was looking for, unfortunately. We had mentioned like big levels on Coreweave that we're bouncing away from, and no questions asked. IPO breakout price, recent support here at 65. You've got yourself a nice rounded bottom here. If I wasn't looking Palantir and Tesla at the open, it probably would be Coreweave. But it's consolidating for the rounded top breakout. Not a lot of volume here. That's the only thing that concerns me. And on a side note, You can also look at 178, 178.5, and I know this is the exact same price that Palantir has it, or kind of the reverse of what Palantir's price is, 187.5, 178.5 between the two. But this is a very similar setup on NVIDIA to what it is on Palantir. We have multi-day resistance at 178.5 that it could try to chew through. The difference between Palantir and NVIDIA, Palantir is right there for a breakout. NVIDIA needs to climb almost $3 to get to that resistance level. So this one will be on the back burner for me with NVDA, not on the front of the mind because it has to move a heck of a lot more to get to that particular price. And just so you guys can see, NVIDIA is a 1.7 million sell early, Apple a 1.1 million sell, Amazon a 750,000 sell, Alphabet a 700,000 sell, Microsoft a 500,000 sell, Netflix a 477,000, you guessed it, sell. So all sell imbalances for the Mag 7 names. Anything that's buy is something else like BAC or PCG. So they're not gigantic. The bigger imbalances will be at the close, trust me. But all to the sell side early.
Yeah, definitely. I think right here, you know that sell it all meme.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm definitely let's see right here. So this is how I'm feeling right here. Sell it all today. That's how those imbalances are looking like
Margin call.
as of right now. Great, beautiful movie. But yeah, Coreweave, interesting price action here. Kind of bidding up, consolidating yesterday sideways after like, what is this? Strong days of selling last Wednesday. We kind of break down that range low on Friday. Monday we come in strong selling. Tuesday selling. Wednesday selling. Yesterday consolidation. Little bit of a gap up here back into some of these prior intraday levels. So the question becomes, is that selling going to step back in, or are we going to take a little bit of a reversion coming into the end of the week? Because just looking at the trend that we've been holding this week, just draw a simple trend line right here. We kind of broke that yesterday, consolidated sideways. So the question becomes, do we do a bit of continued push on the day today? Here, I don't know where that anchors from, probably from earnings. Yep, from earnings. So that earnings anchored, so earnings happened, when is this? On November 10th. So it's been a few weeks there, but that's sitting at 79.52. So do we do a bit of a mean reversion? You can see here, it did respect the anchored until it didn't to the downside. So that's what I got looking. That's what I'm looking at for Coreweave.
Ooh, big spike.
But yeah, what's going on with?
Well, NVIDIA just flipped from a sell imbalance to a buy imbalance of 800,000. Oracle's now a buy imbalance of 600,000. Apple flipped to a buy imbalance of 500,000. I didn't see Tesla on the imbalances, but suffice to say, everything that was a sell imbalance just flipped to a buy. That is not my screen. This is Tesla right here, about to breach the 490 mark. I don't know whose screen that is, guys, but it is not ours. So we can get it. There we go. 490 about to break here on Teslas. That's headed to the upside with 1 minute to go. One of the names that we didn't quite get a chance to talk about is Tilray, and the cannabis names obviously got rug pulled yesterday. The announcement was not what everyone was looking for. I actually like a 13 fade on Tilray. I'm not sure we'll be able to get all the way up there. This is also a potential flat bottom break. So looking at Palantir for a breakout trade. Obviously Tesla in that 490. If it false breaks this off the open and fails the prior day high, I want to look for any kind of a reversion. But it is witching day, so you should expect extra volume, not always volatility, but certain extra volume at the open. It can be a little bit whippy. I think a little bit more patience on a day like today to not really get too chopped up, right? Or fighting something with multiple trades on the same stock, like in and out, in and out in the same stock early. Probably not the way to go on a witching day. A little too much volatility. And of course, at the close, I didn't even mention this, Carvana is going to be on watch because they're going into the index tonight. We'll see how that works a little bit later on in the day, but not on the mind to start. Tesla, Palantir, obviously some of the marijuana names as well, as we'll ring the opening bell, Obi.
Here we go. Yeah, a little bit of a bid coming in on a few of the Mag 7 coming in right off of the open, but I only have eyes on a few stocks, like I said before. I can kind of, you know what? I know we like to kind of look at what the watch list is, and so I can show you guys what I'm looking at right off of the open right here. Let me pull in my multi-chart view. So right away, what I do right off of the open is I have a set of 8 stocks here that I am watching that I think are in play for me. I have some levels marked on my sheet. I'm just like, okay, so what are those stocks? I got Oracle, I got Nike, I I got PDD, I got Palantir. We just wicked that high, Neil. So that high we were talking about, that 7.5, we just wicked it. I just got that alert as well.
Yep.
Micron on day 2 earnings. I got MSOS.
Did
That's
you
a little bit of a
say
day 2.
PDD?
I did say PDD.
could
I got
possibly be the
Broadcom and
story
Strategy.
there?
So PDD, a little bit of a fight happening on that name. So I got to keep eyes on that. Oracle coming into that 190. So let's see if let's see what 190 does.
The even dollar level. Oh, I got a really bad. Oh, my high of the day is going to be messed up all day now. Because Palantir just hit 188, but for some reason my thing says 205, but it doesn't really matter. So I'm only giving this to the 187. Like, I only want to give this to the even. I just took some out in front of the even dollar level, and on a Friday, on a witching day, like, every single even dollar kind of matters on a day like today, but 190 probably matters the most. At the same time, everybody, Tesla's just wicked the 490. So Tesla got to 490 and change. I think I have like maybe 40 cents higher it got to, and that's about it. And now starting to come back in a little bit. So Tesla was going and now starting to pull back. So I've scalped half out a Palantir at the first even dollar, but I want to give the rest, give it a chance to open a second candle for a reload. But if we don't open the second candle holding strength, then I don't need to add back into this one or be fighting it. Bitcoin's not doing much of anything early on here, but Palantir on the move, Tesla on the move, NVIDIA actually on the move upside here, Obi.
Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm kind of watching this Oracle. It was holding this 190, a little bit of a strong push, but okay, if we're going to take it out, we're going to take it out. So we are kind of getting some strong bidding here through that 190, through some pre-market levels here. On Oracle, we talked about that 192, 193 area. So we have entered this 191 as of right now. So Oracle coming in with a strong bid. But hey, look at the market as well, Neil. Strong bid happening here on the market at the same time. The question becomes, do we have a little bit of a stall? That's an aggressive push. There goes Tesla wiping all the way back down.
My goodness.
490s, it was just
What a
that.
short.
486s, so another failure to follow through in this area of supply that we've been seeing.
That's your trade,
from yesterday. It's one of my trades, yes. But yeah, I'm watching this Oracle a little bit closer. I might be a little biased. I'm just like, all right, we got some fresh news on this one overnight. The blue ocean trading was pretty decent. Let's see if the open market trading is anywhere near the same. What else is going on? I'm looking at Micron as well. What's Micron up to here?
Palantir right to target. And Obi, what did it do?
Go.
It wicked the 190 level. So remember, this is exactly what we're saying. We're like, it's going to go 187 half, and it's going to press to this high. And when it breaks, 189, the turn at 190 is going to be the play. So there's the 190 level. I just got trailed out. Now, obviously, I do this on breakouts all the time. And sometimes, look, man, sometimes I will get out and it goes to 195. I look like an idiot. You just have to sort of stick to whatever your plan of action is going to be. So I might end up one and done on Palantir because that was like that clean breakout, and it gave me pretty much the move that I was looking for. Wanted to make sure I was scalping at the levels I wanted. Once it broke the first dollar, hold the rest for the $2 upside. But the thing that happened is we didn't get Tesla. So the other trade that I liked off of the open was the false break of 490 on Tesla. You know what? You can't have it all, and this is the kind of trade you got to be on Tesla and not Palantir to do this. There's your wick top on Tesla. Look at the rejection. So I'm not chasing this short. I mean, obviously, it'll probably end up that maybe this short was better than the Palantir long. I don't know. Yeah, it might end up this was a better short, but I'm not going to chase it. Not going to chase Tesla there. IBIT heading to the downside. I kind of like that short, but it never popped up. So I'm going to be looking patiently for the next trade. Hopefully, it'll be a trend down in Bitcoin because that's what I was looking for yesterday. Still an inside day for them. And I see you're in Oracle, but I saw in the chat someone saying, Neil, look at silver. I didn't look at silver this morning because there was a lot of other things to look at the open. On a witching day, I'm usually thinking equity. But silver, another strong day. Is it going to make a...
Micron is going.
60.5. Micron?
Yeah, Micron's coming into prior day's highs right there. NVIDIA's coming in as well. So we talked about that prior day high. Where is that? That's at 263.66. If I remember correctly, that's pretty much within $1 of all-time highs. I think it was 264 and change on Micron. So let's see how we do through that opening, or not opening range, through that price area right there. All-time high push on Micron potentially in range here. We tried to push through this level yesterday. Sellers were pretty aggressive around 262s, and it's coming right back into this area. Look at that big stick straight up, $10 to the upside, 252s to 262s as of right now. There goes Oracle stopping me out once again. So I guess we're going to chop around this 190, but this market is definitely very, very strong, aggressively strong. So Micron, Broadcom is coming in. Yeah, Tesla kind of does its own thing, man.
Tesla's doing its own thing.
Tesla's gonna do
the
its own.
weed stocks are absolutely, oh, I don't have the up and smoke one. Dang it. There's literally an up and smoke one, but I don't have that one. Tilray's down 7%, absolutely cratering right now. But it is these chip names, as you said, Obi, that are going ham as we speak. So NVIDIA's up 2.2. Oh, that 178.5 is big resistance on NVIDIA. Remember we were talking about this level? I guess it got there pretty quick. 178.5. It's already wicked and starting to pull back. Remember what Palantir just did when it broke out and got to resistance? It's right back in there. So I would expect to see at least a little bit of a dip buy or a dip on NVIDIA before it potentially resumes to the upside. Someone just asked if FJet is a halt. I do not know if that is true. That is the IPO from yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Whoops. That is a NASDAQ. No, it's a New York stock. What is FJet? Is it Amex? Maybe FJet. No. It is Amex. It is. It's an Amex stock. My bad. I thought this was a New York stock. It is halted. So FJet, the IPO from yesterday, is halted to the upside. I see a tap of 1033, but that's because on the NYC NYZ market, we do not get a theoretical auction price like we do for the NASDAQ in New York. So it's opening a little bit lower for anyone interested in. This stock does not do a lot of volume. Liquidity is not good at all. I'm not touching this stock with a 10-foot pole. I said that yesterday, and I'll stick with that here today. So just going to jump right back over to, for myself, IBIT. Just want to keep going on the names. Follow the plan down the line, and part of that plan is to listen to Adara when she's got news.
Keep an eye on CAG here. This was an earnings play. They just reported this morning. It looks like they just finished their conference call. I'm seeing a summary come through. They do expect organic net sales growth in the second half of the fiscal year. Apparently December actually had some delayed shipments from Q2 finally materialized. They have some early momentum. Market does not seem to like this call. CAG, not bad volume on this either, guys. Just be aware as well, we are going to be getting the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print at 10 a.m. I'll of course be giving that to you guys as we send you back to Neil and Obi. Do make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, we definitely have to watch out for that 10 a.m. number, but we also have to watch out for this top wick that's happening here on the first 15-minute candle on the market here. So we did kind of retrace about 50% of the move there. So I guess Tesla kind of maybe knew what was going on before it actually happened, because Tesla with the selling coming in, the only one, I guess, you know what? I take that back. Not the only one that's being sold off now. We got Softy selling off, coming into its pre-market lows there. Amazon as well, Alphabet as well. So yeah, that pop didn't last too long on that one. But Micron still making a beeline all the way up to 262 halves now. That all-time high coming in at 264. So that's well within range now. Prior day's highs coming in on Micron right now. Okay, let's see. Let's get specific. Where is the chart? Right here, MU. Let's pull that up. Prior day highs is coming in at 263.66s, and we're trading right there as of right now. So let's see how convincing and aggressive this break comes in. Is it distinct? I don't know, but we have traveled all the way from 251s to 263s. Are we going to make another leg above these prior day highs through 264s? All-time highs is right there. There goes Oracle coming in through 191 halves as the market rips right back up. So yeah, I'm saying the probabilities change with every tick. So every little print that's coming in, that was a nice little fade. Now we're bidding right back up. So the buyer's stepping right back in to this market here. So it seems like we're going to have a strong open across the board, at least in terms of the market here. What's Bitcoin up?
Well, like Apple's looking really strong here, and I'm still offering Bitcoin. Like the market's booming. Most of the big cap tech names that are not Tesla are booming higher. I got IBIT, which is trading lower, so I'm still offering that one to play. And then there's a bit of a divergence happening between BMNR and ETH. So BMNR is going up, while Bitcoin and ETH are both going to the downside. Well, you know what? I don't believe you. Is simply what I'm going to do there. So I'm going to take this one because I like crypto short today. And if we're not breaking out highs, get a stop at the quarters, and try to get at the evens. Play this one like every quarter or so on BMNR. Oh, did I not pay? Oh, we don't have free locates on it. All right, I have to go pay for locates on BMNR because they're apparently not free. We need MSOS as well? MSOS, I'm not
yesterday,
sure.
I think I tried to hit MSOS and did need some.
I thought they were free.
Shorts there yesterday, but yeah, no, we definitely have to make sure for that one there. Oracle kind of pulling back through those 192s. I might be a little too early here. We are trending up pretty decently. Market tailwind on our side as well, or on the side of the move that's happening as of right now. Another name we were talking about in the pre-market that continues to bid up as well, again, alongside the rest of the market, is Coreweave. Coreweave, pretty strong push there. Opening range lows coming at 70s, 60s, currently tapping on 75s with a high of 74.91. So interesting stuff here. Can we get through that 75? A little bit of an interesting level. I don't know if you guys believe too much in psychological levels, but if they do show up on the chart and there's confirmation that they have respected before, I do kind of want to keep a close eye on some of those areas as well at the same time. So let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? The open has been pretty aggressively strong to the upside, so longs, you know, definitely getting paid off of the open here. Let's wait and see how long that lasts. Maybe all day, but a little aggressive.
Well, you remember, it's witching day, everybody. Yeah. Volume and volatility is par for the course. Whipsaw action is par for the course. I would not be hesitant to say maybe sometimes you want to bring some registers in there. That said, like most of these tech stocks are pretty strong. So far, NVIDIA just pressed through those highs. I did get that BMNR. The way I see it, crypto, like Bitcoin, ETH, are still heading to the downside. I have a relatively tight stop. I'm only giving this one to the quarters. But look at Tesla. So as strong as the market is, Tesla is just stair-stepping into the downside. As I said, it's a bit of a fail to have not been short that one. But at the open, I just like the Palantir break a little bit better. So that kind of is what it is. Tesla, it does get all the way to almost of a 480 level on Q. So fail break of 490, right to 480, pretty much what you would expect. Double checking on Palantir, it's starting to make a higher low, but, well, I mean, VWAP's not going to, this early in the day, VWAP's not that big of a deal. So I don't really care about VWAP as much as I normally would. Like later in the session, the volume weighted average price I would respect, but if it can't hold on to 187.5, show me some green candles. It's all red. Since I got it at 90s, on the 90 fail, it's been all red candles here on Palantir, despite the market going ham to the upside. And with that, we'll end up 1 for 2, but hey, I have a rule. There goes ETH through VWAP. So that's the thing. If crypto is going to bounce, then you know BMNR is going to bounce. I have myself a rule. Keep your stops tight and try to hold your winners. That's the way. I'm not fighting BMNR, not jumping back into it. I see Bitcoin bouncing. I see ETH bouncing. The market's going higher. We can go back to start looking for some of those long positions again, one of which on the note was going to be Apple. But Apple, really not that great. I'm looking at it. Apple failed the high. Apple a little bit range bound. Doesn't get to the 270 level that I liked for a dip. Might just end up being NVIDIA's through 178.5. That's a good continuation play. I know Micron is going as well. This was kind of like the Palantir level. It's just that Palantir did its breakout right away. NVIDIA might need a pullback or some kind of a dip to get into it. Oh, the other thing I forgot. Still want to try to get Tilray short, but that might be too far gone.
Yeah, some of these
weed
things
names in the tank. Market's booming on this witching day, but not so much for these cannabis names.
Yeah, 265s on Micron now. So we did blast through those all-time highs. Let's see if we sustain a little bit here. The market tailwind definitely kind of running this move as well. Got wind in the sails across the board now. So I'm looking at the chip sector, and all I see is strong green candles. Yeah, NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, SMH, everything's just straight line up here. Micron as well. Obviously, Micron kind of pulling it up at the same time. Day 2 earnings on this name. So 66s coming in now off of that 64 all-time high break. So when will it stop? I have no idea, Neil, but yeah, this market is definitely pushing it as well. You can see very, very extended 15-minute candle on the first one right here. Here we go. We start our second 15-minute candle of the day as it approaches, as we get past 9:45 right now. So I'm honestly, I'm looking for this buying to become distinctly different to get involved. So we'll wait and see when and if that comes in.
And that's sort of what you should be looking for. You should be patient. You should be waiting for your setups. Like Tilray just only now got a pop back into VWAP. So yeah, did I like the short off the open? You know, you pick the setup you like the best. If 4 things all happen at the open, and maybe you can get 1 or 2 of them. But see if I can't get it now off of the volume weighted average price. Tilray's down, MSOS is down, as I mentioned before. But you have to watch out because MSOS made an outsized move relative to some of the individual names yesterday. So it can fill in some of the gap, and then things like Tilray and CGC could still be weak. But you don't want it, I don't want it pressing past 550 or so. Like that would be a little bit different. So shorting this one off of VWAP. For everyone out there, I know a lot of people are looking at Tesla. No questions asked. Tesla just got back to VWAP and it's starting to go down again. So the market presses back into highs. Tesla is saying no mas. It goes to 485. It's already back down into 484. Tesla is not among strength today. It's going to be the AI traditional plays. It's your NVIDIA, it's your chip names that are strong in here today. I'm a little skeptical of the Intel move that I see, but no questions asked. NVIDIA looking very, very strong, leading the way. AMD, pretty much the same thing. Neither one of these have a red candle in sight. And oddly enough, I'd say a little bit, I mean, almost not to be undone, but remember I was waiting for the next green candle? Let's see a green candle in Palantir to look for a re-entry. Yeah, the green candle was $1.50. Like this is the crazy whipsaw action that we're dealing with right now. Like there's not, like in a breakout trade, it's a clean entry. That, you're not getting a clean entry into Palantir again, unless you're just, I mean, I could have guessed. I could have been like, yeah, it's just going to bounce here because I hope it bounces here. And it would have been right, but that's not, I'm not playing with hope and that. So I'll stick with a weed name short because they got bad news and play out, but I'm not playing against any of these tech names yet. I'm thinking maybe Intel. But even then, I'll let us maybe get to 10 o'clock before I would even think about shorting one of these tech names.
Yeah, we do have that Michigan sentiment number at 10 o'clock. Let's see how that comes into effect here. But there are some laggards, even though I guess it is mainly the chips here, that are dragging the market to the upside here. Again, Micron through those all-time highs. Oracle continuing to kind of push up here as well. Not a chip name, but you know what I mean. This tech sector definitely pushing with the most strength. Tesla, although, is not really showing us that kind of strength here. So a little bit of a fade. 490s continues to be a little bit of a chop here. So eyes on that Tesla. Amazon here as well, not really doing too much, selling off. It is bidding up now, so a decent reversion here coming back into some of these pre-market lows, but hasn't really broken out with the kind of distinction we're seeing in other places. Let's take a quick look at Meta and Netflix as well. Meta's probably, okay, you know what, I was wrong. I was like, Meta's probably pushing through its pre-market highs. Absolutely not. That thing's kind of a little muted here as well. Let's take a look at NFLX. Okay, NFLX with a little bit of a bid. 95s coming in here now. 93.46s on the day low. So it seems like the shorts on Tesla are definitely winning. The longs everywhere else are definitely in charge as of right now. What are you guys trading? AMD short after it cools, asking for a motorsports. Let's take a quick look at AMD here. So yeah, you gotta have eyes on some of the leaders as well. NVIDIA, Micron with the day 2 earnings kind of running up the sector as well at the same time. So yeah, maybe a fade on this. Another question becomes, yes, you know what? I like this even more. Looking back at it, this is looking really nice here. On Wednesday, some supply coming in here at that 211 area. Question becomes, can it come in again off of the market turn? And it seems like we might be doing that as of right now, as this 15-minute candle, the second one of the day, goes green to red, Neil.
Oh, it does go green to red, but also that's as close to the up in smoke, but I usually use that in a positive sense for the cannabis name, but not today. We just reverted almost back into the low. Got to watch out for this bottoming tail wick. If it does another on Tilray, then I'm going to jump out, but I'm looking for that low of the day print. And if you're watching the weed names, then I have to pay attention to, hey, MSOS is still trending up. And that's sort of the idea. Like, I didn't want MSOS short because it fell way more heavily than Tilray did on that news. So therefore, I felt like this one had some catch-up to do. So when you're doing your stock selection, sometimes the continuation play might not be in the thing in the sector that went the most. It could be the one that lagged a little bit, and then it's going to move more on the second day. Tesla's still looking incredibly weak. You're getting the first real pullback in NVIDIA, and that makes me keep eyeballs on Intel, which was this morning, Intel was nowhere near these highs, obviously. So I didn't even put it on my list, but that's in clear triple top at 37.5 here on Intel. I might have already missed the wick high, but this could be a back end of the trade. If it does any kind of a lower high that I can play with off 37.5, this one for sure is a short for me. Just I'd rather pick on them than, why pick a fight with NVIDIA? You can pick a fight on Intel. The analogy that was given to me is, if somebody's going to give you $1 for every basket that you make, you can play against LeBron James, you can play against me, or you can play against a random person on the street. You're probably not going to pick LeBron James if you actually want to make money. So why pick on the strongest stock if you want to short?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You're right. Maybe I should be taking some of that advice here, Neil, because I'm trying to short Micron, and I'm not
watching Micron.
It is pretty strong. You know, maybe not one of the strongest stocks in the market, but definitely very, very strong on the day today. Yeah, all-time high push is coming in pretty nicely. So I know I'm against the grain here, against the trend. It hasn't necessarily broken the trend either. But you know, I like to kind of feel out the tape as well, especially when I'm not paying close attention to everything at the same time here. So the market did go back to what is it? It went green to red. Now we're going red to green here. So teetering off of the open. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle, you may ask? We still have about roughly about 8 minutes left for this candle to finish printing. So it's going to be interesting if we continue to push up. That was a pretty aggressive push. What are we up? We're up about 1% on the NQ right off of the open as of right now. A bit of a sell coming in here on Oracle, breaking back below that 194s. We attempted to get to 195, didn't quite make it there as of right now. There's maybe a bit of a trend break here on Micron on a shorter time frame, but again, let's see if the market tailwind can give us some more oomph as well. I think we have something with Adara.
Tron here, Tron, seeing some speculation that there is going to be a partnership here between Tron and COIN. Coinbase, apparently they're co-hosting an event called the New Era of On-Chain Liquidity at 10 a.m. Eastern. This event was previously announced, but again, now we're like 7 minutes away from it happening. So Tron getting a bit excited here as we await, again, potentially a partnership for Tron and COIN. Again, also in about 7 minutes, we are going to be getting the economic data, mainly the University of Michigan consumer sentiment. I'll be giving that to you guys. Right now, we're going back to Neil and Obi.
Tron, the world's richest man, as everybody obviously knows. And he won it in a hot-handed dice game, last I had checked.
Do you like the old one or the new one?
Oh, I was talking, okay, I was referencing a Chappelle Show skit.
I know, but the movie Tron.
Old, obviously.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude, I'm 45 years old. I like the old one. The new one was cool. I think
I'll be honest, I have not seen the old one.
That's fine.
But I really like the new one.
It probably doesn't age very well. I'm willing to acknowledge that. Yeah, technology was limited back then. I'll leave it at that. Very, very limited. So it wasn't very good. Still tracking some crypto here. No problem, Remain. Bitcoin is back to VWAP while the market's at the highs. So clearly, it doesn't have as much strength. And we're back at the 88,000 level. There you go. We're basically right at 88. ETH is checking in just underneath 30,000. Oh, sorry, 3,000. My goodness, if it was at 30,000, that would be insane. Just underneath 3,000. So you're back at some pretty key resistance levels. If we start losing VWAP, that might be the jam, but I'm reminded of yesterday. Yesterday, this is exactly what I did. I waited for it to get in a VWAP, then I shorted it there, and then it popped back and double topped. So if I like to short, I should play it off the high instead of off a red line on a chart. So I'm going to wait for that top. There was one earnings name we didn't really get to cover too much, and that was going to be CCL. They did beat on the top line. They missed on the bottom line. Sorry. They missed on revenue. They beat on EPS, and their guidance was a beat. They are booming right now. You're up 5.5%. You are now through that $29 level on the way to 30, way too close to 30 to buy it up here. This is why I don't like CCL. On earnings days, I usually don't trade it till after 10 o'clock because you get the earnings like 5 minutes before the open, and then you have to decide what you're doing. Then they have the conference call. There's a lot going on. So I'm going to wait for any kind of a pullback off the $30 level. Palantir is still... Okay, now it's starting to make a little bit more sense. So Palantir's pulling back, and VWAP is chilling at 189.5, but it just did a nice little dip, which is kind of what I was waiting for, something a little more orderly. Like if it can close a little tighter for another dip buy into Palantir, it was just a clean breakout trade, but it's still going up 2%. Obviously, 190 could be a thing on a Friday, but if this closes green, I'll take a secondary shot there. So waiting short, I have an order on IBIT to get short about 20 pennies from here. Palantir, we can look for a long. And Jay Walken, SoFi, can you please move more than 30 or 40 cents? SoFi is it's a less than $30 stock. Like that's 1.5% back and forth. Like every time somebody yells about, let's just say, like if Tesla went $7, would you be happy? Probably that's 1.5%. Nice. So 1.5% on SoFi is 40 cents. It's all relative. Like that's just like literally that's how it works. So if you're unhappy with $7 on Tesla, let's just say, then you can be unhappy with SoFi moving 40 pennies. That's perfectly fine. I think that's a pretty solid range for SoFi today. I love the fact that it's breaking out as well.
Yeah, we're holding these highs here on Micron, kind of consolidating at the high. So to me, I'm just like, all right, the probability of breaking through those day highs at 268.40s is increasing a little bit with this. Bless you. With this kind of action here, Oracle's still kind of holding lows, but holding a little bit lower through those highs. But you can see here this consolidation happening. Again, I'm watching this consolidation above VWAP. So again, a little bit against the grain here at the same time. But I'm going to be patient. The 15-minute candle still has about 2 minutes left to go.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? While you're waiting for the next setup, take a look at Beta Pro by Globex Canada. They're the largest provider in Canada of inverse leveraged ETFs, and they got a few new ones in there for everybody. 3 times bull and bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60, to semiconductors, to the US Treasuries, and till the end of this year, December 31st, everybody, they're dropping their fees till 65 basis points, so you can get more pure performance as well with their currency hedging. If you're tactical, sophisticated trader and interested, check out that QR code, scan it right now, go to betapro.ca, 3x daily to learn more information. Shout out to them for sure. Chris says, IBIT to 75K, let's go. Well, it's not getting there today. Chris, all right, I'm gonna take the bid comes in again at a higher low on Tilray, which I'm just gonna take this time. Bitcoin is still, it's trending up. We're not gonna get to 75K this way. Because we're holding higher lows, but instead of playing VWAP, see this, you learn from yesterday. If I'm going to short it, it's going to have to show me a double top and fail. This is what happened yesterday. Double top, lower high, flush. So it was pretty bullish early on and then eventually faded. That's what I'm going to wait patiently for sure. So just checking back in on NVIDIA for everybody. That's still looking incredibly strong. Tilray, I'm not going to hit the Weed Batman or anything. That just came back in the low of the day. So VWAP to the low on Tilray. NVIDIA, I'm not going to be joining. And congratulations to anybody that... Where's my button? Congratulations! Coreweave.
That was the one.
$77. This was... There were a lot of these local breakout plays. Palantir was okay. That was pretty good. Won a couple bucks. Coreweave was the one. Coreweave was definitely the one. But there were a lot that were setting up this way. You just had to pick and choose. That's why we're on at 8 o'clock. You can't take every single trade. We could cover every single opportunity that looked like this. Coreweave looking fantastic, doubling its overnight gains, and then some on Coreweave. Let's go to the desk. We've got Adara, and we've got numbers. Right? Yes. Or happening now. One of the two.
Well, of course, we'll start with these numbers because we have them about 20 seconds. I've mentioned the University of Michigan sentiment print a lot here. 53.5 is the forecast. 53.3 was the previous print. But we're also going to get existing home sales 4.15 million versus the previous of 4.1 million. So we're expecting a slight uptick. I have to mention as well the 5-year and 1-year inflation expectations. These are also part of the UMich print. And we should be getting them now. 52.9, so a little bit lower than expected here for the University of Michigan consumer sentiment. Existing home sales also a little bit lower than expected, 4.13 million versus the aforementioned forecast of 4.15 million. 5-year inflation expectations exactly in line here with estimates 3.2% versus 3.2% expected, but the 1-year inflation expectation actually a little bit higher than what we were looking for, so 4.2% versus 4.1% expected. So to summarize these Michigan numbers, what we're seeing here is a little bit lower than expected consumer sentiment and higher than expected 1-year inflation estimates, and the market clearly does not care because we just keep pushing higher. Nice breakout here for the QQQs. Let's talk here about ORCL because interesting note here, we do have reports coming from, I saw Axios and the Associated Press amongst others, suggesting that TikTok has signed a deal to sell its U.S. entity to that joint venture. We heard about this going back to, I think, September, but it looks like this deal is going to close on January 22nd, and Oracle is going to be involved, combined with Silver Lake and MGX based in Abu Dhabi. They're going to together own 45% of the U.S. TikTok. Let's talk here about NKE, one of a handful of earnings names today. Nike with a double beat, but their Greater China revenue not impressive, down 17% year over year. Their Converse revenue also notably struggled. I want to mention as well, again, not the other only earnings name today. We have FedEx, BlackBerry, Conagra, Lamb Weston, and CCL, among others. Before we send you back to Neil and Obi for more trading action, I'm going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Origenics, trading on the NYSE's OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Book a meeting today. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to tune in for more trading action. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Appreciate it. Be careful up here. I'm seeing a little bit of a turn in NVIDIA at the 180 level. Tesla's failing VWAP. The name that I liked to pick on, I sort of said already. It's setting up pretty well. It's just going to be Intel. It's now double top. I said I'd wait for a lower high. That's what it's doing right now. So there's your double top at 37.5. There's your trend since the break. It breaks this trend. I give it to the high. That's pretty simple. That's going to be the plan of action. If we get another pop, might get a secondary shot at Tilray to the short side as well. And then Bitcoin does not get back to the highs, unfortunately. So it's still relatively weak. It's just hugging the 88,000 level is Bitcoin, as you can see, like back and forth. Like when I look up, every second it seems like it's dropping beneath 88,000 and then back. So it just needs to kind of pick a direction off there, and then I can maybe make a play in BTC. But here we go. There's a trend break. Someone decided to join at 34. So I'm going to try and get 33 short in Intel. Give it to the high of the day. Look for the VWAP retracement here on INTC. As NVIDIA is turning as well. So just be a little bit careful. It's like the second red candle, significant red candle on the day. Excuse me. For NVIDIA, it just came in. Oh, I have a frog in my throat. It just came in through 180. One of the reasons I like the short now in Intel.
Yeah, a little bit of a turn there happening on the chips. So yeah, back through 180. You know what? I kind of like that. Micron's coming in here as well. We did kind of get involved. I tried once. I tried twice. Third time's a charm apparently because that's coming in nicely now. 262s is that VWAP level. So I got 262.78s here on my other chart. Let's see if we can get all the way down there. Don't forget, this is that all-time high. That was 264s and some change. Does that resistance, that prior resistance, turn into support now? That's the next question I'm asking. That could very well happen. Again, Micron a little bit choppy. When I was trading it yesterday off of the open, oh man, was it aggressive. I was just like, this is absolutely ranked price action, craziness. Some of the I guess buy algos and sell algos or whatever participants that were participating in that move were swiping the book $2 at a time sometimes. I remember I tried to hit short, or sorry, not hit short. I tried to get out of my position at 262s. I crossed into the bid at 262s. As soon as I hit that key, Neil,
Bye-bye.
I did not get filled. It was at 260. I was just like, all right, well, there goes $2 off the long. Thank you very much. But you know, sometimes you know, it just be like that.
I always say if that happens to you, at least you were transacting you were trying to engage at the right price.
Someone was just faster.
Because someone
was just faster. And like you know, sometimes a gamer's worst enemy is lag, and some of those like with the aggressiveness and the speed that the book was moving around, I could definitely feel the lag in terms of execution, seeing things happen, watching the tape, and then the price actually coming in and being like, nope, you didn't get that. All right, cool.
No fill for you. But
I got to cross harder. That's basically what we're told me. Because I looked at what my cross was.
You mean cross farther?
Yeah, cross farther, cross deeper into the book.
Yeah, but you can't put a message with your that says
cross harder.
But I really, really want this fill. I think the market may.
No, I mean no. There are certain gates where like you can you know, portray demand.
Okay, true.
Right. I can be like, you can either get paid to get fills, or you can pay to get fills. So
that is true. It's slightly more aggressive. Wow, the bid just picked up. So this was just to give you an idea of what just happened, maybe slightly on NVIDIA, but I certainly saw it on Intel there. You were kind of breaking this trend. You had the topping wick candle on both of these, and it was just cruising to the downside. Someone just swiped it back up on a couple of the chip names. So there is still there's a lot of strength here. But we did get to a big spot on the futures, right? Let's just go back, ignore here. Like, we're getting into a big level from a few sessions ago, the 25.6 level. And anything that was prior support and resistance on a witching day, it's just going to matter a little bit more. So I saw the ES right up into highs from a couple of days ago, and then a similar resistance level there on the NQ. Whether or not we push through, we'll see. But I waited till at least something set up for a short trade to jump into it. But man, like, some of these names are absolutely fun. We talked about Micron, Obi.
Yes.
SNDK goes right to that. SanDisk goes to that 240 level. So it is almost at this local high. Pretty much got there. Like 245 is a local high on SanDisk, and it's starting to turn around. So if this puts in a red candle, I need to see Micron break down though. Like, my rule was, I only want this short if Micron is breaking down. So if I don't see Micron failing, then I probably don't end up in this short. But big time move in all the chip names, but the memory names going absolutely ham. I got my bids out to the volume weighted average price, and I'll hold on to a piece for the dream in Intel. And yesterday's runner is also today's electrified runner. Rivian up another 5 points today. And look at the program trade going on here. So off the open, clean, but a little bit of like, that's almost like that algo program trading, holding it upside, right? Like, there's a seller obviously at the quarter, but there's so much buying, but they're being discreet about it. They're not pushing it through that seller too hard. They're just gently easing it to the upside. So controlled, very controlled price action right now in Rivian. But here comes Intel. I'm playing for VWAP. I'll be 3/4 out if it gets to VWAP, and then I'll see if it can go through the volume weighted average price. I always forget to save my trend lines, just so you guys can see why I got in.
Yeah, no, great short there on Intel, Neil. Absolutely solid. I think that's a good choice in terms of some of the shorts that are potentially coming in here. Let's take a look at AMD, because we did have one of the members in the chat say that they were looking for that AMD short. It's holding up its own, man. It's holding pretty much, I guess, even stronger than that of NVIDIA. You can see NVIDIA maybe, yeah, you know, NVIDIA's holding up as well. We did do a little bit of a wick shimmy off of that 80 halves or 180 halves here on NVIDIA. So it is holding up pretty decently. You can see here on the NASDAQ as well. Third 15-minute candle of the day with about, let's see, where's the time frame? Right here, with about 6 minutes left to finish printing this candle, and we're kind of just teetering in and around. You can see that price compression. We had expanding. This was it was an expansive candle, and all of a sudden this 15-minute candle a little muted. Let's see how this one pans out here on the day here. There's NVIDIA pulling back in, beautiful. So yeah, even if you want to draw a little bit of a trend line here, let's see, take it off of here. You can see pretty decent. Once that breaks, we're getting a little bit of selling. So the question becomes, what I always like to ask is like, all right, can we work with some structure here? If we're going to pull back in, where is the next place that I can potentially look for something to happen? That's this low right here. You can see there's a bit of volume on here as well. We've broken back below that candle low right here. That did have some decent volume. That candle's range is from 180.19 to a low of 179.77. Currently trading at 179.5. So we did break back below that high volume candle there. Maybe a lot of players pushing into that 180 break. Right? People like to play, breakouts as well. So when I see that volume, I'm just like, all right, there's participants that have taken the 180 push, right? Or maybe there was a seller sitting, who knows? There was a lot of transactions that happened through the 180, right? I'm sure if we go down to an even smaller time frame, we can see that there's going to be that push through the 180 probably did the most volume here. So we're coming back into this structure now. So that's what I'm watching next. Where is the next structure? 179.21. We're only about 9 pennies away from that. And then VWAP I have here sitting at 178.77. So the question becomes, when it comes to reversions, I like to keep it simple. Where's the 50% reversion coming in at? So let's just measure this leg here on NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is the leader. So we got, we can do about a rough estimate. So that's about $5.10. So let's take a look for a pullback of, at $2 and let's say 55 right there. So 178.14 is where I'm seeing a 50% pullback, and that kind of confluences with this initial structure here as well. So then I'm like, all right, if this breaks, then we come back into here. That's about a 50% pullback. That's in and around VWAP as well. So let's see how we behave in and around those levels. At the same time, the market is doing a little bit of a doji dance here with about 3.5 minutes left to finish printing.
We got a big mover here on INFY. So Infosys, I haven't seen a particular headline for INFY here. The last headline I have is from a couple of days ago, so I don't think this is what's going to be moving it here today. 38% halted to the upside on volatility. You're going to see this with a tap of 26.57. So bye-bye Infosys. I'm going to keep the ear to the ground. I haven't heard anything in my ear on it, and I haven't seen anything that I can find in the wire. But it is obviously going a little bit crazy here too. But you know what? There's a lot of things that are going crazy to the upside, no questions asked. As mentioned, NVIDIA pulling back a little bit, so that's why I got an Intel. Almost to the volume-weighted average price. Unfortunately, just going to move from like trade to trade, put the reversion on. If it bounces off of VWAP, I will move my stop. I've already moved it from the high to the prior, well, not the actual bar, not the prior bar, but the bar that broke the trend in here. So if it breaks like 5 pennies above break even, I'd be out of it. But once we bounce off VWAP, I will tighten that up to the quarters. For sure, don't want this to lose. I don't want even the last piece to turn into a losing trade. And I shouldn't be so picky about the line on the chart because stocks will bounce where they want to. If I see a buyer at 5s, then I should be willing to take it out in front of 10s. Line on the chart's a line on the chart. The buyers are gonna come in wherever they happen to come in. I just saw that up there. Oh, it's still
mask on.
Yeah, so anyways, if you're just tuning in now, our stock visualizer, which is usually a very amazing representation of the most interesting names in the market or what everyone's talking about, today we have to ignore the one in the middle. I implore everybody to understand people were just having fun. We're just having some fun with that mask stock. There's nothing that's happening with it. Palantir is up there for actual reasons of actually doing something. It's still going higher, up 3%. Palantir is still breaking out. At least that has a good reason for being on the visualizer. And then Tesla, unfortunately, for bad reasons.
Oh, what?
Tesla's still trending lower. It's flat on the day, but look at the wedge pattern forming on Tesla. So you've got a real nice wedge forming on Tesla. Oh, it would be nice, Tesla, if you could break this wedge to the upside. Pretty sure that's what everybody wants. And Adara,
I was going to say, it's funny because obviously they're not in the visual, but I was looking at this to kind of see what like small caps you guys were looking at. Not many is the answer, but did you know NEAL, OBI, and JOE are also tickers that are trending? Guys, put the tickers in the real tickers with the dollar sign.
Yeah, exactly. It is not those. As everybody, thank you very much, Adara. See, and this is the thing. I should have known, and I completely messed up because like I have a tendency to I'll see something and I'll say it, or I'll be curious and I'll just say it out loud. And it wasn't until after I walked into the mask thing that was entirely my fault. I just assumed it was a stock that was moving because it was on our board, and then I realized it's because you guys put it there, and then you guys doubled down. Obviously, Neil and Obi are not actual symbols. unless you're trading the London Stock Exchange, where actually it is one. Oh, apparently OB is a symbol. What I also can tell you is DJT, uh-oh,
Oh, that's a cherry.
it looks like it's failed the high, so it's kind of pulling back here. Really watch out for the back end of this trade. Be careful. DJT has a history of pumping for a bit and then dumping, and you've already failed one breakout of the high. If you lose VWAP here, it could be a short forever. Despite, it doesn't matter what the president wants. Like, the stock's going to do what's going to do. It was up over 30% yesterday. And people are going to ring that register. I'm just saying.
I have a bit of a confession. Kind of messed up my Oracle trade. I tried to get out of a partial there.
Oh, you got out of it.
Just on 190, was it 191 halves or whatever? A little bit of action happening there. And I got out of everything, unfortunately. And I was just like, okay, cool. You know what? I'm just going to sit on the Micron. The Micron's working out a little bit there. I kind of covered some in and around here. We did break back below that 264. So that's looking pretty decent as of right now. So a nice little reversion happening there. Haven't really gotten a 50% reversion just yet, but maybe we can make our way there. But I had taken a little bit of partials on that. NVIDIA's bouncing cleanly off its VWAP, so that's looking nice. So yeah, take a look at this. Clean VWAP bounce on NVIDIA. Let's take a look at even a higher time frame there. I like to look at the three-minute chart. You can choose to look at whatever you want. Structure is, again, Michael Noss mentions this, and I love the term as well. Price action is fractal. Right, and you were talking along the lines of this concept a little bit earlier here as well, and I was telling a trader this a couple days ago as well. It's just like, all right, sometimes we can't be so rigid looking for price action to pan out, right? If you're trading on a 1 minute and you're like, this move has to happen on a 1 minute, or this playbook has to happen on a 1 minute, yes, understandable. In the perfect ideal scenario, maybe it comes out cleanly on the 1 minute. But at the end of the day, price action is price action. If it's going to happen, it doesn't have to happen on your time frame, right? If you think and you have the stats to be like, all right, high probability this move is going to happen, you don't know how it's going to happen if it does pan out, right? But it's like if you're looking for it only on a 1 minute time frame and you're getting wicked around, chopped around on a 1 minute, and then it happens on a 5 minute or a 15 minute, guess what? The market did what you probably thought it was going to do. Yep. And you thought it was a high probability, but it does not have to happen on the time frame that you're looking at. So do not be so rigid with some of your with price action trading. I think that's what I have to say. Sometimes I'm looking for reversion. Sometimes it happens so cleanly on a 3 minute. Sometimes I'm getting chopped up on a 3 minute. But if I stepped up a little bit higher and looked at maybe like a 5 minute, or a 15 minute.
I love to
defer. It's coming in better.
I love to defer if I can to the higher time frame chart, just so you get try to be a bit more precise
Bigger
in your
picture.
trades. Then it gives you better. It's easier to find targets as well to get out. If you're looking for a target on Bitcoin right now, it's got to be 90K. We just hit 89.4. IBIT just went ham. Speaking of, let me just go to the 15 because this is what I'm waiting. Yesterday's highs are in here, like right about now, like 89.5 or so. Where we're at. You don't need to see these. Those are from yesterday. Useless. But if we break out yesterday's high, there's still the 51.5 that's up there. On a witching day, like I like reversions even a little bit more, especially on a witching day. It's the third Friday, index rebalancing, all that. So I'm going to let this one get a little bit higher before we take a shot at it, and just want to try to find something. Like it's one thing to like a level, right? Like just to give you an example, like Intel went to my level, goes right into that high. I'm not just going to sit in front of it and just say like it's going to turn here. Like, yeah, like it might. Like if I just sit there, like I could have this same entry on the way up. It's just I don't like that I don't like that way of doing business. So if we bounce off VWAP, I've already got my stop. I'm now trailing it just underneath break even using this bar here. We break 25, I'll just get out. It did the VWAP bounce, just take the win and move on to the next. Tesla's still unwilling to break this. It broke the wedge to the downside. The problem is when I want Tesla to go up, like it broke the wedge to the downside. You probably could have shorted that. I was kind of looking for that 85 to break to play back in a 90. It's not happening. Tesla's just flushing today. Like sometimes the stock is just relatively weak and it's just a red stock. And right now Tesla looks distinctly like that. I can want it to go to 490 all I want, but if it doesn't break this channel up, then there's not much I can do about it as it's continuing to pull back here on Tesla. NVIDIA's not at VWAP yet. I want to give it a chance. If this, I want to try to hold on to Intel, because I feel if NVIDIA breaks down, then I should be holding Intel through VWAP as well. So NVIDIA heading back in here. As you already mentioned, there will be Micron at VWAP.
Yep.
Testing. It's not just the prior high from yesterday. The other thing you have to consider with Micron is this is a what? All-time. This will be a failed breakout of the all-time high right now on Micron. You know what I said I was going to do if it confirms that? SNDK. So I'm just waiting for that follow through, and then I'll take a shot on SNDK.
Nice. All right, so I do want to get a little bit involved. So yeah, sure, I made a mistake punching out of that Oracle, but the continuation is coming in. I'm watching the tape here. Sellers are a little heavy underneath VWAP. Market's making its second red candle of the day. So let's see. To me, I'm just like, all right, that stacks up in my favor. Maybe the probabilities are a little bit more on my side for a potential continuation below VWAP. I could very well be wrong, but we'll see how that kind of pans out. Market tailwind definitely has to be on our side. Let's go with to Adara for small cap recap.
Small cap time, guys. We'll start here with UUUU. That is 4 U's. The company's name is Energy Fuels. And they're saying here this morning that 99% purity dysprosium oxide produced at their White Mesa mill in Utah actually qualified for permanent magnet use by a major South Korean manufacturer. So update here for UUUU. Very clearly well received. This is actually breaking new days highs as we speak. A little bit more stagnant right now is Rising Dragon Acquisition Corp, or DAC. Of course, this is what is called a blank check. Organizations sometimes are a special purpose acquisition corp. They announced as of Thursday after the close that their trust amendment they have here is going to be reducing their monthly extension fee to below $100,000. Last but not least, NRXS, actually also having a catalyst of its own, Neuraxis. They're rolling out a new medical policy coverage for percutaneous electrical nerve field stimulation. So lots of news here for all these small caps, lots to look at as we prepare to send you back to Neil and Obi. But before we do that, we're going to take a moment to share with you guys something that I found. And guys, it is crazy. I am digging in to global exchanges, and I stumbled across BTCC. So they're top 30 globally, but here is the wild part, okay? BTCC has never been hacked. While major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you are in the US, Canada, or Europe. And through Trader TV, you can actually get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15,000 USDT. So seriously, what am I missing here? Scan that QR code for more info, and like and subscribe to Trader TV Live as we send you back to more trading action with Neil and Obi.
Obi and I were just talking about some lower time frame charts, because Bitcoin and, look, IBIT just did a huge reversal. And if you look at yesterday's highs, you're like, well, it just went to yesterday's highs and turned around. The thing about it is, yesterday it went up there and gave you an entry. Like, you could have easily got in on the second candle when it rejects the high. The second candle, you're already pulling back all the way into the volume weighted average price. So we just rejected 89.5 on Bitcoin, and we're right back to that 88 level. Again, looking relatively nasty. But it didn't give you an easy entry on that short, which is a little bit frustrating. I'm still hunting SanDisk right now, but I did want to give you guys an update on Infosys. So it did a second halt. You don't see this very often, where you have back-to-back halts at the same price, or effectively the same price, and opened up lower and then broke out again. But it just rejected 30 even exactly. 30, like literally in no sense. It just rejected the even dollar. So there is an obvious level at 26 and 26.5 where it's halted and then reopened, halted and then reopened. If it doesn't hold this on the bid, I think you could be in a little bit of trouble. But 40% to the upside, looking pretty good here. But the market's starting to come back in. And if that's happening, this SanDisk is holding really well at the volume weighted average price, or I'd already be in this. And Oracle's right there at the same time. Oracle's right there at the same time. Micron is what I meant to say. was right there as well. So you have a lot of these things pulling back into VWAP, waiting for their next move. I'm already in one in Intel, which is also bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. But what a rejection just now in Bitcoin. Be careful.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. Market's turning as well. We talk about, how, I talk about the 15-minute candle sometimes where I'm just like, all right, well, it's a frame that I like to look at. How much time is left? Because I do like to study, I guess, candle formation. Again, at the end of the day, candles are just a historical representation, a lagging indicator of what actually happened on the tape, right? And you're probably going to have the most conviction if you're actually watching the tape and then confluence that with the candle, because the candle by itself, it can mean a lot of things, but you don't have the whole story. Candles together, structure, maybe you can tell a story over time, but the tape is definitely the place to be there. So I'm a very big, that's a big proponent to what I like to look at there. But yeah, Micron taking a little bit of a breather here in and around VWAP 162s. I was looking for maybe a potential pull into 260s. Doesn't look like that's going to happen right away, even though the market tailwind is definitely coming in a little aggressively. You can see we're looking at NVIDIA as one of the leaders there, and that's pulled back in pretty nicely. Beautiful reversion happening there. We talked about 78s and some change. What was that? Let's go down to 1 minute right here. 78s and some change. That was about a 50% pullback. I think it was 78.18s. We're coming right back into that. So a beautiful, beautiful 50% pullback on NVIDIA, one of the market leaders. Where's the next trade? Where's the next reversion? I don't know if we're going to do that, but maybe we revert the reversion.
Revert the reversion?
Yes. Sometimes you can. I mean, when things, price action kind of is, it's never really clean. If it's super clean, maybe I like it even better because a participant is definitely showing some intention. Because again, we talk about the market being random. I like to look for things that I think are non-random happening in the market, so that I can play. Yeah, that's a general idea. What is non-random? Can you figure that out? Then there's definitely potential opportunity around that, and you want to look for things that are distinctly different. So yeah, that's kind of the thing here. NVIDIA taking another low. Rivian. Yeah,
I mean,
Rivian definitely.
CCL is distinctly different.
We got to ask
Rivian
Randy
is
about
distinctly
that.
different. Randy is a huge fan of this bad boy. No question asked. INFY is halted. By the way, Infosys is now halted to the downside. I heard it in my ear. I see it on my locator, but I was just about to show you guys. Like, yeah, Rivian is still kind of program up. What I would look at for Rivian in particular is look at how clean this channel is. There's a lot of wicks in here, but look at how clean the channel really is. Like, if it opens and closes a candle above or below, maybe just play that and wait for it to do so. It's very much like algorithmic style movement there on Rivian. SanDisk just broke through VWAP, and at the same time, Micron is trending down underneath VWAP. This is what I got to watch here. I'm going to give it, because at any moment, my entire thesis for wanting this was when Micron had made a top. But if Micron retakes VWAP, this probably does as well. So I got to respect it and have a pretty tight stop on it because I don't want to give too much back. And I'll wait for some confirmation underneath the volume-weighted average price. But I think Rivian is a perfect example. Oh, now I have to redraw that. Of a stock where it's showing you what it's doing, and all you want to do is wait for it to do something different. And once it's doing something different, then you want to pounce. Not yet, but I think it's getting pretty close. Like, at some point, it's not going to do this all day long on Rivian. Almost certainly would not do this all day long, but you just have to be very, very patient for it to actually break this channel.
There's a bit of a bid.
Oh, yeah, we just caught a bid.
Yeah, a little bit of a bid.
I'm going to cover this Intel as well.
You know what? I like this VWAP here on Micron. I'll leave a little bit of a runner on as of right now, but that's a bit of an aggressive bid coming in.
You know
and
what just
holding
happened?
VWAP as well. What just happened?
Look at the Qs. I just punched out of both the shorts. Like, the Qs, I look over, the Qs pulled right back into, it's about 614. Can I zoom it out a little bit further? So you're well above yesterday's highs. You're trend up. You pounce into VWAP, but that breakout, the secondary breakout at about 945, it dipped almost to the penny into that breakout level and gone. The second I saw that, I'm like, out. SNDK, I actually punched out for an even tighter stop than I was going to initially. I'm like, I'm not risking to that. Doesn't even make any sense. Why bother? And on Intel, it bounced off you up again. I just punched out. I didn't even let it get to my stop level. Like, I see that bid, I'm getting the heck out of Dodge. And when I see that happen, and it's fine. Like, it is what it is. Like, I probably just only saved myself like 8 or 9 pennies on that move, but the entire move was like 30 cents. It's like a quarter of the move that I'm going to save. There, and I can wait for the next opportunity. If we still put in lower highs somewhere I like, I can jump back in the trade. And one of the places that I might do so is going to be to look at Bitcoin. See what didn't pop? When I see that happen, the first thing I think about is, hey, did anything not go when the market just bounced? Well, maybe try that. Well, especially if you liked it before. Bitcoin did not. Bitcoin failed, again, at this 50 level, which is 88,000. We can't move away from 88,000. We always seem to accumulate there for a while. So this breaks down. I think this can be a better short opportunity, unless I get a chance at those highs again.
So Oracle on that pop just got right up to VWAP. I was watching it. I had finger on the trigger right there. Maybe it could have broken through that VWAP, but I was watching it and then slams right back in. I'm like, all right, cool, that's even better. Let's see if we can break below this structure here. I'm just gonna step up a frame here. Let's just start. I was looking at the 1 minute for some reason. I was just like, this chart looks kind of funny. I'm like, yeah, because I'm looking at the 1 minute, I normally don't do that. It's a good thing I got out of Micron, again, one of the stronger stocks on the day. I just want to take a bit of the reversion because I'm like, all right, maybe a little too far too fast. Shout out to anybody who took the long because that's a very valid trade. Aggressive goes right away in your favor, very distinct, and a nice, beautiful push. When those players are kind of done, I do want to participate and take the other side of that as well. 190s potentially coming in here on Oracle as it starts to break down back below VWAP. So that's, again, distinct difference. Both of them reversions off of the market turn. One of them, I'm like, I really don't want to stay in this one for too much longer. This could very well pan out. But Oracle maybe looking a little bit heavier than some of the rest. What else do we have going on here? What are you guys trading? Let me know.
CCL
in the chat. CCL, okay, we can take a look at that. That was doing a little bit of a shimmy dance in the morning, right? Let's take a look at CCL here. Carnival Corp. I think, wasn't NCLH doing something a couple days ago? Oh, they had, they had earnings today.
Right before the
wow, grind up. That's a bit of a sustained volume push there. So I got to look at the tape for this one, but it looks like there's a buyer on the tape here on CCL. So I'm going to pull that up. Nike's doing absolutely nothing here. Nothing too crazy. What is, oh, that's CLL. Let me pull up CLL. That trades on the NYSE exchange. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on that, see if I can find any sort of a distinct buyer on the tape here. Oracle might just stop me out. That was a nice push, but again, like I said, probabilities change with every single print that kind of comes in here. So sometimes with me, sometimes against me. That's fine. I got my stop in. If it hits, it hits. Doesn't matter. Where's the next trade? Yeah, Carnival Corp. What was the other one? Oh yeah, Nike. Nike. Let's take a look at Nike. So Nike was a chop fest off of the open. I was looking for a continuation off of the open. We talked about this. I was like, all right, I have a couple iterations of potential price action that I do want to transact with. You know what? Maybe if you saw there was a held bid here around 59s, maybe you got long, kind of chop, 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 chop. It's finally starting to work out pretty decently as of right now. Okay, there's some confluence. VWAP, hello. So holding VWAP pretty cleanly as well. Held it off of the open, held it off of, I guess, about 9, 10 o'clock, and now breaking out of the opening range highs as well is Nike. Bit of a reversion. What's going on, Dara?
Just be aware, guys, Trump is on Truth Social this morning, and right now he is posting, as a topic he's actually mentioned quite a few times as of late, about health insurance. Here's UNH, not a huge reaction here. He shared this post about 4 minutes ago, but it's just getting social media traction now, saying, quote, insurance companies are ripping off America. Healthcare money must go directly to the people, all caps. And then he urges Democrats to, quote, get on board, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Now, this is also significant because I have seen more than one report suggesting that this announcement at 1 p.m. today could at least partially involve more healthcare announcements. There's also more credence for this potentially being about healthcare because we actually know that yesterday, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said that we're going to be getting more healthcare pricing deals before the end of 2025. Back to you.
Oh, come on, MS. Obi was just saying that you had a bit of a bounce. Like, MSOS is starting to really go upside. So I saw this, I'm like, well, I know what I want to do. go back over to Tilray. I thought if we got to the highs, there's no way Tilray is not back in VWAP, but it's not. But I'm gonna look for the reload. This one's been trend down. Obviously, you could have had it at the open, but yeah, I was trading Palantir, so it is what it is. But I'm gonna look for the VWAP entry again on Tilray. As long as it wants to respect it, then I'm gonna jump on over. Clean market bounce clean off VWAP. You have NVIDIA bouncing pretty clean off it as well. I was in Intel, that bounced pretty clean. IBIT or Bitcoin, everybody, that's also bouncing kind of at the volume weighted average price, just looking for some confirmation on either side. And then the trend this really cool trend that's happening in Rivian, just did it again. Like it'll wick the bottom, like it'll try to break this channel, but then it'll always end up sort of finding its way back into the channel by the next bar. So there hasn't really been like an open and a close underneath or above this channel, but I'm 100% taking this. I feel like in either direction once it breaks out on Rivian. Sometimes you see a pattern and you're just like, okay, there's a trade-off of that pattern for sure. And shout out to Machiavelli in the chat. Ooh, appreciate you. DJT, 10% to the upside. There's some kind of a fusion like pun that I could make, but I'm not a Dara, and you're a pun master, but I'm sure you could. Well, it's blowing up to the upside. That stinks. But I don't know where the end is going to be here. I don't know if anyone can actually value this business combination that they're making with this fusion company. But I can tell you on the chart that about $18 is the next level of resistance. I mean, you could argue $16.40, but it's here right now. So what's the point? But after that, you're looking at about $18. It's the 200 period moving average. Lots of accumulation there as well on DJT. Like, this is the kind of thing, like if Rivian breaks that channel up, that's the kind of candles I would expect from Rivian in either direction. Well, I'm still waiting for this one to do something. Up 5-6%. I just feel like this one's really going to move off of a channel break for sure. So we'll see. I usually think there's a rug pull coming in DJT when it's doing this. So I'm usually pretty hesitant to want to be in that long. But it's also not giving you any reason to go short, I'll tell you that much. But that's the first parabolic move it's done. I usually say wait till it starts going parabolic before you even consider the short. So now that it is, I'll wait till it gets to 18 or something sets up.
Yeah, this I just looked at this Oracle. I guess I had a prior stop in which never got canceled. So the new stop that I put in never got hit because I already had a stop in there for much higher from the initial short. So that's not so good right now. That's I should have stopped out much earlier here. So kind of manage some mischief on that one there. NVIDIA with a nice strong bounce as well. Again, it makes sense. Market's kind of pulling back in, buyers kind of stepping right back in. So we did take a little bit of a pullback, I guess, from, you know what, I found out there's a bit of a measuring tool here. Right here, does it give me, oh, okay, wow, look at that. That's 3 bars, pullback of about 13 points there. And what is that percentage-wise? 0.05% to pullback there off of that bid on the market. Now, how do I get rid of that? Okay, cool. Oh, nice. That's perfect. I didn't know that we could do that there. Wynn was showing me yesterday. I was like, the measuring tool. Yeah. I've never. Yeah, because I use that all the time on other platforms just to kind of take a look at the measure move and things like that. Okay, I'm just going to get out of here. This is a little too much here. All right, next trade. Oracle, thank you. Should have stopped out $1 earlier, but you know what? Already covered a decent amount, and I was taking much less size below VWAP, but I had my stop at 191/2, didn't really hit. Now we're at 192/2, so I definitely have to punch out of that one there. I think ideally, when you see that happen, you just got to punch out like right away because that shouldn't be in that position in the first place. But sometimes I'm just like a little lazy. I'm just like, all right, let's see what it does for the next minute, and then I'll figure it out. And then I had to pay another $1 for that. So sometimes maybe not the best expenses, but we'll see. Where is the next trade? You guys are talking about Coreweave right here. All right, let's see how that's doing. CRWV. Wow, this thing, again, holding the bid, distinctly different from some of the other names here. Maybe that aggressive bid coming in because of something that I pointed out a little earlier. I talked about a potential higher time frame reversion. And when higher time frame participants come in, I find that maybe they can be a little price ignorant. They don't really care necessarily about price as much, but I don't know. Okay, so cool. This was the trend break I was looking at, multi-day sell-off, consolidation, leg back up. So we've reverted a decent chunk of that, about a 24% pull up from these lows of 63.80 that happened on Wednesday. So currently trading at 77.80s as of right now. Let's see what the sectors are up to with Adara.
Here's our sector board, guys. These sectors are largely positive. Electronic technology looking really good here. NVIDIA, AMD, both up heavily. Micron up really nicely here, up 6% on earnings day 2. But Apple, once again, for the second time in a row during the segment, relatively flat. Then we get to tech services. Microsoft, Google, both doing quite well. Oracle, of course, to the upside. That Tik Tok deal reportedly set to close on January 22nd. Oracle is a part of this. Palantir and AAPL also notably to the upside. Finance sector here, we have quite a bit of strength. Energy minerals looking good. Health technology doing quite well. Gilead actually up 3%. And again, keep an eye on the sector around 1 p.m. because as I mentioned earlier, there are some reports suggesting that Trump's 1 p.m. announcement could at least partially involve healthcare. Producer manufacturing, good luck. Consumer services, other than what we have here with CSA and Starbucks, generally looking pretty good. Weaker sectors are quite apparent here. It's going to be consumer durables, transportation, and retail trade. There is going to be a slight honorable mention here for consumer durables because while a lot of this sector is strong, much of it is also flat, and Nike is down about 8% here in earnings day 1. Certainly going to hurt that sector a bit as well. Again, we do remind you to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. And we're going to send you over to Neil and Obi.
Yes, sir, and thank you very much, as always, Adara. New position for me. Finally did something different. Well, I'm waiting for Rivian to do something a little bit different in this channel. So for the first time, close and open and outside of the channel. So I'm short. If it confirms on the next bar, I think it's an add, and I'll give it to the prior bar high in here. So it's kind of like, it's actually a standard mean reversion trade that I would usually do. Only I'm kind of looking for this one to press through VWAP based on the action that it's been able to do. And the funny thing about it is, you know what, I could actually do this right now. I have Palantir up on a 5-second. But we were talking about time frames earlier. Yes. Yeah. And you can look on a 5-second chart here. Maybe I could go to a higher one, but whoops. Oh, there we go. On a 5-second chart, like you can actually see like some of the whipsaw action on a 5-second. It's even forming a wedge on this time frame. And this can be useful if you have access to something like this. When you're looking at a key price level or you're looking at the open, and we always think about whatever works for you. If it's an indicator or a time frame that's successful, then just keep doing it or hunt for new things. And with that, I want to shout out eSignal in particular because since we've been able to use them, I've added this to my repertoire. Sometimes I will have my 5-second chart up while I am trading a stock at a key price level, just to get an idea. Maybe I might tighten a stop or punch out if I see something distinctly. And with eSignal, by the way, it happens to be still your first month free. Last I checked, free is good. Anytime you can pay nothing, you should probably take advantage of it. It's an easy-to-use platform. I use it every day. Sean uses it every day. Lots of traders here use it every day. You can trade through multiple brokers. You can hook it right up. You got level 1 access. You can look at the actual moving quote. It's reliable. Every market you can imagine, every indicator you can imagine, back testing, forward testing, all available for you. And as I've shown you, multiple time frames can be very, very valid. And the first month is free. So check them out. Try them out. No harm, no foul. Scan the QR code you see right in front of you. That is eSignal for sure. I think it would be valuable to look at almost any symbol. If you're trading it, why not see if that time frame is going to be useful? I now almost exclusively, when an IPO opens up and we're taking that open trade, I will sit here and I'm staring at, I'm not watching any chart. I'm not even looking at my level 2 most of the time. After that, I get the opening print and I'm just watching the 5-second chart. My stop goes in, but I'm taking my exits based on things that I see on the 5-second chart instead of something else. But going back over to the market, Min Rivian, look what just lost the bid. Ugh. The market is definitely green.
Look at that.
The NASDAQ's up 1%. The ES is up 0.7%. Tesla is breaking the low of the day. There it is. False breakout at 490, and it just continues to go lower and lower and lower. Adara?
Sorry, guys. Interesting story here for DJT potentially. Now, this is kind of speculation. That's how it's being worded as well. But Axios reporting that apparently the CEO of TAE, which of course is the company that DJT is merging with, has apparently not ruled out seeking federal funding as TAE or TAE looks to build additional plants. Why is it significant? Because, as imagined by the name here, DJT, President Trump is at the very least associated here with Trump Media and Technology Group. So once again here, Axios reporting that the CEO of the company merging with DJT has not ruled out the possibility of seeking federal funding. Back to you.
Yeah, but is anybody actually surprised by that? Yeah, like what are you getting when you merge with DJ? Like what's the think about this
presidential seal.
But that's it. What
That's
else
what
would
you're
you
getting.
possibly
That's
be
the-
getting with a fusion company merging with DJT?
Boom.
Outside of the connect.
Nuclear.
You know, it's
Yeah, exactly.
like why? Like let's be real. Why did Marlowe join the co-op in The Wire? Because he was the kind of dealer that wanted to play nice with everybody? No, because he wanted the connect. He wanted the good, and that's why he joined.
I mean, look at Elon Musk.
True.
I mean, Doge. I mean, yeah, sure, you did some stuff.
You gotta watch The Wire, man.
But no, I haven't seen that. But you know, maybe Tesla gets some perks because of that, or you know, the businesses around, you know, Mr. Musk get some perks because of that. You know, provide a service.
Don't be rude.
You get maybe you get some kickbacks.
If
You know,
you get
we know a lot about that.
You get one. If you get, let's put it this way: if that company, because think about it, like if you're in, it could be quantum, it could be nuclear, fission. Like when you're in that kind of an environment, it is all about research. It is all about breakthroughs. It is all about capital. That's what you need because you're just trying to float long enough so you can get a breakthrough. So that's what they're looking for, and that's what they look. If they get it, it could go higher. I've already paid for my locates because this is one where the next key level is now within earshot at this point. So if it gets anywhere near the 18, that's where I would look for a fade. I don't think you want to fight it anywhere else. I can't seem to get into Tilray again, though. I can tell you that much. The wheat stocks went up in smoke yesterday, but I'm looking for that continuation trade to the downside. It just hasn't really happened yet. I feel like yet on Tilray. But I am still in Rivian. Rivian broke the channel, consolidating underneath. So you're getting a little bit of an ad. I got 39s, giving it to the prior bar still. So I'm like risking about 20 cents. Got a couple of bids into VWAP, but it's more into the bottom of that support. And then if it loses it, I think you could really fill the gap in a bit more. So let's be real. This stock has been going up for a couple of days, but I see that program trading on a Friday. And when it breaks away, had it broke up, I probably would have gone long, but it broke down, so I go short first. And there was something similar happening. What was the other stock? That same channel. It was another stock that was doing a very similar channel.
CCL.
CCL was the other.
That was the one.
On earnings today. Yep. But the difference is, like CCL is doing that on earnings day. Rivian's doing this without a catalyst, which is a little bit different.
Interesting. Yeah, no, I think again, you gotta find places in the market where distinctly different things are happening, and yeah, there's definitely something to be had in those areas here. I did want to get involved a little bit once again here with the Oracle. But you know, I can't really see too much into the future, but we'll see how far this one can get. Kind of holding that VWAP right now. Market's also turning. I like that confluence. We're getting that fourth red bar in a row now. A bit of a reversion panning out, so continuation. So we haven't hit this low just yet. Either on, or we can call it the reversion low right here, whatever. I don't really have a name for this, but this candle low right here, that's how far we pulled back a little bit earlier. We're headed towards that once again, but if Oracle wants to hold its VWAP here, that's fine. I'm more than willing to be wrong on this one and find the next trade. So Micron kind of pulling back in. It got all the way back up to 266s. Don't forget, I said I just have a trail left on this one. If it does start to do something interesting, I'm more than willing to take some more and get back in aggressively on the trade. You can see here initially, you know, while I'm trying to feel it out, one entry, one out, one entry, one out. When it starts to work, boom, 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 boom. You know, you definitely have to get a little bit aggressive when things are working. What was a quote? There was a good quote that I read recently, and I forget who it's from, but it's like the market's not about being right or wrong. Nobody cares. It's about
Yep.
When you're wrong, how much do you lose? When you're right, how much do you win? That's all that matters.
It's, you know what?
That's all that
it's
matters.
crazy how many traders get that wrong. It's so common where it's like the market doesn't care. It's not about your ego. It feels good to get a bottom. It feels good to make a top, but ultimately every single trade you make, it's how much did you pay for it. If you got a win, how much did you pay for that win? And if you got a loss, was it worth more than that if it worked? And then just do more of that. Like, you'll never see me, I'm not usually jumping around like crazy on a winning trade or losing trade. Where I get frustrated, Obi knows this is true, like, where I will get frustrated is if I did something wrong within my plan. If I flat out screwed up a part of my plan, that's when I'll get upset. And if I follow my plan perfectly, I'm like, okay, great, we followed the plan. And you know what? Sometimes a losing trade, you follow your plan, and you're like, okay, good.
That's fine, yeah.
And I don't lose as much as I could have. I have to have a good example of that. Oh, I know I do. Yeah, buddy. I knew I would. Watch this. BMNR.
Yeah.
You will not see me be mad about that loss. Oh no, I lost on a short of BMNR. Did I want to be short crypto today? Absolutely. Did I stay shorting it after it broke out and no longer was valid? No, I'd be wrecked if I did. But that's sometimes you're just, like yesterday, you're all right if you're short it. The day before that, you're pretty much right almost every single price or any setup that you took. But you've just got to make sure that when you're wrong, it looks awfully boring and you're not fighting around with it. The same thing with Rivian. Like, if it breaks this top, like, there's my channel entry. If it breaks this high you see right here in this wick, a couple cents away from, then I just get out. I'm not moving my targets, not moving my stop. I'm not getting in anywhere other than where the trade sets up. And if it stops out, it stops out, and you move on. But you know what? Green on today. Why? Because you let your winners, like when I take a one and done in Palantir, I let it ride. And it continues to go, but that ain't me. Like, I'm going to take my win, get in and get out every chance that I get. Because the way I see it, and Palantir actually might be setting up again. All right, it's a good thing I went to this chart. There's your VWAP pullback, and then there's a bit of a trend down. So this is actually setting up for a bit of a trend break back into the upside. We do have money talks with Adara, and we should be paying attention to the US dollar today. Why? Because the Bank of Japan raised their interest rate last night. The USD is going to move on that.
Yes, indeed. The Bank of Japan did raise their interest rates. We're at 0.75% right now for Japan. And we know, actually, this is especially in watch with crypto, the idea that if we did have a decrease in the yen, crypto could go up. Crypto, in fact, did have a decent performance earlier today. Let's actually take a look at the JPY versus the USD. Now, as you can see here on the daily, a little bit of a drop here. We'll go back to the DXY, though, because I do want to take a look here and talk about that economic data that we had. So DXY here actually was on watch this morning as we had the University of Michigan consumer sentiment print, that coming in a little bit lower than expected. But we also did have kind of a mixed look here when it comes to these inflation expectations. Again, this is I believe the final print for December. We had the preliminary print for December earlier. And last time, the preliminary print, we actually had slightly lower than expected 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations. Now this time, 5-year inflation expectation exactly in line. The 1-year inflation expectation a little bit higher than we're expecting. So even though we did have a bit lower consumer sentiment than expected and a slightly higher 1-year inflation expectation print than we were expecting, the market did not seem to care. It actually continued to push higher, which is an interesting look and not always the reaction that we see. Let's talk here about the CME Fed Watch tool, because we are still seeing dwindling chances as of right now. And again, we have over a month, but as of right now, dwindling chances here of that rate cut going forward here for January of 2026. Right now, just 20% of participants expecting a cut, 80% expecting rates to be held. And it's worth noting as well, Fed's Goolsbee yesterday saying that, hey, look, guys, I don't think we need to front run or rush these rate cuts. And it's interesting because Fed's Goolsbee also said in some comments yesterday that he doesn't think there should be too much, quote, management intrigue as we get a new Fed chair. We have an update here in this Fed chair race. I was seeing a report from CNBC this morning suggesting Fed's Bowman is out of the running. Fed's Waller apparently aced his interview, so he is still in the running. And Rick Reeder having his interview next week. So I'll probably have an updated infographic with more details on all of these individuals. Keep an eye on X at TTV Research for more info. Make sure to like and subscribe. It's back to Obi and Neil.
Yeah, just as Adara said, like, Waller is creeping on that list. Hassett's still a lead. Warsh just lost a lot of ground on Kalshi. At one point, you were looking like almost like, I think close. I think it's 40-40 on the top two, but now Waller's actually getting some traction. So it's all over the place. Like, I think if you're looking at like Polymarket or Kalshi, like this is moving a ton on who's going to be the next Fed chair. And traders absolutely love that action. DJT continues to go higher. So the market hasn't really made a fresh high in a while, but we keep talking about how Tesla's red, but not this. DJT continues to be green. I can't make sense of this one, but like it's like that visualizer, it's hilarious to me because on any normal day, on our stock visualizer, it should say Tesla and DJT and Palantir. Instead, there is that ridiculous stock mask, which now every single time we pop this up here, I have to warn everybody that that is just people in our chat this morning essentially having a piss with us and kind of trolling us. Mask is not moving, and the penny stock doing absolutely nothing, but everything else on that board is, I think pretty reasonable. Like, this is the kind of stuff that you want to be trading today. See, even the back end, you got CCL in the end there with their earnings. They're up almost 10%, so that's definitely in play. Lunar, which we haven't, Intuitive Machines, which I know what Dara has talked about, we haven't really talked about. That's up 29% and continually going. Everything on that list is worth watching for sure, with literally the exception of the thing that's at the top. I don't know why Beyond Meat is running, but I guess it doesn't necessarily need a reason to go. Beyond Meat is on the move, everybody. Typically not the best in terms of follow through. I think everybody can see that. So I know what I'm doing. If I like reversions today, then I like this one. There's no question about it. Well, look at Beyond Meat's daily chart.
Oh, yeah.
What would you do when the stock?
I mean, that just looks like a beautiful swing short.
Oh, yeah, but
is that a daily?
That's a daily chart.
That's a daily.
But you need a really big move to get a swing. Palantir doesn't. It's trying. Like, it's trying to break
from
this down
from the wick from that huge day.
That's a while back.
Yeah.
You're not getting that.
Yeah. That's why I was like, is that a daily? Is that like a 15-minute? That that was a.
The hedgies get that kind of a short, and then they just keep leaning into it.
You gotta have somebody who gives you good borrow rates, overnight borrows, right? And then you got to have a little bit of a pocket to maintain some risk if we do some crazy moves as well. So I think, but regardless, the swing short game is definitely not to be frowned upon.
The hedgies can always short more when it goes parabolic. And oftentimes, a retail trader,
think about it.
You might not add that option. It's pretty dangerous. It's like if you wanted to fade DJT, you're like, oh, DJT's nonsense. Yeah. This isn't gonna follow through. Like, if I'm day trading it, I'm just looking for it to make one move and literally like try like a little scalp trade that hopefully follows through. Like, get in, hopefully it breaks VWAP, follows through back to the low, like Intel earlier. That's all I'd be looking for in DJT now that it's going parabolic. But if you want to just be like, DJT's coming down, I'm just going to short it because it's going down. Well, maybe you were short here like, ha, 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 look at me. And then you add here, look at me. Well, look at you now. Because you're probably a little bit hurt. And hopefully you wore the brown pants today if you've been shorting this the entire way. I am waiting for a setup at 18 because I believe patience is a virtue. But Palantir certainly looks, I keep coming back to this because it feels like it wants to. It's saved this time, Neil. It feels like it's going to now hold VWAP, break trend, which gives me a second entry into Palantir here. The annoying thing is, I don't have the lunch menu, but it's the worst part about it is, like, if you guys remember, Sean accidentally, like yesterday, he accidentally read the wrong day. He read Friday yesterday.
Okay.
But I don't remember what he said, I'm not gonna lie. Because we actually had meatballs yesterday. Brendan doesn't even have it, but I don't remember what it was. I would do the what's for lunch. Adara, you have a perfect memory. Sean said this yesterday at this time. He accidentally read today's lunch. Do you remember what he said?
Not perfect. I believe it was satay. I'm gonna check right now because I actually do have the menu, but I do believe it was from an Asian country because we know we have the themes. It was definitely, I believe, from an Asian country. I'm gonna look right now to see what this actually was. But yeah, coming out here as, I'll have to go down to the lunch, chicken satay.
Okay.
There it is. Okay.
Which is, I guess, I don't recall us ever having that one before. So it'll be hopefully something new. I don't think we've had that before. Sounds okay. It's not tilapia, I'll take that.
All right, guys. So for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows for traders to focus on what truly matters. That's discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. No fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first eval. All right, guys. So the market is holding a little bit of a pullback. So I did get a little aggressive here on the pull into 193s on Oracle. We pulled back into 192s. I was like, all right, well, do we kind of step back in? The market is kind of fading as well. You can see it held 192, came right back up to 2/2. So I'm just like, all right, cool. If that's not going to do that right away and it's going to hold that trend right above VWAP, then maybe we have some more space to push through 193, even though it's giving us like 50 to 60 penny chops in that range, in that tight range that it's doing. Again, more than willing to re-engage when it looks a little bit better here on Oracle. Seems like Micron is one of the better reversions in that I've taken, I guess, on the day today, because 266s I did not reload because I wasn't really watching it, but it's coming right back in, back to VWAP 262.35s as of right now on Micron. So day 2 earnings, we got through those all-time highs. We blasted through those all-time highs. Not only did we do that, pre-market highs, if you were looking at those, and if you entered on some of those looking for that day 2 push, you were definitely right on that. And that gave you over $10 of a move there. So let's just, in terms of percentage-wise, let's take a look at the pre-market high here and measure how far up that was. Just a quick measurement. Gave you about roughly 6.68, $16.80 roughly. Okay, no, I did not measure from the correct distance here. Let me just be more specific. So that gave you about, I guess, $13, $14, about a 5.5% run up from pre-market. If you took the pre-market high break, that gave you 5% on the day on Micron. Absolutely beautiful. Now we're getting a little bit of the backside. We get that pullback in, and that's been pretty nice as well. The leg to the downside, I guess, more closer to about a 2% roughly, 2% pullback, 2.5% pullback on Micron. So that's probably my best one of the day. Let me know in the chat, what have you guys been trading?
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock.
Right. You know, time flies when you're having fun.
It is, and we'll be back at 2, but we get to have some Thai food before then, so we'll enjoy that. You guys enjoy Joey Options, Sharif the Professor. I'm gonna guess maybe he's looking at DJT today. And when I say maybe, I literally just look at the screen, and that's the chart that he has up. So all your small cap action, all your options action, and market action. Boom. I know Joey Options has to be looking at some crypto with some of the moves they've had earlier. But we'll be back at 2 o'clock, everybody. We got the midday right now, and I'm going to enjoy that Thai food, that's for sure.
Take it easy, guys.
Right,
we had that on before.
Oh, no. Big right. Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people.
Oh
Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And which early bird do we have in the chat? Because, well, we know YouTube likes to take their sweet time. We got Nygaard. We got Wow Millennia. We got Shutta Paul Newman, Machiavelli. We got Gorehev, the OG and nerd affiliate, Darth Trader, 420 Bud Monster. It's been a minute, my man. Mark Susi. We got Tamimi. Who else? HP Motorcars and Joey Gets Distracted. I like that one, Mr. Janky Socks. We got Jacques. We got Doug. Luez Fu. He says Sharif. Rev Boost. Johnny Fishbone. We got Super No. Yes. Glaze 74 and Jason 3TS. Shout out to Alan 5224. Dosa. Blue Arrow. Dollar Bill. Buffalo Soldier, Jeremy Foss. We got Sammy Sunder. We got Lizzie, 777s. I like that one. Wow, who else, man? We got Andrew Chow. We got OK Kerr. The Dereal Dangerous and G's Mikey. Aura Alpha joining us as well as Ryan McCrombie, Front Porch Trader. Guju Trader. Guju Banton. I remember, do you remember Guju Banton?
I know Buju Banton.
Yeah, it was a joke.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah.
James Cook, Trader 06. Good morning, Joey.
What's up, everyone? I hope everyone's having a pretty good morning. Let's get right into this and see what we were trading here on the day. Definitely a tougher one for me, not performing the best, but that's all right. We'll figure it out. We got plenty of risk left out on the day, and we're just going to be patient sitting on our hands. So I was short initially, Bitcoin looking to fill this gap. We get this move, so we get a break-even stop out there, some indecision prints at the lows, and I'm like, oh, this is going to flip to a long. I do flip long right here, give it a tight stop, wicks me out, and then off to the races. I look for the continuation up here. I'm like, all right, it is what it is. It passed me. Let's see if we're going to actually be strong today. Let's get involved on this ABCD pattern and see if we can get a break through this previous high at 50.20. No, it comes back against me, and I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work. So didn't go too well on IBIT. As for the TQs, we were fortunate enough to get a short and a long, so let's see if we can get this to pull up here. So we were short right off of the top, boom, boom, boom. We hit targets and we take all of it out. This was a mistake on my behalf, so that's a nothing trade. And then I get a nice little pop to the top side here on the TQQs, so that worked. We're pretty much at shooting 100% right there on the TQs, not so much on IBIT. But once again, Tesla just being the raining on the parade, guys. 1, 2, 3 stop outs, and I'm like, all right, this grinding, selling, and you're not getting no pops for this minute, or whenever I was trading, and I'm like, let's just avoid it. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes off of Tesla and looking for other opportunities and signals of strength. Tesla just doesn't have it. If we go over to the daily on this name, I'm like, yeah, this kind of makes sense. We're just trading within a range, and then sure enough, let's head over to the daily and we can see what we got going on. It's like, okay, yeah, we open up here, but then we just immediately come right back down. So this is a range that I believe that we're going to be trading in until we have the ability to sit on the top end of it and then break out. So that's what I got going on. Tesla being the bearer of bad news for me today anyways. Boom. But this is the names that we got. SLV trading higher to almost $61. Oracle performing relatively well. Nike we got our eyes on. MU always been trading Oracle and MU. This is Tesla and this is IBIT. So a little bit rougher of a start, but we got plenty of risk and plenty of time left, guys.
All right, I'm getting in DJT here. We're going to give it to prior bar low. It just dilly-dallied with 17. Let's see if we can get a nice price spike up. Look, the reason I'm getting in here, despite my lack of wanting to get in at the highs, is because we're super close to prior bar low. So if we take out prior bar low, my next look is going to be the 1650 area. 1650 is the 10 EMA on the 5. I've got 88s, it's showing me 85. We are out of the money. Just to give you an idea, prior bar low takes us down to 73. So 1673, we'll just put 1669 as the out there. You guys know my affinity for that number. How many shares do we have over here, Joey Options? Give me a sec. There we go. Now we're good to go on that. All right. So we're going to give this to prior bar low. Again, I don't mind getting stopped out because we're super close to my stop level, and then we'll be looking for 1650s. Again, 1650 is that 10 EMA on the 5, and it looks like I will get stopped out very quickly here as the selling comes in very aggressively, which I'm absolutely fine with. Let's go ahead now and set up at the 50 penny level, and true to form, I'm going to front run it, obviously. So we're going to look to get maybe in the low 60s. Let's go and put that there and then see what we get. But I'm also keeping my eye on NBY. This is an Amex stock. It's also a little bit light on volume, having only done 486,000 shares. Not that many shares quite yet, but it's got a couple of good bull flag patterns to start the day there. All right, let's see what this one's doing. Coming back into 60. I just want to make sure that I do get the fill here because I do want to pick up some on DJT. Here's what I'm going to do. In fact, I'm going to get in some here in case it just bounces up without me. And so this will be a small amount, and then we'll look to get the full amount at around the $0.50. So here's what I'm keeping my eye on. Who remembers MDLN? Remember this one from a few days ago? What a great trade this was, and it is back, baby, and it's looking quite good. A lot of respect for the 10 EMA on the 5 on MDLN, looking to kind of take out that $45 area. It's a 43.88 high. Awfully respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. We're going to have to keep an eye out on that, but this is exactly why I got into DJT, because it popped off almost 15 pennies after my entry, but I don't have a full position here, full disclosure, so we'll have to be getting in some more. But MDLN, $43 possible dip buy. I would say there's a buy zone between 42.5 to 43, just because the breakout level comes into about 42 2/3, 42 3/4. The 10 EMA a little bit higher at the whole dollar, 43. So MDLN certainly in focus for me. I'll definitely be looking to get in some at around the whole dollar there, 43, if I'm able to. LUNR, Lunar, looking real good as well. A couple of bull flags formed here already intraday. 9:30, the initial bull flag pop. We have a top there at 13.37. Bull flag continuation into 14.28. And now we're putting in the second consolidation component of the flag. So be on the lookout there. All right, I got filled here on Donald John. Now we got a full position. Let's see what this one wants to do. The 10 EMA is a little bit south of the half dollar. It's about 43s. So we're going to have to let this one go a little bit before we do get that big pop up. Or not pop up, but to take out some profits. But look, let's go ahead and set up some profit takers to the high side in case this one does get off, and we get a nice little move up. So we got that many, so let's go ahead and put some here. Just give me a second, guys, to load up my orders into the high 70s, low 80s. Let's see what this one has to offer. All right, while that one's doing its thing, let's keep looking here at the black charts and see what else I got on. CRWG. Awfully strong off the pop, 930 pop there, all the way up to 367, holding trend on the 10 EMA. As I mentioned, LUNR as well. DFLI, couple of topping tail candles through 4, but this one was all sorts of weak yesterday, coming from 5 all the way down to 351. It's mean reverting a little bit today, so we'll see if we can catch that. And then last but not least, Joey, SIDU coming from south of $1, clearing the dollar pretty clean here. It did have some bamboozlement initially with this topping tail candle, but it didn't even drop that much. So SIDU, SIDU, looking real good over here off the 10 EMA on the 5. I'll be looking to work into that bad boy as well. So SIDU, we're going to be looking at that one, Joey.
Right on, yo, yeah, I love hearing that, Ryan. Yeah, I was just telling Gorev in the chat, we were hot for a bit. I was on like a 7-day green streak, and then yesterday that came to a halt, and today, not off to the best start, but that's all right, man. Like I mentioned, we got plenty of time, and you know what? Winners, you just got to keep that head up, that chin up, and keep looking for those.
Why, Fabian? Why?
What happened?
He's giving you that wah, 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 but you can't hear it that well.
Oh, yeah, I can't hear it. Yeah, hey, man, it is what it is. That don't faze me, brother. It's always the ones that you don't take that turned out to be the best. Nice trade right off of that one there, Gore. If I was long off of this, I'm like, ooh, okay, we get that flush. And then it was immediately met by selling. I'm like, what the hell? But other than that, guys, look at this nice print. Not as much buying pressure as I would like, but pooh, right up to the top. Believe in the ball and throw yourself. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I like that one there, Machiavelli. Good stuff. You have to. If no one else is going to, then you got to do that yourself. Nike potentially setting up here as well, guys. So I got my eyes on a lot of names. I took Tesla off of my chart. We struck out at the plate on that one. That's totally fine. Some indecision prints at the lows here on NKE. So that's not looking too bad. As long as we don't fill the majority of this, maybe we take a small long on it, go half risk, and see if we can get a dance party going on with this one. A lot of party, a lot of dancing in my mind, as you guys can tell as of late. I've been saying, let's go. But the TQ's right back to a pivot high. Boom, that's a nice momentum play. I'm not in it. My bad. I'm not in it. But hey, for whoever is, we'll give them a round of applause. And that's what I'm gonna be giving this as whoever hits the canvas tonight. I'm gonna be like, yes, let's go. All right, Nike's starting to go without us, guys. Let's get involved in this one. Let's see if we can get a little share. Ooh, oh no. Why does it always this? Oh yeah, it's over now. Okay, be calm, be cool. Be collected and get your wits together there, Joey, and you'll be able to figure it out. All right, we finally got this up on our chart. I like this risk profile a lot here, guys. It may or may not work. We have been selling aggressively for the past couple of minutes, but let's get in some small size here. Half risk, I just mentioned that. We'll see if we can catch some 20s or 25s. I'm okay with that because it's going to be at the low of the day. So we're posted up now. Bang, we caught that fill on NKE. We're looking for a little bit of a pop here, guys. If it breaks the lower end of this wick, you know what we're doing. We're getting out of the trade, brother, because that is going to be our out, and it's really important to stick to our stops. Now, for those who may not know where I'm be looking to get out, I'm going to display it for you right now. All right, so let's pull it up
Joey,
here.
show 'em.
I'm gonna show him real quick. I got AJ third round knockout, hopefully here, and this is what we're looking for. Okay, guys, so there it is, 59.10. We give this one a little bit, 14 cents. We're cool with that.
All right, we're doing it freaking live right now, man. We took 30 pennies at the highest, of course, on my friend Donald John. We're in at 55. I wet the beak there at, 83, so not quite 30 pennies, but good enough. And we went full size. In fact, had many DCAs into this. We're still holding some over here, so good luck right now on DJT as we start the day nice and positive. And that gives us that nice cushion off which to work. It's nice to start off that way. Then you can get a bit more aggressive and feel like, you can take a couple of shots where they are warranted. Get it, Joey? Pardon me. Okay, give me a second over here. I just have to check some stuff. Oh, nice. Look, okay. So DJT is, we already spoke about that. Let's talk about NBY. I wanted to take this one. I didn't trust it because it's an MX stock. I have this, habitual suspicion of anything trading on the MX. Maybe it's irrational. I don't really care. It's what I've seen. I've seen too much.
I feel that way about 90 stocks sometimes.
Yeah, MX stocks are bogus. But in any way, NBY's got 3 bull flags. So initial bull flag, 9:30, consolidate. 10:15, consolidate. 11:10, boom. We haven't consolidated quite yet, but we are knocking on the door of that $4. That will be an area of psychological resistance. Be careful with that. Sidhu. I feel like Sidhu is like, oh, he's got his headphones. I feel like Sidhu is like a name. I don't know. I could be wrong. In the Indian
anything
culture.
Could be a name these days, brother.
Eh?
I said anything could be a name.
No, but this is like a legitimate name.
Okay.
The chat will fact check me for sure, but SIDU, looking at that, look at the breakout on Sidhu right now. Beautiful look into 1109. It seems to be going. So is CRWG. CRWG, of course, is Coreweave. It's an ETF, but the pickings are slim today in the world of small cap gappers. So we're gonna keep this on just in case. So CRWG continue to go, but MDLN. This is the IPO that I liked from a few days ago. It's come into the 10 EMA and now it's inviting me in. But I do know that this one is probably a little bit of a bamboozler, MDLN, so I don't want to be too aggressive with where I place my stop. It just found support at the 10 EMA on the 5 as well as the whole dollar. I'm talking about 43. So here's what we're going to do. We're punching. And we got 26s, which displeases me, but that's okay. And I don't want to give it just to 43. I think that's foolish. So I'm going to have to give it to a little bit lower. Now, I mentioned that the breakout level to me was 42.75. And the reason I say that is I base it on this area crest right here. So if that is the case, then it probably behooves me to get in some at the technical level. I'm talking about the 10 EMA, and then to give myself an opportunity to get a dollar cost average into that 42.75. So that's what I did. I punched in there at the $0.25. Let's go ahead now and wait at the whole dollar. And I'm also going to wait at the $0.75. But true to form, I'm going to front run it, right? So that's what we're doing. We're doing it live. Okay. And we've got, it's showing me 30s right now, but we've got 26s. Did I put any profit takers? The answer is yes, Joey. I did throw a profit taker. They're at 40s. Now it's showing me 37. But in case this one gets real, aggressive, we want to put another one. And then we're going to put another one as well. Okay? We're going to set up at 59. Let's see what we get over here. How's my friend Donald doing? That's really important. Well, Donald's back up to 80, Joey. And this current candle has a higher low. It has a higher high. And you want to know what the high of the day is?
What is it?
It's 17.09.
Oh,
all right? So we're about 20 pennies away from the high of the day.
Not 10.17.
Where'd you get that number?
Well, Brick Squad, man. You don't know. Come on, Gucci Mane.
All right, man.
Brick
All right,
Squad.
up into 82 we go. So we're doing it live. Show them what you're looking at, Joey.
All right, man. Let's go. Thank you. And NKE, Nike, check that box.
Check it.
Check it, baby. Thanks to Dara. I know Dara like that one. So no, not too bad, man. Nice entry on NKE. Thanks, brother. That whoosh down, I'm like, you're not gonna catch the boy this time. These nicey jokers, them. No, guys, in all seriousness, a nice little pop there in NKE, just giving us a little bit more breathing room. So I'll break it down to you. So essentially what will happen with me is that my first entries throughout the intraday session are gonna be going at full risk. Right? And if I happen to go 0 for 3, which I did, my risk now gets it cut in half. Why? Because that's going to give me more entries. So I'll be using the majority of my risk in my first couple just due to accuracy, right? Oh, I should have took a little bit more off there. All right, so there it is. But then after that, once I cut it in half, that's kind of where I get to the point, and then at a specific threshold, then I give myself the ability to go back to full risk, all right? So again, I'm only half risk right here, X amount of shares, not full size, but we do get a quarter pop right up into 50s, roughly 59.50 on NKE, just giving us more breathing room, and that's all I need is a chip and a chair, and we chip away and see if we can get some things. It's really important to note, guys, we have our stop place for you. We mentioned it. 59.10s is when we were going to get out. It's approximately 14 cents, a little more than what I typically like to give, but that's not too bad. We take the pop, we hit profit targets, and then we're holding on for a little bit of a runner, only 20% of what we got left there, Sharif.
All right, that sounds like a plan, Joseph Options. MDLN is very spready, so be careful, okay, guys? It is right now, I think, almost a 30 penny spread. So be on the lookout there. We've gotten 2 of the 3 fills, so we're going to keep an eye out on that. But as Bhavin brought to my attention, that NBY on the Amex is really going. It is at the high of the day as we speak, 416, not 316, but 416, up into the high. Look, consolidation area low is going to be 380-ish. I could be persuaded to pick something up at 4 if it comes back into 4, but I'm definitely not punching in at the highs, Bhavin. Let me know what your plan is, brother, what you're looking at here, and how you're planning on getting in, where your profit takers are, etc. Let me know, Bhavin, because this one is a little bit too elevated. There goes Donald John Trump. Into the 90s, we got 55s. I just went the beak at 92. The first year the Blue Jays won the World Series. Sorry, Neil. Now we're going to post up at 98 for that $17 rejection. Initially, of course, it was cleared, $17.09, but I'll submit to you guys that $17 still, at an undecidedly clear level of resistance, because it's, 09s is really not going to cut it. So there we go. Right up into 91 again we go. Good look. How we doing here on MDLN? Well, we're at 43, so we're 15 pennies out of the money. I'm looking for this one to hold the area of where I perceive the breakout to be at the $0.0025. We still have not gotten that print yet. BYND says Bhavin, and yes, I know a Sidhu. Or sorry, Yannick says that. Some dude in the chat was like, yeah, that's because you're from Canada. I was gonna block him. But I'm like, nah, maybe I won't.
What do you say about?
He's like, you think that's you're like, that's a common name because you live in Canada. He's trying to hint at something.
Oh,
you get my drift.
Yeah,
okay?
I get what you
Yeah, I was gonna let him go, but I'm like, meh.
Did you let him go, or
no,
he's locked up?
I let him live a little bit, Joey.
You're gonna let him live.
I'm gonna let him live.
All right, he's feeling kind today.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Should I?
Or he's kind of.
Should I? I could go back and find it.
We can flip a coin. You want it? Hey, no country for old men.
No country.
You've never had so much value in one coin.
Block him, says Andrew.
Block him. Hey, man, we can always put it up to a coin flip.
You know what, Joey? We're gonna let him live right now. We're gonna let him live because it's a lot of work to go and find his name.
Oh, I'll find him real quick.
This guy, he wants blood today. This guy.
I'll flip the coin,
love
man. I will flip the coin, and your fate lies in that coin. Have you ever seen that movie, No Country for Old Men?
I've heard of it. I've never seen it, though.
So good.
So good.
It's
so good. My bad. So we're DJT having trouble with 17, guys, but the current pattern remains the same. We are putting in higher highs and higher lows after that big red candle that manifested on the 5-minute chart at 11.05, but we are topping out. It feels like we may not make it back to 17, so I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. What else we got over here, Joey? We're still doing nothing, dilly-dallying here. Well, actually 5 pennies in the money now on MDLN, but that ain't the move, man. I'm looking for a nice move up and a retest of the high of the day at 43.88. Ideally, we work up to 4. MDLN has been a good one as of late, but we never really know. Jacques, Joe, let them see how much fun we have when we are together. Oh. Shout out to my man.
Is that a song or?
Yeah,
or
yeah.
Oh, okay.
LAZR. I like this one, Yannick, but you know I don't really like these penny stocks, and this one is 46 pennies. I get it. I'll keep my eye on this one, Yannick, but I'm not really inclined to want to trade it at the moment. I've got my plate full with MDLN as well as DJT. And Bovin, you tag me, brother. Let me know what your plan is on NBY, because we have a topping tail candle in the 419. I want to know what you think about this one. But Donald John is coming back down. The deal is Donald John loses 650, 5 pennies below my entry, and it's all over, Joey. We're going to get out of this one. So we're throwing in the stop now. We don't have too many in the way of shares, but there goes MDL frickin' N into the high. We got shares on this one. Let's go take some prints. We're about 15 pennies in the money now. Give me my money, man. There we go. Up into this we go. We made money a few days ago on MDLN on the IPO. Hopefully we'll make some more money today. A clean hold of 43. Let's see if this one wants to test the high of the day, Joey.
Absolutely good stuff there. All right, Rivian, $22. Let's go. Let's take a look at it. APLD was really nice as well today, guys. Applied Digital, RIVN. Let's take a look at this and see what we got going on. Yeah, nice solid run for Rivian and company. Boom, going just a nice channel to the top side there, guys. Upside. This is what I was looking at here on APLD as I was just running through the scanners, trying to just scratch the old trading itch, you know, finding some quality setups. And there it is. Look at this print. Boom. But unfortunately, we didn't get the ability to take advantage of it. I seen it way too late. That's okay. It was way over here. I'm like, oh, that would have been a really nice trade. But that's right. There's going to be plenty more of them. And they typically happen a bit later in the session. So we'll be patient and wait for some key things to come in. Now, as for Oracle, Obi had that short earlier in the day. Nike starting to come back in. So that's why we get out break even. But this trade gives us significantly more breathing room. We hit that to 14 cents, a little bit of a 1.5 to 1. So we couldn't hold it all the way to target. That's totally fine. We take that profit as it's coming right back into our break even. If we see any forms of indecision prints, then let's look to see if we can get involved once again. If it works twice, I'm going to take a second stab, because shooters got to shoot at the end of the day and traders got to trade, as Sean would like to say. Crazy. As for Bitcoin, it's really unfortunate what's going on here right now, guys. I was like, oh, okay, we were looking at this name. You get this strong movement just about a half an hour or so after the open, and then boom, it puts in this inverted hammer candle at a high with substantial volume, the largest volume print of the day. Where am I looking? It's over here, or am I over here? I'm not sure. But anyway,
how about the screen?
Me look at the screen?
No, like your screen. You're talking about a chart, right?
Yeah, well, no, camera-wise I was talking about. Yeah, because I was seeing over here, over there, right? No, this was a nice inverted hammer candle, guys, and you can see it went to those pre-market lows. But what I was thinking from my trading plan today was that we have this base being formed right here around 49.90s, that we were going to fill a little bit of this gap. That hasn't been the case so far, but if we do happen to breach it one more time, maybe we'll take an additional short here on Bitcoin.
Joey.
Yes, sir.
We're 80 pennies in the money here on MDLN, man. I mean, it's really going. We're long at 43.03. It's showing me 88s, Joey. It's moving up. It's moving up aggressively. It's a clean hold. It's a new high of the frickin' day on MDLN. It's day 3 on this IPO. And guess what? It's all gas, no brakes. We're about to hit the dollar club in a minute over here. And we're going to be up lofty. We're going to go lofty. We want 44.25s. You guys know my affinity for that number 25. But of course, first, we've got to get above the whole dollar at 44. MDLN is him. Okay, let's see if this one wants to take out 44. We're in the clear right now. We've got, you know, almost $1 away from my entry. So it pleases me. It pleases me greatly. And you know what else is pleasing me right now? NB frickin' Y. Shout out to my boy Bovin for giving me this idea. He's like, look, Sharif, I'm going to get long 4, but I don't mind DCing in at 385. And that makes absolute sense, because look at that area of consolidation on NBY from 10:30 to the breakout at 11:10. That area of consolidation, the top end of which is 385. So, Bovin, your point is very, very well taken. Shout out to you, my man. We're in right now. We're printing on this one, and we're going to do a little bit more to the high side. But guess what, Joey?
What's that?
We're going to give this one the prior bar low. This one wants to hold the candle at 1120. The low of that will stay in. If it doesn't, we get out. And then we'll get back in at that 385 area. How's Donald doing? Well, Donald's he's taking a break right now. We're still 20 pennies in the money on this one, but we're going to let this one go. SP Williams, my man, he's dropping 5 big ones in the chat. Shout out to Sharif. Give me my money, man. It's from a movie, man. But you guys know, we exaggerate
what
for
movie
effects
is it
around
from?
here. I don't even know. Dude.
Oh, okay.
Asking me about Hollywood stuff. Ben Affleck, Sharif. What? Chigurah? Call it? I don't know what that means. Joey, help me out. What does
I don't
this
know
mean?
what. I don't know what.
You saw that? Chigurah?
No.
Chigurah.
I don't even know what Ben Affleck is, man.
Ben Affleck, tag me again, brother, and do some better movies. Brian Vickers, you're pretty good. I appreciate you, brother. That's nice of you to say, man. It's some of the nice comments I've gotten because sometimes we get some vitriol in the chat, Joey. Stopped out NBY, very, very small loss, obviously. We're going to set up now at 385, Bovin. Let's go ahead and set up. I'm going to set up at 88, of course. So we're going to get in there. Look, if this is it's an ugly setup right now, quite frankly, on NBY. Let me show you what I'm looking at over here. This is not what you want to see. So this candle doesn't make a new high, to be fair, but it's a topping tail candle with a new low. So there's definitely aggressive selling on NBY. I'm going to wait at 85, holds 85. We can have a discussion. If it doesn't, I mean, we probably stop talking at that point. But
okay.
NBY looks good over here. No country for old. I
didn't know what he said. I didn't know what he said.
Thank you, Ben Affleck. I do appreciate that. And that makes sense now with your name, of course, you know. All right, I don't know what NBY is doing here, man. It just put in a candle of indecision through 4. I don't know how to trade this one. Guys, I got to tell you, NBY is bamboozling me a little bit. What we can do is give it the prior bar low, which is 396, but I already did that and I got stopped out. So is that really the move? We're getting back in, Joseph. Let's see what we got. What do you got, my man?
All right, man. Irons on SPY? Who? Let's take a look. Irons. I know what he's talking about.
Iran?
Nope. An iron condor on the SPY.
Gotcha. That's
yes,
options talk right there.
sir. It's bull flagging right now, so I don't know if that's the best idea. I think the longer time frame is more of an ideal move, to be honest with you. So what I'm talking about, man. We've just been trading. We were talking about this for quite some time. We've been trading. This is what I call top chop. Boom. See, you can have this previous high set up. You can go a little bit higher than that, go longer time frame, and then just set yourself within a solid range just in case there's any form of aggressive selling. I think you should be okay with something along those lines. How much you're going to collect, I'm not sure. If the VIX is up, you'll get a little bit more, but yeah, that's something that I would look to form on the old Condor. Shout out to the Condor. Wow, APLD still going. A big time rebound, guys, and we have NKE holding up some key levels, so we're going to be patient and wait for some more price action prints to be formed. If we do crack this support level, then I think we will breach that 59.10. The tape is relatively weak. You know, OB and crew are always looking at this. Let's get some quote highlights on there. That's not enough. All right, let's pull this up here and see what we got going on. All right, that's a little bit better. And you can see we just keep bouncing off of 59.20, 59.20. But if you start to zoom in aggressively,
zoom in.
You can see consistent downtrends. I heard Adara, but I may not be plugged in. So if you gave...
I never got the message.
Okay, I never got the message. I heard. Okay, so whenever we're ready, please feel free to let me know. So yeah, I'm all right. We're heading over to Adara. We'll get back. We're going to take a look at Nike and see what we got going on, guys.
Still have a little bit of a base here on crypto with that low from yesterday, 84,000, a little bit of a bouncing point. Now, there are a couple things to mention. Did mention this earlier, but a lot of people are attributing the strength in Bitcoin to weakness in the Japanese yen. Why? Because we did get that expected rate cut there in Japan. Rate hike in Japan. Again, they hiked to 0.75%. Their interest rates, I just want to mention that once again here. We did get a rate hike in Japan. That's being attributed here to at least some of this strength in BTC. The other thing I want to mention is Bloomberg reporting that apparently there's going to be some options expiring on Deribit next week. So apparently 23 billion more or less in contracts are set to expire next Friday here in options. So keep an eye here on that. Again, that's going to be next week. And again, dare a bit, apparently that 23 billion is going to be more than half of all of the open interest there. So that's going to be an interesting look. Keep an eye on crypto heading into next Friday as we send you back to Joe and Sharif.
O's and BY. I know you guys like that in the chat. We're back in, we're taking prints, and there it goes, Joey, into the high of the day again.
Where's it going?
NB I don't know where it's going, Joey.
Where's it going?
I like when you get all pumped up like that. There it goes. We're taking it. We're doing it live right now. We got 08s on. We just wet the beak there at 25. Let's see where this bad boy wants to go, but we're going to let it go. In fact, we're going to add. So
you're adding?
I'm going to add it to this.
Adding?
Absolutely.
We need an add button. We don't got one of those.
There it goes again. More higher day moves.
We got 10
no.
cents, yeah.
All right, here's what we're going to do, Joey. We're going to wait at $0.33 of a dollar. And we're going to see what it does around there. What I want to base my trades on are that $4 level, okay? If it doesn't make it down into 4, we're going to be looking for prior bar low. Simple as that. It comes back down into my entry, which is at 08. I stop out. I only have 1 or 2 profit takers left on this one. We're going to let this one go into $0.33 of a dollar, and then we'll see what the situation is. But NBY taking out highs. How's Donald doing? Well, Donald's become very consolidative right now. But to be quite fair, he's putting in lower lows and lower highs. Come on, Donald. Let's go. You're the president. Since that doji candle that manifested at 1120, it's been lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, but they are candles of indecision. Each of those red 3 candles that I just spoke about are doji candles. So here comes into the 10 EMA, but it does feel like we're doing a bit of a rounding pattern at the top. So I want to see what this one does. If it comes into the 10 EMA, finds a hold, and then gives me the first 5-minute candle to make a new high relative to this current candle, we're going to get more on Donald. We're still holding, but we're not holding a lot. So we're going to pack our patience. Actually, we got quite a bit. What am I saying? The hell, I should probably take out some here as this one comes down a little bit. All right. It's coming down, Joey. It's losing the bid. It's coming down into my entry. Let's see if this catches a bid here.
Come on, Nike.
Okay. All right. So keeping my eye out on this one. I want to make a decision. I'm going to flatten out. If it pops back off and changes its tune, we'll get back in. If it wants to come in to the 20 EMA or that $16 level where VWAP is, we'll get back in there as well. But for now, I'm going to leave it. We made some money on it, and we're going to look to the next trade, as the dude who always says that is literally like right next to me.
Right next to you.
Right next to me. NBY continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. This current candle that just opened up, that's like 40 seconds old, has a higher low, but not quite yet a higher high. 429 high on NBY. We're going to see what this one does. And how's my MDLN friend doing? Well, it's substantially still higher than where I got in, which is 03. It's showing me 40s, but it is on a bit of a downtrend. This is the hard part, though, that I always personally find hard. It's coming into the 10 EMA, and it's holding. Do I add here? Or do I take the money that I made and run? So this is the part where I struggle with the most, especially because it's such a wide spread. So punching in and getting more, to get in immediately, I have to get in on the ask, right? And then by getting in on the ask, I'm like 20 pennies away from where I can get out. That's like 20 pennies worth of slippage right there if it fails. So this is what I struggle with the most, and I struggle with more when the small cap gapper is more spready. So we're going to see what this one does. I'll give myself some time to make a decision, as it's still substantially higher than where I got in. Bovin keeps saying DPRO, and he's absolutely right. Shout out to the OG Bovin. I don't know who we're going to take off here, Bovin, man. I mean, there's DFLY looks like crap. We'll take that one off. DPRO, good breakout there. Shout out to the OG Bovin for calling this one out. Let me just load this up, and we'll have a look at some some technical analysis. Oh, Neil just brought the food. We're going to need to take a quick look at that one, Neil. All right, great breakout there on DPRO on volume. It was basically doing nothing until about 11:30. Then all hell broke loose, and it popped off from the closing print that it was at yesterday, 618, with a 704 high. It is dilly-dallying right now, so we're going to have to see how this one trades and whether it's going to be an aggressive mean reversion right back down. So that is what I'm looking at there. MDLN as well, still dilly-dallying itself, so we're going to have to keep tabs on that. Sorry for the multiple, but brother, you don't have to apologize, Bovins. I can't be looking at the screen and looking at the chat at all times. So, you know, I may look over every now and again. So it's absolutely fine that you tag me multiple times. Joey, I've been talking for a while. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at Nike. So we did give back everything we just made on it right here, but I'm going to give it one more stab. I'm fighting this trend. It might be a bad idea. So we'll give it, oh, there it goes. Oh, no, as I'm, all right. So yeah, I mean, there we go. We tried to get back in right where we were before, but that's all right. We'll just pass up on that. I was that bottom wick, so this is some NYSE type price action. It stops me out and then it climbs right back to the break even. It looks like it wants to go a little bit higher. So we're gonna post up at the exact same price in which we were at before to see if we're fortunate enough to even catch a fill in that neck of the woods. So let's see. Okay, that fills me immediately. All right, bang. So downtrend broken. $5, 10 cents worth of risk, and that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get out at 59.10s once again to see if we can have the ability to catch a fill. If not, that's not going to be a good case. So yeah, you reject that downtrend line right away, and yeah, I mean, I am fighting the trend on this one, so I got to find some relative strength somewhere, especially if this one doesn't work. Sit on the hands for a little bit, breathe, and then wait for some high quality opportunities. This was a nice pop. That indecision print right off of the lows here. Bang, we get what we were looking for, but anything after that doesn't look like there's going to be very much continuation, as I'm going to get stopped out here momentarily, and yeah, there it is. I have to wait. There it is. Yeah, so we're out on NKE. Oh man, all right, so that's it. Joey. No, I didn't. No need to apologize. Yeah, I'm gonna relax.
I want to take the opportunity to let everybody know that Coreweave is very strong today. In case you didn't catch the morning show with us, Coreweave does have a headline. We'll get to that on the news. But if you don't want to trade like a $70 or $80 name, I've got options for you. I'm sitting next to the man himself, Joey Options. CRWG. This is one of the derivatives. There are many. There's CRWG, CWVX, CRWU. These are all sort of, yeah, they're obviously ETFs. So let me give you the what's it called? The leverage. So this one, CWVX, is 80% of the exposure. I've never seen that before, where you only have 80% more than less than 100. And then CRWU, that's 200%. And then CRWG, which is the one that you're seeing on the screen, that's also 80%. So it's not going to move as aggressively, but you're not going to get as many downtrends either if it does turn. So I wanted to point that out. So because Machiavelli was saying, hey, Sharif, look at Coreweave. So I wanted to point out that you don't need to trade Coreweave. You can trade some of the other products there. And this one, CRWG, by the way, guys, this one has done 14.3 million shares, and it's up 40%. So great, like that can't be accurate, man. CRWG is 200%. Sorry. This is a 2 times leverage ETF, I'm sorry. So it said the fund invests at least 80% of its net assets in financial instruments with economic characteristics that in combination provide 200% daily leverage exposure to the price of Coreweave Incorporated. Okay, I've never seen it set up like that, but that's fine. You always learn something new. 383 high. You're going to get good volume on this one, and you're going to get 2 times the exposure. So this is a leveraged product, CRWG, okay? How we doing here on NBY? NBY, what I want to do now that we have an opportunity to get more, I want to place my order here, and then my out will be prior bar low, because I kind of took out a little bit too much on that one. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to add here, Joey, and we're not going to add too big. Let's go. Let's see if we can get the mid print on this. It doesn't give me the mid print. It hates me. It hates me, Joe. No, I'm kidding. Let's see if we can get it now. Hey, we got the mid print. Good. All right, now we put in the stop. The stop takes us prior bar low, 410. So let's go ahead and wait right there. And that's what we've got. Let's set up some profit takers. Now that changes my cost basis, right? It changes my cost basis from 8s to 13s. Oh no, I don't like 13s, Joey. So there is the situation. So keeping an eye there, we added more into NBY. Let's see if this one wants to trend up separately. Donald John Trump, DJT, heading down in a hurry. This is an aggressive upside down. Get him, Donald. Upside down retracement. Randy lovingly calls these patterns the Christmas tree retracement, only because you kind of have one side that's green, other side that's red, and I think it's very apropos given the season. But in any event, you gotta love, at least I do, when the volume weighted average price overlaps Joseph options with the whole dollar psychological support. In addition to VWAP and the psychological support being at 16, take a gander at that 945 implied balance high. That is a 1595 high. Let's just cut the crap. It's $16. Your boy's going to be buying this at $16. I think if I'm seeing that, there's going to be a lot of other people that are going to be looking at that as well. So it might be a crowded trade. You might have to front run it. You're going to have to figure that out for yourselves. You guys are big boys and girls, of course. And there goes NBY into the high again, and we get printed into the quarter dollar. It's not quite at that 429 that it got to earlier, but guess what? The higher highs and the higher lows are certainly intact, and we're going to continue to run that trend, baby. Show them what you're looking at, Joey.
All right, yeah, I got the TQs on watch. I mean, this was the best performer for us today, and our only green ticker, to be honest with you, out of the 4 that we traded. So shooting a 25% hit rate right now, not too good of a look. But let's see what we can do. I like this print. We are starting to come back in. I think this was just a liquidity grab, even though the volume was starting to kick up a little bit. So we'll keep an eye out on what we got going on there. As for Nike, I'm getting this thing off of the old chart ski. Broadcom heading lower, helping drag the market down with it there, guys. So that's something positive. I like that look. As we are breaking through some key support levels, you can see the shelf that was being formed right here. It broke that 53.30 level and started heading a little bit lower. So watch out for this rebound. We know the market likes to ebb and flow. It drops down, it pulls back aggressively, grabs some more liquidity, and then sure enough, slowly starts to curl over. So we'll keep an eye out on what we got going with the TQQs. Ooh, okay, Tesla putting in a new low of the day as well, guys. What a tough look in TSLA today. No long. Let's head back here into the week, earlier in the week, and see what we had. One strong session met by one. Okay, that was a half decent one and an additional one to the downside. So not much continuation after this day. You can see we put in that peak around 495.11, and we haven't had the ability to put in a new all-time high since we put in that one earlier this week. There's Oracle heading back in as well too, guys. Broadcom did crack through the lower end of this range. Another support line being snapped at 334.25, and now you can see that we're currently trading at 333.42. And the momentum is starting to pick up in the TQQs. SPY, pretty cool today. Yeah, just acting like cool, calm, and collected like a cucumber. But lots of indecision prints, multiple VWAP bounces, and sure enough, you can see we're starting to see that selling pressure step in on the 5-minute time frame on multiple 5-minute candles. All right, so keep that in mind. See what you got going on. I'm gonna wait for a quality setup here, and there goes Nike. Right back to our entry price. The old Nike boys playing the tomfoolery here, Shreve, as it's starting to get somewhat of a rebound. The previous entry that worked for us, it was long. We get the breach of the volume weighted average price, but then it was met immediately by some selling and went south of the previous entry price as well. Thanks for the SPY coverage. Anytime, Electric Passions. Anything for you guys. As for Tesla, still not looking too good. I haven't even looked at NVDA or AMD today. There hasn't been that much conversation about these names, but I've seen Obi looking at this on a 1-minute time frame, and I'm like, oh my God, this is exactly what, this is honestly the epitome of what you want to find in short. This is what you want right there, brother. 180 to 180.74. If you see this candle, you load the boat as much as you possibly can, especially at an extreme high, guys.
Well said, Joe. All right, guys, listen. Donald John Trump is It put in an interesting doji candle here, Fabian, and this is kind of what I look for. So I said that it would get to be a crowded trade at around 16, because if I'm seeing VWAP at 16, if I'm seeing the implied balance high at 16-ish, and then everybody and their mother knows what the psychological support at the whole dollar, then there's going to be the chance that people punch in a little bit earlier than 16. And we know what the doji candle means, TA 101. It is a candle of reversal or a candle of indecision. So what I'm waiting for is, I'm waiting to see, number one, do we make a reversal here? And how do I gauge that? And what's my move? Well, I want the subsequent candle, the current candle that we're on the 5-minute chart at 11:45, to make a 5-minute candle to make a new high. But I don't want to take a 1 or 2 or 3 penny breakout above the prior doji candle. That's how you get bull trapped. So I will forego a good price, or not a good price, a better price for confirmation. I will wait to see if this doji candle is in fact a reversal candle, and off which I can get back in long on DJT. Watch out for this one. It could be bouncing here. Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. Keep an eye on INTC. Just seeing here that the FTC has approved NVIDIA's transaction with Intel. That's been cleared by U.S. antitrust agencies. So again, NVIDIA and Intel, this transaction appears to have been cleared. We know earlier in the fall that Intel and NVIDIA announced a partnership. Back to you.
Oh, crap, what'd I do? On NBY, I have my next profit taker at 30. It got to 30, it dropped. What I want to place my out on is prior bar low. The beautiful thing is prior bar low is literally 13, and I have 13. Or I have 15, so that's fine. So that's exactly what we'll do. We'll give it a little bit of room, just so that, you know, I don't get bamboozled out, right? We're going to do that, and we're also going to wet the beak here, since we're in the money, and this thing's coming down. So we're going to wet the beak there. I'm going to let this one run. It loses prior bar low. It loses me as a trader, okay? Another thing that I want to mention. Oh, right back up into the quarter dollar. Good job, NBY. LUNR, looking real good, guys. Looking real good. Breakout, 930. Bull flag from 935. Consolidation component of the bull flag. 2, the breakout at 1005. 1005, bull flag number 2. Boom. Consolidate. Now, no 2 bull flags created equal. Some you're doing it to me like I do it to you now, right? All right, LUNR. So even though this has got a couple of bull flags, as I mentioned, no 2 bull flags created equal. This one, I would say, be looking at the 10 EMA. Save and except for that one doji candle at 1045. It has been awfully respectful of that 10 moving average, exponential moving average on the 5. So LUNR above 14, and I don't personally see, let's look on the hour time frame here, any area of real resistance that we're going to encounter unless, oh no, Joey. Oh no, October highs in the 1450. We are very close. High day 1430, currently showing 1423. We could encounter a lot of resistance, as the French probably would say, into that 1450 area. That takes us back to the 14th of October all the way to the 15th. It had multiple topping pills into that level that it couldn't breach. Be on the lookout there for a 1450 rejection on LUNR. But my very good friend NBY is back into that 430 level. In fact, it's showing 28s now, but it's unable to cross 30. So there is a seller at 30, and we've seen multiple times this move up into the 30 penny level only to reject. So I'll be packing my patience here. But I do like the pattern. The pattern on NBY is just, it's consistent. It's an uptrend. It's higher highs and higher lows. So you ride that. You don't, I mean, I'm not going to question it all that much. You ride it, you add, and then you stop out if it loses prior bar low. Is there a chance for bamboozlement? Yes, of course.
Always.
This is trading. There's always going to be bamboozlement or the chance thereof. There it goes through the high, Joey. We just showed 31s now. It's a new high a day on NBY. And then the second it makes a new high, it sells off back into 27, but not before, of course, we get the print. We do have that print. How's my friend Donald doing? Well, he's still consolidating north of 16, okay? I've already put my breakout trade. I know where I want to go long. I'm not going to go long here, even though it is finding support, so we're going to pack the patience on that one. Keeping my eye here on NBY, I want to get back into this one. Also, MDLN, finding a lot of support at 43. Look at that double bottom on the 5-minute chart, 11.15, 11.20, holds at 43. That's where I get in, and we go back into the high of the day, 43.90. But lo and behold, we're right back at that $43 level. We are kind of, it feels like we're making too many lower highs here, but we're still holding 43. I don't want to say on a strict basis, but generally we are. So this could be another opportunity to enter on MDLN, the former IPO from a few days ago, and try to ride this one into whatever, 44, 45, wherever it wants to go today. So I'm going to be alive to that one as well. And Anurag, I saw you in the chat, you know, lamenting having gotten into Coreweave, saying as soon as I get into Coreweave, it turns. My man, it just printed a new high a day. Pack some patience, Anurag. This is a beautiful hold here. This is CRWG. And Anurag, if you don't want to trade the big one, the actual CRWV, you can trade CRWG 200% or 2 times leverage the actual underlying product. In addition, it's like $3, so you can take substantially more size, right? And then do it live on that one, like your boy Joey Option does.
We live.
Yeah, and all right, I want to get a poll going, Fabian, but I know you're busy, brother, so maybe Ram
You do it live
can
right
help
now.
out a little bit. Ram, I want to see what the chat thinks about the fight tonight between Jake Paul
We had
and
that already.
Anthony Joshua.
We did that
We
poll.
did that one?
Yeah.
What did everybody say?
Everybody got AJ.
AJ? Okay, forget about it, Ram.
Yeah.
Chat's
We did that
already
one,
spoken.
man. Chat's already spoken. Everybody
Chat's
got
already
AJ.
spoken.
Who do you have?
What was the percentage, Joey?
It was like 70-30, man. It wasn't even relatively close. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I thought it'd be a little bit closer, but you know, whatever.
I mean, a lot of people got AJ. I think that's the right bet anyways.
And as you see there on the screen, guys, get into the chat, please. Vote for your favorite tickers every day. It's super easy. There it is. Tesla is leading the way. Tesla's been leading the way the last few days. Get into the chat. Vote for whatever ticker you want. Why does Mask have 108 votes? I got to look at this. I got to look at this, Joey. You can't have 108 votes and then me not say anything about it. MASK on the NASDAQ, I'm assuming. Oh, Neil doesn't want to see that crap. What is this, dude? It's done 577,000 shares. It's down 2.8%, and it's 23 pennies.
Oh, no.
Why did you guys put that in there, guys?
Why?
I want to know why you guys were habitually voting Mask
what's up with
in
the Mask?
in the morning. I like the movie. I really like the movie.
I thought that.
Cameron Diaz, you got your boy,
That's
the
the
Canadian,
old,
what's his name again?
Jim Carrey, my boy.
He was doing it live. And that evil guy.
Who is the
Forget
evil guy?
the evil guy. He always plays the villain. He played villain in Blue Streak as well, Neil. Neil, help me out. Neil, who's the villain in Blue Streak with Martin Lawrence? He's in The Mask as well. You know who I'm talking about, that guy. Yeah, the chat will know. But one of my favorite movies there. It's hilarious.
Is the Mask? I like the Cable Guy. I think the Cable Guy is one of the low-key, funnier Jim Carrey movies. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here.
He just passed away?
Oh,
No,
that's
that
why.
villain?
Is that why everybody's been putting the Mask in the chat?
I don't know. I have no idea, bro.
Oh,
That's
okay.
crazy.
All right. Well,
Peter Green.
Oh,
and
SLV.
people saying, yeah, no, I'm gonna have to pull this up. All right, you do it.
All right, I gotta do something live here, Sharif. Yeah, I got SLV. We're gonna take a look, see if we can get a little bit of a move to the downside here. This Amazon short's not looking too good either.
Yeah, there he is, Peter Green.
SLV. All right, there goes Amazon.
died,
there goes
dude.
Amazon. Let's go.
He died on December 12th. Like,
Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah.
he died,
He's played a villain.
like, a couple weeks ago, man.
Yeah. He plays a.
this guy's a
villain.
child, man. He's born in '65. What the hell?
I don't
I
know.
feel bad, man. He did look a little bit, you know.
You don't look maybe a little substance abuse
no
or something
idea,
along
but you
those
never-
lines. Yeah, we're not.
That's really sad, man.
Yeah, it is unfortunate when.
He was in Pulp Fiction too, Joey.
Yeah, that's the guy. He's from Pulp
Yeah,
Fiction.
he's Pulp
yeah,
Fiction,
yeah.
Blue Streak.
You know who he
The
kind of
Mask.
looks like? Cillian Murphy. Yeah, that's who I think. I'm Gillian. Yeah, whatever his name.
Oh, that's really sad.
Oh yes, Killian. Sure.
Oh wow!
Tomato,
I hate
tomato.
to jump around like this, but
What? There
there
goes.
goes NBY. We take out
There
the
goes-
high, guys. I've actually run out of shares on this one, so I've got to get some more in here.
There goes Amazon as well too. We were holding that off and gave it 20 cents because we're smaller risk right now. And sure enough, we get that move down into 228. So that's not too bad whatsoever. Starting to get somewhat of a rebound, but the market definitely coming back in. SLV displaying some nice signals as well. But I'm looking for some continuation here on AMZN. If we can crack 228, maybe we can take that next leg lower. But you can see pretty choppy and a 2-penny spread right now at its peak. As for SLV, you can see the inverted hammer with a nice strong volume print as well. So as long as we don't crack that, then maybe we can look to take a little bit of a move to the downside, just a short pop, because the trend is up and to the right, and we don't want to fight SLV or gold too much right now. I think that's a difficult trade, and we don't want to make things overly difficult. Yeah, and a nice rebound there. So a nice clean flush. We were almost 3 cents away from getting stopped out here on not 50 cents, 3 cent Sharif on AMZN, and there we go. Bang! There it is, an additional low.
What a beef with Joey?
Who?
50.
50?
He holds dirt on everybody.
These
and
guys
he
got
comes
dirt
out
on
at the
everybody.
most opportune times,
Yeah.
right when he's ready to strike.
Yeah.
He has videos. You see the Netflix thing he did on Diddy?
Yeah, of course.
Have you
man.
watched it?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it.
Yeah, it's I mean,
crazy?
It's pretty crazy. He obviously doesn't like Puff Daddy, reasonably
He doesn't
so.
like a lot of people.
No, he doesn't. Yeah. I just think it makes him look like he was involved, and if the character, like how he speaks, yeah, no, it makes it look like P. Diddy was involved on Tupac and Biggie's murder.
Oh.
But if his character is who people actually portray him to be, then I can see it, because he's a narcissistic individual
Interesting.
and he only cares about himself
I believe
and want to
that.
be at the top. So if those things are true, I think there was some involvement. I always had the feeling before I even watched that documentary, I just thought it was really fishy that he was involved with kind of both of these individuals and what was really going down. Yeah. I
Do you remember what he did to Floyd? Remember when him and Floyd fell out, like in the mid-2010s?
hit
Yeah,
50.
like
Oh,
around
yeah,
14, 15.
He's like, I'll donate whatever you want.
And
if
like
you
he started calling out Nelly for like hooking up with Floyd's. You know what I mean? Like it was all. That
I
kind
love
of
the
stuff
part.
there.
He's like, yeah, I'll give you, I'll donate 100,000 to whatever charity you want, Floyd, if you can read one page out of a Harry Potter book.
I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. It was so mean.
Yeah, pure mean, man.
God.
Pure mean.
You're mean, guys.
But hold on.
go ahead,
What is
Joey.
mean reverting right now is Amazon as we
Mean
slowly
reverting.
take
Excellent.
you like that,
Excellent
like that
there.
thing right there.
That's very
and that
good.
is going to be Amazon, guys, as we get that move to the downside. Read all of them, Joe. Yeah. I mean, oh, you've read all of them, Roseanne? Nice, brother. So Amazon, pretty good. My favorite author is Dean Koontz, by the way. He's a very good author. By the Light of the Moon and Intensity, easily my 2 favorite books. Let's go Amazon, a nice move to the downside.
Who wrote Clifford the Big Red Dog? I like that guy.
Oh, man, I have no
Nobody
idea. You're asking the
knows?
wrong
Who's
dude.
the author that wrote Clifford the Big Red Dog?
What the hell is even that?
What the hell is even that? What kind of question is that? Dude?
All right, guys, we're gonna have to take a bit of a break. We're sending it to Adair for happening now. Then Neil got his lesson of the day.
We're going to take a look here at this market because right now, really nice push here to the upside. That's even after a gap up to start the day for the NASDAQ. It has held up relatively well. A little bit of flag action happening here now. Why are we taking a look here at the NASDAQ and why are we gapping up? Well, I think we do have to mention here Oracle, of course, really leading the market. They're, of course, not a NASDAQ name, but they've held up relatively well with a nice push to the upside post-market and continuing pre-market after we do have news that it looks like their TikTok deal, the U.S. TikTok, should go into effect as of January 22nd. So nice look there for Oracle leading up the rest of the market. I do want to mention as well, the close is going to be huge. We do have quad witching set to be one of the largest, I believe, maybe the largest ever. Here's a look at the NASDAQ 100 rebalancing names. The 6 on the left are going to be added to the index. The 6 on the right set to be deleted. So here are some names you can keep an eye on. And as always, you know you can find this on X at TTV Research. Take a look here as well at another infographic you can find at X at TTV Research, looking at Nike's year-over-year revenue growth for every quarter starting in Q1 2020. It's been kind of stagnant as of late, but of course, NKE, the stock certainly wasn't. Did have a gap down initially on weaker, not weaker than expected earnings, but certainly a decline in China sales. As you can see, though, on the chart, it has bounced a little bit off of these lows. And I have to talk about something that's going to be coming up next, much like rebalancing, but a little bit before that, at 1 p.m. Eastern, we are going to get comments from U.S. President Trump. Now, we're never 100% sure what's going to be said ahead of time unless he out and out says something about it. But we know we did have some reports suggesting that the topic will have to do with the healthcare and medicine space. So keep an eye on that. You know, I'll be covering that, of course, for you guys right from this desk. Before we send you over to Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Concussions demand fast solutions, and NYSE-listed Origenics, or OGEN, is developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. Learn more by scheduling your meeting today. But you don't have to schedule Neil's lesson of the day, because it's going to happen right now. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, get ready to listen. Neil, give the people some knowledge.
Thank you very much, Tara. I have no idea why Clifford the Big Red Dog just came up. But I will tell you, it was a very wholesome book, series of books. And they did a bunch of shows off it. And anyone who doesn't know Clifford the Big Red Dog, yeah, it's just, it takes you back to your childhood. Now, why Sharif was mentioning that, and I'm going to give some screen time to Clifford. Put it on the screen. Why? Because Clifford was awesome. Apparently, there's like this little PBS thing here. You got games and stuff you can play. That's not really what the lesson's going to be about. But you know what? If that's Sharif's favorite book, then that's legit. Because I know lots of people that you should, sometimes some of the best and most memorable moments in your life or things in your life happen when you're really young. And I remember as a kid, reading that book. And I remember the friendships that I had when I was like under 10 years old. And it's like, some of the, just even thinking, honestly, even thinking about like playing ball before school with some of my old buddies, that gets me teared up. But for the lesson of the day, it's witching today. Ooh, Klarna partners with Coinbase to add stablecoin funding. Let's quickly check out Coinbase here on that headline that I just saw, because why? We're live right now anyways. That's not really moving, and Klarna's probably going to move more than Coinbase on this, are they? Yeah, a little spike to the upside on Klarna. Low volume name, less than 1 million shares on the day for Klarna. My gut is if Coinbase is moving, it's more tradable, but Klarna is the one that's going to end up moving a little bit better here with that partnership. Coinbase is making a lot of deals recently, for sure. But back to the lesson, it's about witching. And on a witching day, I've always found that there's two sets of trades. If you get something right off the open, like one of the ideas for like right off the open, if you get it, bang, hit it, quit it, make your entire day, and get the you-know-what out. And if it doesn't work, the opposite is so incredibly true. And I'll give you a couple examples here, because I like Palantir. I don't know if I like Palantir off of this VWAP. I just said something. I didn't like Palantir off VWAP the second time, but it worked. But if I go back and I look at the 15-minute chart on Palantir, like why did I like the breakout? I mean, you guys can see the consolidation here for the last 3 sessions, gave you a clean break to there and then another break higher. But you have to think about that same type of a setup, what it looks like when it doesn't work. Now, you heard me say I'm not risking more than 50 pennies. Some people might risk more than 50 cents on Palantir. I think on a day like today, I'm like, if it shakes me out, it shakes me out. Because what I don't want to happen on a witching day is being involved in a false break and fighting it. And if you look at Tesla, which was a false break, I mean, there was a consolidation break, there was a pre-market high break, there was a consolidation from 490 yesterday that it failed. This was just nasty. And look, we've seen reversals like this be bad before, so I'm not saying like you can't have false breaks, but on a witching day, where you know a big reversal off an even dollar level sometimes might have a little bit of fall through and then make it to that next leg down 480 pretty easily, you've got to understand that getting trapped in a false break on a witching day or being against the grain in that first 15-minute candle is more than likely going to be more painful than what the upside was going to be. Right? Like if I look at this break here on Tesla, okay, that's 490, but the prior high was 95. So you're playing 490, and then 95 was that next level. The same way I just played station to station in Palantir. If I was doing the same thing in Tesla, you can't be that wrong if you're only looking to get that first $5 move and maybe hold a piece for the next $5. You just can't. You can't be holding it all the way into $40, $10 against you. You're probably not even wanting to average into this in the pre-market lows or hold it past the pre-market low. It's just not going to work when you get caught in that false break. So, breakouts can be absolutely fantastic. Like I made the argument this morning And when we look back at it, then obviously Coreweave should have been the one. And you can't, look, you're not going to catch them all. Did I get, like, I like Tilray as a short off the open. I didn't catch that one because I was on Palantir. I actually liked the reversion through 490 on Tesla, but I didn't catch that because I was on Palantir. On a witching day, you just got to pick one and hope that one carries the day for you. And if it works out, great. You took something you liked. Coreweave was a similar story. I'm here to tell you, obviously Coreweave has been an absolute beast. But I'm willing to bet if it didn't hold that breakout and we had a quick reverse, Coreweave is down at 63. When it does work, great, you got your big time follow through. But you got to understand on a day like today, it's crazy if it works right away. It is just as bad if it doesn't. And you do not want to get wrapped up. There are days when you might have a bit more of a choppy day. Maybe it's like a non-witching day. You might have a little bit more chop. Like a Tesla fail break is not going to rinse you as bad as it would have here. Like there's a chance that, it rejects that 490, maybe it bounces VWAP and does a little bit of a dance before eventually ripping faces off to the downside. But this initial candle, it's a 3-minute candle, there was none of that. No, it rejected and it's over, just like that. So especially on days like today, sometimes you can have a trade for right away at the open, break or take, works or it doesn't, and then maybe work into your trend trade, your support and resistance, but those are two separate things on a witching day. If you start melding them into one, like, oh, I like Tesla on a dip buy, but I'm gonna take that break and I'm gonna make it both work, you're gonna get smoked, especially when you know the amount of window dressing and market makers and hedging, everything that's going on at the open is basically to muck you up as a trader. So if it's not working right away, don't try to turn it into something that it's not on a witching day. Hit it and quit it, and then work into some other trades, whether that's trend trading or whatever it might be. And good luck for Tesla trying to bounce here. The market's trying to bounce here. Crypto's trying to bounce here. Hopefully, this downtrend in Tesla, for anyone out there, can abate. It is the exact opposite of the market, but it gave you the sign early. You knew almost right away that this was happening, and you didn't have to fight it if you were looking for the long. So simple lesson of the day, I can tell you this, the Thai food actually has a little bit of a kick, so I'm pretty pleased with it. It is pretty tasty. For me, it's about like a 3. I'll give it like a 3 out of 10, which, well, for some people, I probably consider, like, is Adara still here? Oh, she's not behind me. Adara probably is going to think it's too spicy. I should have warned her before she grabbed her food, but I think it's pretty tasty.
Where's Obi?
Where's Obi? Oh, we're going over that early.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, look at that.
Chilean nightmare is just constantly. Eat it. Eat it, Ram. Come on.
Eat it. Oh, my.
Bring me a chocolate from the fridge, then we can eat that.
Oh.
What happened to that Snickers that was there yesterday,
She
Ram?
gave it to Sean and Neil.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought Sia was going to get it.
Oh.
Guess not, huh?
Well, guess
oh,
not.
Neil's dancing. Yeah, you know he ate that.
He's dead. Oh.
And he's going to get more
Neil
chocolate.
busting
Is my mic still working? Because I'll tell you
Chris
right now,
Eubank.
Ramin, this morning, and I'm gonna say it out loud so she has to stick with it, in the ear, I heard that she might have more chocolate. So I'm expecting to get some dessert as well. Ramin is just a kind human being like that should always be praised for being such an unbelievably
we gotta take a step back.
generous member of our team who's always making sure that we are put forth in the best light, always thinking of others, and I'm just gonna keep piling it on because every time I do, I somehow manage to get like candy or chocolate afterward, and I'm really easy.
Piece of the puzzle
if you want to
falls into
manipulate
place.
me, it's not very difficult. Yeah. It's not that hard. But Team Ram all day, every day. Thank you very much.
Man, I can't win one around.
My actions.
But
You
not
used to be
anymore.
Team Ram Ram?
Not anymore. No.
You see?
Oh yeah. I
what
flipped that
happens?
script. Yeah, because you should have seen the pictures that she sent me the other day.
What did she send
Oh,
you?
I'll show you, but we can't. We definitely
we
can't
gotta
show.
show everybody,
No,
don't
we
we?
can't show. We literally
Why?
can't show everybody.
What happened,
Because it will just be a complete disaster. That's something that you can never recover from after
can't
that.
recover.
No, ever. I'll show you momentarily as soon as I get stopped out of the TQs here. But
Do it. Don't get stopped out.
Great.
well, I have no choice. I got to follow the rules there, my boy.
right.
Yeah, but Amazon's been pretty good for us. It's been bouncing off of this level. We're sitting at TQs. We get stopped out at 35s. That's fine. And then we'll just be patient. I thought that we'd be able to get a little bit of a move down. I'm going to pull that.
chart, yeah.
Yeah, so that's Amazon right now, and I'm short the TQs out at 35s. If this candle breaks, I might get a little bit out a little bit earlier, but you can see we just kept bouncing off of 53.25s. I thought that we would have a chance to somewhat break that level and head a little bit lower. Doesn't seem to be the case just yet, but Amazon has been working really well for us, so we want to stick to our guns and the names that have potential to come right back in. Tesla had a really nice pop off the lows. You can see that this isolated volume print right here, it's going to be the largest 1 minute print, and then sure enough, boom, you're off to the races there on TSLA. I guess I have to look at what NVDA is up to because it's probably helping.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, see, it's dragging the market up with it, so I'm going to probably have to get out of this trade here momentarily, Sharif. I'm going to pull up that picture. I'll show it to you.
No. The chat wants to see it.
I know the chat wants.
The chat wants to see it. They've been saying picture.
Listen, a lot of people want a lot of things in life, but that's not necessarily how it works. All right, that's just not the way. That's
way
not
to draw a line.
Yeah,
down,
yeah,
bro.
Exactly. Sometimes it doesn't always work like that. Yes, Amazon.
Put the foot down. My immigrant friend, God bless him, right? He's like he's similar to Ram, right?
What did he say?
Like I'm just joking, girl.
He
came into the room and I was doing something. I'm not gonna say what I was doing.
Yeah.
But like he's like,
Why say it?
No. Well, you show him the picture, right?
See, yeah.
So then he's like, he comes in, he's like, I'm putting my feet down.
Oh,
it's like, no, it's not feet, brother.
Multiple.
Right? And like my other friend who thought it was what's it called? Not a rock in a hard place. Yeah, she's constantly doing that.
Yeah,
she had me pause on one where I had my mouth open the entire day while she was editing.
Yeah.
She's a
savage.
menace to society.
Savage.
All right, look at that. Everyone's voting pick, Joey. It's all over for you, brother.
It doesn't matter what they vote.
It's all over.
It doesn't matter.
It's going to get to the top of the leaderboard.
Listen, sometimes you guys can vote all you would like, but it's not going to change the narrative.
Right?
There goes.
I want to show SSE. Not SSE, no, he's in vacation. Chile Nightmare if I can. Guys, every single semiconductor microchip name, look at the chat, oh my God, is green on the day. There are none that are red on mine, and I have quite a bit over here. They're all green, being led here. Who's the biggest mover? Micron, not surprising. They're over 6% up on the day is Micron. We got AMD almost 5.5. What else do we have over here? We got ASML 2.5. We got SMH, that's the ETF, up almost 3. Lam Research up 4.3. So there's a lot of strength today in the world of semis. So if you're looking for something to trade, you need only look at the semiconductor names. They are all very strong. Also, I wanted to mention to you guys that you got to get into the chat and just hit the like button, guys. I think the like count is quite low. Let's take a look over here, Joey, because we had an individual in the chat be like, yo, you got to get the like count up.
Tell him.
So we got over 5,000 of you guys watching right now. We only have 371 likes, guys. So it would mean a lot to Joseph and I if you could get into the chat, hit that like button, tell the algorithm you like watching us so that, we continue to improve a little bit on the algorithm. I do appreciate that. Machiavelli, he's dropping 10 in the chat. We appreciate him. He says, Joe, Trader TV Live.
Yeah.
Screenshot or it didn't happen. Ram, take matters into your own hands.
Guess it never
the
happened.
chat is relying on you because your boy Joey Options doesn't want to do it. Okay, let's get back to trading over here. Let's bring in the side chart and see what's moving, guys. So here's what was going to happen. So not on RZLV, excuse me, DJT. So this one, look, I had a plan on DJT over here, and I wanted to take that 16 dip. So while Neil was doing his lesson of the day, I had a breakout trade for above 41. I canceled it. I don't know why I canceled it. It was probably the wrong thing to do, but it did pop off into 70, so I could have made some money. The problem is, though, it's not holding trend, okay? It is a problem now because we are clearly putting in a downtrend. There is two lower highs off that 1709 peak, okay? So I'm not saying it's going to be a flat bottom break candidate because we're still well above VWAP, but be on the lookout here for the lower highs on DJT. To me, I would trade it as a range until we can break out from that 16 3/4. Because until we take out that 16 3/4, it's lower high, and lower high. And that keeps a damper on things as the shorts get more emboldened to take more aggressive positions lower down the line. So I'm going to be looking for a 16 hold. I'd like to see what it does around 16.15 because clearly there was a buyer on DJT, 1140, 1145, 1150, all around that 16 mid-teens. So DJT still in play for me as a result of it being above the volume weighted average price. MDLN probably bamboozled a lot of people, and for that, I am sorry. I'm apologize for something I can't control, but I feel bad.
Dude, hold on. Yo, sorry to interrupt you, man. Look at
Amazon.
something's going on with Amazon. I'm glad that we got all out of that trade, but it popped extremely aggressively right there. You can see these boom out, and then sure enough, the volume steps in, and you're off to the races. So that was insane. Guys, I'll show you the pick. How many people do we have? 5,100 people watching. We need, no, 3,000. It's that simple.
3,000.
3,000.
We got 1,000 already?
I don't know how many we have. It's not my job to account for how many likes we got currently right now, Sharif. If you guys want to see it, it's 3,000 likes.
We got 561, man. We got to get that number
yeah,
up.
3,000 or it's a no-go. But yeah, Amazon volume stepping in, guys. You can see it on the lower time frames. We'll head over to the 1 minute. Something aggressive going on here, maybe some news. If anything drops, we'll find out momentarily. If not, it just might be a little bit of a squeeze. I mean, if we do head over to the higher time frame HCF here, it's nothing crazy just yet. How much longer do we have on this specific print? Oh, a couple more minutes anyway, so keep an eye out on what we got going on with Amazon. Bro, it's blackmailing. No, it's a deal. It's essentially what we got going on. So yeah, I mean, Tesla had a nice bounce off of the lows. It's unfortunate that we missed this opportunity right here. You can see that isolated volume print right at the low, and then sure enough, you're off to the races. If we correlate that with the TSLA, let's pull that up right now and see what we have. I mean, yeah, this was prime time. If you can get in at 59 at 60s, you can risk 10 cents right there, and then sure enough, you get a nice 3-to-1 off of that move. So nice out, honestly, on Amazon as it rebounded aggressively, and then a nice little print off of the lows here on Tesla. The market putting in a new high. You can see SPY starting to form a bull flag. You have the channel, those consistent higher lows with that flat top being formed, and then now you're starting to break through it, and you can see once again on the 5 minute volume really starting to pick up. So the market most definitely has a direction today, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it does. Back into DJT. Let's see if this one wants to hold trend. I'm giving it to prior bar low. We already took a couple of beak wetters there as it did pop off. Prior bar low 1621. It's going to have to hold that for me to stay into the trade. Also, I want to bring your attention to MDLN. So I was trying to pontificate about this before Joey Options told us about the breakout there on Amazon. And this one probably bamboozled a lot of people. That's where I left off there. That double top at 43.90 where we got out kind of was the hint of what was to come. And then the neckline break. Look at that double bottom at 11:15, 11:20 on your 5 minute time frame. Consolidating around there, right? And then all hell broke loose. Lost it into 42, but look how aggressively this one was bought up off 42. Now, could we have had an inkling that that was going to happen? Well, yes and no. I wouldn't have got in here, just full disclosure, okay? But now that I look at it, these bottoming tail candles happening between 10:20, 10:25, 10:30 showed us that there was an aggressive buyer into that 42-ish area. So maybe I should have been more alive to that. I wasn't. I didn't take it. In any event, it's back above 43. But guess what? It's still doing that lower high kind of situation. So let's see if this can kind of change trend, get it back above 43.50, and then we'll see what this one has to offer. So I'm keeping my eye here on MDLN. Go Donald. Oh. There we go. So Donald's taking out some of my orders there. We got 32. I just got filled at 45. We're still putting in lower highs. Watch out for a ceiling, guys, coming in at 50. I've put my next profit taker above 50. So it's going to have to clear that whole dollar level for me to get the next print, unless, you know, I decide to take it out after. But I am afraid, I am cognizant, I should say, of these lower highs. This downward trend line over here, I think, is intact until it gets cleared and cleared decisively. Let's see what that $0.50 has to offer us first before we start looking at that breakout level, which is, I think, a little bit above the $0.50. So DJT, been good to us on the day, but, you know, all good things, you know, likely to come to an end. Hopefully it comes to an end as we get out with that last profit taker. But I'm going to keep my eye on this one in the same way that I'm very focused on MDLN, up 8.66%. How about NBY? We did well on NBY as well. Well, this one's getting a little consolidative now. It's hanging around the fifth of a dollar, the quarter of a dollar, and in fact, I don't want to say it's putting in a rounded top, but it's put in a few candles, which could be the beginning of a rounded top.
Oh.
So that kind of lower high, lower low rounding shape that we typically get when something starts to revert.
Sorry, Sharif,
ahead, Joey.
crazy volume just stepped in here in the overall market. Bubin and I were just talking a little bit about NVDA, and I was going to mention,
the OG
so
Bub.
yeah, exactly. So what I was about to mention is that just because there's so many factors that come into play when you're trading the TQQQs, if this was just an actual stock, even though this isn't overly isolated, you can see that buyers push price all the way up to 53.50, and then eventually it closes as a bearish candle. If this was just an individual stock, yes, I would take this short, absolutely, 110%. But considering there's so many things that are coming into play here, he mentioned Meta heading towards the pre-market high. That looks like it wants to break. We had Amazon pumping, and then we also have NVDA putting in a new high of the day as well. It's really difficult to take this trade because why? Once again, the big boys are moving. What is Google up to? And if Google and Apple are doing the exact same thing, oh no, Google not looking too good, to be honest with you right now, Sharif.
Okay.
You can see that this flag is starting to be formed, but this is a key support level. I don't like these shelves. It's just like an overhang in my opinion, and if it breaks, then that's when the momentum can really step in. We've seen it yesterday and on a couple of other names throughout the week, so keep an eye on what we have going on with Google and some more indecision prints across the board. So if we are going to pull back, the more of them that are correlating together, then I'll maybe decide to take a position to the short side on it. But if we have each individual name, we have NVDA putting in a new one, Google doesn't know what it wants to do, Apple just doing whatever, I haven't even looked at it today, but the majority of them just move. Oh, wow, Apple. And the market's not even reacting to this. It's at the low of the day with the chip names at the high of the day, and the TQs is still moving higher. So once we get correlation between the Mag 7, we all get those inverted hammer prints, or we're all moving in the same direction, then I think that's the best opportunity to trade the TQQs, or even the overall market in general.
Well, sounds good, Joey. Guys, I've moved up my stop to prior bar low on DJT. This current 5-minute candle is a candle of indecision. It's basically forming as a doji right now on the 5-minute chart. So prior bar low, I'm talking about the 12:15 candle on the 5-minute chart, 16:26. My stop goes below that. This candle that we're in right now, the doji candle, that's currently red, higher highs and higher lows. So even though it's not popping off, there is no reason for me to get out of the trade. I'd rather get stopped out, see it through, and see exactly what happens. I also want to mention DPRO. I did mention this one right at the get-go, but said very little about it subsequent to that. Is this a NASDAQ stock? Yes, it is. 2 penny spread. Volume, not bad. 2.33 million shares on a $7-ish name. It's not the best, but it's not bad. Now, it did form a topping tail candle in a 732, drop back down, held 7. The good news is now that psychological area of support, aka 7, is being supported by the 10 EMA on the 5, which is also a couple of shekels above 7 at the moment. So how do we trade DPRO here? Is there a trade on DPRO? The trade for me is an entry, ideally at the 10 EMA. It hasn't touched the 10 EMA too many times, but the candle that just closed at 1220 did. I would get out if it loses the 10 EMA because it hasn't lost the 10 EMA since overtaking it, I believe, in the earlier session. I want to say 10:55, 11, something like that. So I'm going to keep my eye here on DPRO, but it is still a bit of a slower mover. NBY continues to impress, man. A new high, well, not new. It got into 37s. It's still south of 39 where I got out there, but it's still holding trend, putting in higher lows generally, but there is a bit of a top now you feel in the 30s, especially the mid to high 30s, as every time it comes into that level, it doesn't really close anywhere around there. If in fact it's closing in the low 30s, I wouldn't say high 20s. So something to see, something to note there about NBY at that 30 penny level. So I don't mind getting in, quite frankly, here, and I can give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low takes me to 15. No, that's not where I'd want to go with that. I give it to current bar low. Current bar low is 25. That's what I'm going to do, Joey. Okay. I'm going to give this one a little bit lower than 25. We're going to get in smaller here, okay? That's what we're going to do. We're going to get in near the highs, and then we're going to give this about 23. So we're not risking all that much, quite frankly, as I don't want to give that much back.
Oh, no, Apple.
So let's go ahead, throw some profit takers on that bad boy, and we'll look to front run, of course, that high day. How's my friend Donald doing, though? Well, it's still holding trend. Funny enough, even though it's not bouncing off,
1, 2, 3.
we've got, what do we got here on Donald? We got 32s, it's in the 40s. The current candle setup are higher highs and higher lows, but they're weak. They're weak candles, quite frankly. So we'll have to see if this one gets going. There goes NBY, already filling me quick as you like, right into 35. However, we have not gotten that 38 print as of yet, so we will have to pack said patience into there. Well, there we go, just got to resize that bad boy. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. So holding NBY, holding DJT, some of the exact same names we've been trading all day, looking for trend continuation. But we're going to be more aggressive in risk management by having the stop a little bit closer than I typically would have, just so that we can lock in profits and not give some back here during the more liquid time of day. DJT, this doesn't look like a good candle right now. Prior bar low, 31. I'm going to be moving up my stop. So I keep moving up my stop into prior bar. If it stops out, it stops out. I don't really, can't do anything about that. So we're going to go like that, and we're going to go like that, and we're going to cancel the old stop so it does not trigger. So that's what we're doing now, Joey. Tell them what you're looking at.
Yeah, crazy stuff. You know what's wild, man? Like, okay, there it is. It corrected itself. All right, we just hit we got our profit target right there, but it bounced right off of 60s. I'm thinking that we might have the ability to break 60s, so I'm going to try to hold this for a little bit longer. There it is. Yes, oh, yes. I mean, yes. Oh, I took more shares than what I intended to. All right, man, this is what it is, a chip in a chair. Dangerous individual. What am I talking about here?
I have no idea,
I don't know, man. It's a relevant thing.
Though,
there it is.
You're feeling yourself today, so I'm happy. I'm happy about it.
Yeah. All right, it's always feeling ourselves. You know what's really unfortunate? Friday nights we typically have hockey, Sharif. I'm shut down for probably close to a year. So I don't know what I'm going to do mentally, knowing that I can't play the game that I played for the majority of my life. But a nice move here on AAPL. I was thinking about getting into reffing when I get back. Yeah, I wanted to ref. I always wanted to ref, so I can still be involved, and then eventually I'll get back to playing. But yeah, I really want to start reffing. I got Mateo to hook me up with a guy, so after surgery, everything's good, and I start skating again. We're going to be rocking and rolling. But what we got cooking up right now is Apple, guys. This has been a nice move off of the low, some indecision prints. I was just looking at the daily prints as well too. So we did hold that for a 2-to-1. That's a prime time target. And let's see if we can push a little bit higher on AAPL. We still have 75% of our position left. I'm thinking about taking some more off. He is Mr. Yes. Whoa. Oh, who is Mr. What does that even mean? Easy Josephus? That's what my brother calls me. Josephus. All right,
Josephus?
Yeah, because he can't really speak that well. But anyways, when he was younger, that's what he was. But yeah, that's what we got going on with Apple, guys. A nice rebound off of the lows. Let's see if this move can be sustained and we can climb a little bit higher. Then we'll just catch an additional fill. And there it is. We're going up into the 70s now. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, Sharif. A nice little recovery here on the day in AAPL as we get that bounce. We're only down 0.5%, but I see a lot of people tagging me in the chat. Unfortunately, I'm not going to read them right now. I will momentarily, but I'm focused. Oh.
Chat. He's trying to test it. He's testing it periodically. He's testing the production mic. It's not, brother. Yeah, no, we weren't
like
hearing
this
you,
is coming through the stream right now.
The chat was hearing you, or the stream was hearing, but we, like Joseph and I were.
On stream right now.
Cowboy Cheeseburger, that's what I'm going to be doing. And that sucks, Matt Clouds, that you can't play tennis anymore. You just coach. That's the way to go, man. Eventually I want to. It would be nice to coach hockey. I think that'd be cool. I think I could be a championship coach, to be honest with you. I would build a sick team just because I know, and then we'll see if we could get that rocking and rolling.
I never got to talk about my tennis tournament, bro.
Oh, yeah. How did that that
So
go?
so remember I signed up for singles and mixed doubles?
Yeah, yeah.
So because there was a large turnout by the club,
Yeah.
you had to choose one or the other.
Oh, and you
so
went
the
the
only reason
singles.
I'm in the club is because of her.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay.
So I had to
You
get
went
a
to
singles.
the-
There's no way I'm gonna bail out of that,
Yeah, I'm
bro.
saying, it's
right?
like,
I mean, I'm
it's
not
just like,
there. It's not
yeah,
my
you have to
membership.
break that one to her.
Exactly.
Like, we took the singles route, but hey.
Nah, she
if
would have
you come
killed me.
in- Yeah.
No, but in
Yeah.
any event, so there was several divisions. There
Yeah.
was the beginner, there was the open, intermediate, and expert. So I just went open. I don't want to go beginner. I just let me just do open. Dude, we got second, man. She's actually really good.
Oh, that's a lie. That's not even real. No, it's not. Is it actually?
Unlock pick. I like that, Ram. That's smart. You want the pick unlocked.
Oh, I see.
You
I
guys
thought it
want to
was the
see
action.
Joey options in his most vulnerable state. You gotta get the likes up. There has to be 50 new subs.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ram.
There you go. She opted with it. Did I
She
say
upped it.
3,000 likes? How many did I say?
I don't know what she said there.
Oh.
But you want to know what?
Oh, okay.
Chilean
Well, yeah, I'm
Nightmare.
gonna
Can we
raise
show
that.
my chart? Because there
goes
NBNY,
What are you doing over
NBY,
here?
excuse me. We take it out into the highs again. We got 46s on at the moment. That is the high of the day. 45, excuse me. 46 is the high of the day. Fantastic continuation today on NBY. NBY is him now because DJT is not him at the moment, right? Right back down into VWAP, and it looks like it's breaking down.
I
So
don't hear
NBY,
anything.
we're going to move up now, the stop
actually have
to
to-
prior bar low. We're going to keep doing that. The ride trend, prior bar low, 4 1/4. Now, you're going to be like, Sharif, you know, where are you looking to add here, brother?
Where?
Well, I'm going to add onto the 10 EMA on the 5. We're going to keep an eye out on that one. I want to see if this can breach 50, right? It's a 46 high a day. It's dilly-dallying right now in the high 30s. Fabian, please, my chart. In the high 30s, kind of low 40s. So we're going to see what this one has to offer. We're going to try to ride trend on this one as well. Sergio B, I am creating 50 additional accounts to see that. Get it, Sergio.
Do whatever you got to do, man. Yeah.
That's commitment.
Do whatever
I love
you got to
it.
do.
Machiavelli, Sharif, how can you run across a tennis court with them bricks? Bro, I'm pretty fast, man. You got
Dude,
I'm actually quite fast.
I'm going to be honest with you. Did you say the result of the tournament yet?
Yeah, we got second.
Oh, okay.
In the open.
Dude, I was all right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, you
okay.
were lit
yeah,
there.
yeah,
You
yeah,
were lit.
yeah, yeah.
I let you do your thing,
So
yeah.
you lost in the final.
We lost.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
and
Was
by
it-
a lot.
Oh, okay, all right. But hey, man,
Yeah.
we'll take second.
We got clipped in the finals, but we played really good. And that was like the first time her and I actually played like and organized. Like we practiced together against each other, but we don't play together.
Okay.
Right? We did a few times, but it's not enough.
But you know what they say though, Sharif,
What?
right? You're not first, you're last, brother.
Well, yeah, it is, Joey. I mean, what do you want?
I'm
from my
just,
life,
yeah,
bro?
obviously joking.
What
It's
do you
from a
want from my
movie.
life?
You're
man?
not first, you're last.
Hello, Ram. Why are you there?
I know she was
You're
over
making
in
me
my
nervous,
space,
girl.
and I'm trying to trade and stuff. I'm like, what do we got?
All right,
going on
guys,
here?
NBY into another high. Okay, I'll send it to Joey because
Yeah,
Ram's going to help me out.
Yeah, all right.
Go.
Cool.
gotta stop.
BTC dumping, someone says.
Yeah,
Is it? Let's pull it up here and see what we got going on. Nice little trade on AAPL. We needed that little boost. Get us right back into the driver's seat of the day, guys. So a nice move higher. Wait for that 2-to-1 target to be hit. And then we get up to 80s, which turns out to be a 4-to-1, but we didn't lock that in by any means. So, but it was still a relatively good one. MU looking like a classic bull flag. Says specific. There goes Tesla. A nice recovery in TSLA today. Should have been a little bit more patient on this one because I think this would have been a quality opportunity as it's getting that rebound. Market slowly coming in, and it was a nice bounce off of the lows there on AAPL. I talk about the devil's in the details. It truly is, and I live and die by the 1 minute. Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Apple coming against us a little bit there. That's okay. We got all out. That was really quick. This thing's extremely volatile right now, especially with a 1 penny spread. So a lot going on with AAPL. We'll head over to the lower time frame and see why we were getting in on this specific level. Dude, was this candle right here? You can see it. So I'm like, I seen this, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's positive. We'll take it. We'll get involved in that. And then sure enough, we get that move higher. prints the inverted, and then you're heading right back down to the downside. So this is what I'm talking about, the detail in the 1 minute. Sometimes it can obviously bamboozle you and send you in the wrong direction, but if you are engaged and you happen to be on one and in that flow state, then sure enough, boom, you get that move there, it flushes clean, same thing, and you can see the exact same thing that happens. So keep an eye out on that 1 minute time frame. Live and die by the sword, as they say, Sharif.
All right, guys, AMD is gonna clear 6%. And everybody keeps asking, so we're going to just read this headline quickly before we do the news. AMD shares rise as CEO Lisa Su meets with the Minister of Commerce of China. Oh. So she met with Minister Wang Wentao in Beijing on Thursday. The government agency said the two sides exchanged views on the company's business development in China and strengthening cooperations with China, the agency said, so not her. The Commerce Ministry said that in a statement. AMD did not respond to comment from Seeking Alpha. The Trump administration has launched a review that could result in the first shipments to China of NVIDIA's H200. President Trump also said earlier this month he had approved the sale of NVIDIA's H200 GPUs to China, and that the same approach would apply to AMD and Intel and, quote, other great American companies. Well, guess what? As we spoke, AMD taking out 6%, now only being outdone by Micron on my watch list at least. Great day today for the semiconductor microchip names. Fantastic look there as the Chinese, hopefully, buyers again of these American chips. You guys know we've been talking about this for a while. The regulator in China has been dissuading their companies from buying American chips. We kind of like speculated that they didn't want to use, substandard technology. Proud country, proud people. But then we also saw that they were trying to build up their own industry through Huawei, through their Ascend products, as well as SMIC, and there's Meta X now. There are many different players emerging in the Chinese market trying to fill the gap there for AI chips. So we're gonna have to see what AMD can do with that country and whether the sustained 6% push holds and how high we go. We're gonna pause for a second. Joseph and I, we're sending it to the big desk.
Keep an eye on Merck, one of these pharma names that's actually doing pretty well and trying to push higher here. Washington Post reporting that at least 7 drug companies are set to announce price cuts with U.S. President Donald Trump at the White House today. Those companies include MRK, GlaxoSmithKline or GSK, and Sanofi or SNY. So a couple different tickers on watch. I was also seeing reports this morning suggesting that AbbVie or ABBV was another company that could be in the 7. You guys know as I get more details, I'll certainly keep you all posted. We don't know for sure that this is the meeting at 1 p.m. or the announcement at 1 p.m., but it's very likely to be so because Trump's other 2 events on the calendar. One of them is a Christmas reception, and the other one looks like it's one of his rallies on the economy. So very likely to be this 1 p.m. meeting in about 20 minutes. I will, of course, keep you all apprised of any information I glean in the meantime. Back to you.
All right, so there goes Apple right back towards the highs, guys. I was thinking about posting up at 270.40s once again, but it just put in this strong 1 minute print, and sure enough, you're off to the races and heading towards that key pivot of around 270.80s on AAPL. So a nice little bounce. I think it can recover here today on the session, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Fully, maybe not, but I think you can get a nice rebound, head back into the middle of this range here, guys, and even possibly the volume-weighted average price. So keep an eye out on it. Keep your eyes on the 1 minute time frame and see if it's going to break this level. You're going to probably take an additional leg higher once it does crack that 270.80 level, which it looks like it's going to right now.
It's going to. Guys, I want to bring your attention. I just got into a new trade, by the way, LUNR. We're going to give this to 14. It loses 14, I'm out. Simple as that. Let's see what this one does. But I want to bring your attention as well. Donald John Trump at the volume weighted average price, holding on for dear life over here as a long trade, of course. The lower highs are still operative, as we have been saying. These chart patterns, they don't exist in a vacuum. So when we talk about them, we really do mean them, right? Look at this, lower high, they mean something. They mean that sellers or profit takers, short sellers or profit takers are basically seeing what we are seeing. And every time it pops into an area high, we're looking to bring that one down again. So watch out now for about 1640 to 1650 resistance if this lower high pattern continues to trend. But that doesn't mean you can't pick it up as a long for a scalp trade off the volume weighted average price. In fact, if you did, if you picked it up at 1607, you're about 20 pennies in the money. Keep your eye on DJT. I'm going to be keeping my eye on this one as well. But LUNR, the reason I got in here, you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles set up. You get a candle of indecision that goes green, and then this candle here that we're currently in, kind of straddling 14. All those candles, though, looked like they were defending 14. And then 14, when you look previously, a very, very interesting area of indecision. We get into that 14, we put in a doji candle, we drop all the way back down into about 13.5. So I want to see how 14 trades here now that we've cleared it by almost 50 pennies with a high of day of 14.48. We're going to pause for a second. We're sending you back to the big desk with Adair.
I'm feeling you actually might like this story here, Sharif, because Morgan Stanley pushing a little bit higher here. Bloomberg reporting that SpaceX is interviewing some banks for its blockbuster IPO. Apparently, one of these contenders is Morgan Stanley. Now, MS apparently also is viewed as having a bit of an edge, according to this report, because Elon Musk apparently has close ties with the bank. So again, MS pushing higher. Bloomberg reporting that this company could be a top contender for the SpaceX IPO. Back to you.
IDU taking out highs. Sidhu is going here, guys. I haven't had any trades on this today, but it is really going. If I can show the chart. $1.15 right into that area high, but topping tail now. But I mean, when you look at it, it really does defend the 10 EMA quite well. So if you're able to give a little bit of room between that 10 exponential moving average and your stop, like case in point here, I would put, having seen what I've seen now, my stop below the 20. And the 20 and the 10 are not too far away from each other, so I don't feel like you're risking all that much. Why do I say the 20? Well, look, it wicks below the 10. Right? It has a tendency to do that, but it also has a tendency to get bought up and close above the 10. In fact, this is the only candle that actually closed below the 10, the 1155, and then it rockets right back up. But it's topping tail, so now we know that short sellers and or profit takers are using this mid-teens area as either a profit-taking level or an area off which to get short. So SIDU is going to be in focus for me. How we trade it, though, will likely depend on whether or not it holds trend. So 104, that's where VWAP is, but I'm more inclined to pick this up off the 10 EMA, and as I just spoke about, give this one a little bit of room into the 20. How's my trade doing on Lunar? We're flat. We're 1 penny, 2 pennies in the money, but yet to take any profit on this one. LUNR up 30%, but it is now finding that sort of consolidative look that we get sometimes during the midday as the volume drops off and traders go and get some lunch. 1 second here. Okay, we're going to go to Joey Options. He's got something to tell you guys.
All right, guys, for too long, trading meant risking your own money or never having enough to start. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines, but that's changing. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of the profits, no fear, no barriers, just real opportunity. This is the revolution of limited risk trading. Powered by Trade the Pool, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Yeah, and there goes AAPL, guys. So from 270.40s, you're almost, if you were fortunate enough to take that, and then once again, the details in the price, could have posted up there, shoulda, coulda, woulda, and then we would have been a nice move to the top side. So that would have brought us right back into the game. I think we have Mr. Mendel coming up momentarily there, Sharif. Yes, Jeffrey.
I can't wait to hear about because he's got some ADR news.
Yeah, some
I gotta
ADR
tell you, I'm
news.
very excited about that because you know that I own BYD. I haven't been doing well on it, obviously, but you know that's more of a longer term hold.
Did you see the one that he what we're going to be talking about, Meta Plan?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I have that already on my watch list. I've had that on my watch list.
You had Meta Plans on your watch list, eh? Okay, cool.
It's been on my watch list since the pandemic.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
So
since the Demi.
Since the Demi. This watch list, the basis of which. You see how she's a bully?
Yeah, I know, man.
See how she's a bully?
Man. Someone locked this person up.
What happened, Joey?
Chat, for the record, I said he's so smart.
No. Yeah, but you guys know that she doesn't mean it, right? I love how they can hear you, Ram. Thank you for doing
Can they
that.
actually?
It makes it so much better.
Oh yeah, that is so much better when they speak to us.
Yeah,
then they
get
can
to hear
Ram
and how mean she is to everybody. And, they
exactly.
understand what's going on there.
Man, oh, man.
Wait till you get to know her. Yeah, trust me, bro. All right, so here we go. We're still holding on UNR.
They're gonna be besties.
Well, we'll see.
No, Ram's nice. She actually leaves me her salmon
of course.
all the time.
We're kidding, of course, when we say that.
Leave me her food, her lunch and stuff all the time, which is nice because obviously, you know.
She's not mean. She is already in the chat.
Oh,
I can attest.
I didn't see it. Where's Sia in the chat? She said, "Oh, you got to get a listen. No, you need to get the mod because now you just got the membership. So we need Ram to set you up with the mod so we can know that it's you because you said the other day that you were talking in the chat, but we didn't know you were there.
I had no idea.
Oh.
She said she was being ignored that day. So she's basically implicating us. For the ignoring.
What if we run into issues with Sia and she's Ram 2.0 and mean to us too, saying that we're ignoring her in the chat?
I don't know. I don't get the.
You don't get the vibes from it. All right, then I trust you. You're
she's all that mean, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't feel like you're on that.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. We'll hit this for Sia right here. All right, man. Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff.
There goes Sidu, SIDU, into the $1.20 high. What a fantastic breakout this has been. Ram, show the chart if I can, man, please.
Do something.
$1.20. We're up 40% here on your friend Sidu. And it's really going here, Joey. I was trying to pick some up off the 10 EMA. That looks like it's going to be a hollow dream now, but SIDU taking out highs, and it's done a good amount of volume. I realize it's only $1.20, but 6.5 million shares, does create enough liquidity to get in, get out without, fear, and it has been a 1 penny spread since I have been watching it. So SIDU looking real good over here. Ram, don't take that. They're backing you in the chat. I like that. Yannick saying XTKG. Let's have a look at that one for the OG Yannick. Yeah. Oh, we got Mendy?
Yeah, we got
all right,
Mendy.
1 second, just 1 second with Mendy. KG, because I just brought this up. Great call out. That's a breakout right there. That is going on the side chart. I don't know who I'm going to take off. MDLN maybe. It's losing trend. So we're going to go XTKG. Thank you very much for that, because that is the kind of thing we're looking for around here when you kind of get these kind of breakouts. So thank you for that. But we have to pause for a second, of course, because now we have Joey's favorite and my favorite as well. Jeffrey Mendel from New York City and OTC. Bring him in. There he is.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Long time no see. It's not like you were here last week or anything like that, right, Jeff?
or earlier this week.
Yeah,
or earlier this week.
No, but Jeffrey, when do we get the lunch is the question. You've been here on multiple occasions, and it's been Neil and Sean every time. I'm curious as when we get to go out and enjoy the privilege.
We didn't even get a doggy bag.
Nothing.
We didn't even get a doggy bag, Jeff. We were promised a doggy bag.
Where's our, but what we still do have here, Jeffrey, if you remember, people don't forget, right? We hold on to our gifts around here.
That was definitely a good marketing, good little marketing thing right there. But guys, we'll definitely figure something out. It's just you guys are on the show. You guys,
I know.
That's your hour.
Yeah,
it's a power lunch.
Yeah.
So Jeffrey, we're talking some ADRs today.
Probably has it like, yeah, we are actually. Okay, so little bit of an educational segment here, I think, right? So, we're always talking about new securities to trade on OTC markets, right? We talk about securities coming from different regions of the world, right? And so, we typically talk about those 5-letter symbols that end in F, but they're usually Canadian, right? And a lot of that has to do with what you guys can actually trade on the show. We like to talk about stuff that you can pull up on your charts and everything like that too. But there's an entire segment that sits outside that, right? It's U.S. quoted symbols, or U.S. dollar denominated quoted symbols of locally listed companies, right? And so there are 5-letter F shares. One that I don't know if you'll be able to bring it up on your platform, but it's Metaplanet, MTPLF. There was a big uptick in trading in this name. It had to do with it definitely had to do with like crypto, Bitcoin related news. Big uptick in trading, lots of interest from it coming from U.S. investors. Right, that is why the share, or the MTPLF, you can't see it on your chart.
No.
Is
I have
in the U.S. dollar denominated quote, right? What?
I have MPJPY.
So there we go. That is the next thing. So an ADR program was actually started for this symbol, right? And so if you want to bring up the new or the other symbol, MPJPY.
Try
Yeah, that's what we got right here.
MPJPY. Ryan, there we go. You want the daily on that, Jeff?
Well, you won't see much of a daily.
It's brand new.
It started today. It's a brand new DR program. So it's sponsored ADR program. That means that a DR bank is holding shares of the local symbol, right? And so this is a great kind of like point to make, right? You guys have access to trade the ADR version of this. That is because the ADR is DTC eligible, CNS eligible. It makes it so your trading firm, who you guys trade through, can easily clear and settle it. Whereas that F-share version of it, the reason why you guys aren't able to trade it is typically there's higher costs associated with it for a firm like yourself, right? Proprietary trading firm, in and out of securities all the time, right?
Right.
That doesn't mean that people that are watching the show on their platform, they can't buy and sell MTPLF or hold MTPLF. It's just this is just another version of that symbol in DR form, where you guys can start taking a look at.
So Jeff, how do we arbitrage? Like, what's the setup here? Maybe that's the wrong word. I know you're in finance. So what is this product typically used for? Give us kind of the background of that.
Well, I mean, I don't think you're using the incorrect word, right? But I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about how to arb an ADR versus the local symbol, right? I mean, listen, there's trading strategies out there. There's people that do it, right? You guys are the professionals when it comes to actually trading symbols, right? This is just another way. Like until today, you guys being able to participate in buying and selling, Metaplanet wasn't possible on your platform. Right. Today it is. And so, it's it may be that same way for some of the other people that are watching the show right now. I thought it was a great way to kind of see how a security has, kind of, a lot of activity trading it, and then, just make another form for it as well too. It's also on our QX marketplace as well too, right? That's our premier that's our premier marketplace, right? Not to jump into it too much, but that just means that we are working with that issuer, right? They are disclosing all the information that we require to be there. It also meets the thresholds that we put in place for it as well too. And so great kind of story. See this company kind of pop up and now just more access to more people that didn't previously, or that previously weren't able to trade it, right? And so like also too, it's like we talk about the 5-letter F shares, Canada, MTPLF outside of Canada. Y shares though are all Y shares, right? The ADRs, right? That signifies a 5-letter ending in Y. That signifies a DR program, and that comes from Europe. That comes from APAC. That comes from everywhere else in the world. And so, a lot of the names that we talk about every day, especially, Sharif, I know you love talking about BYD, right? BYDDY. That's a DR program as well too, right? So it's like those symbols in the DR form.
Jeff, one more question. I know you've answered this before, but I think it probably is a good idea to speak about it again just for the audience. So the tickers that end in Y, how do they differentiate from the tickers that end in F? I know you just kind of touched on it right now, but just for everybody 101.
Okay, so the quick rundown is the 5-letter shares ending in F.
Yep.
That is a U.S. dollar denominated quote of a local listing.
Of a local, gotcha. Okay.
It is the local security, right? It's the same QSIP, right? It is that security.
Okay.
A DR is a depository receipt. It's a different security, but it is indirect ownership in the local share that is being held at typically at a DR bank.
Gotcha. And that typically is listed elsewhere, like for BYDDY, it'd be like the Hang Seng or the Shanghai Exchange or whatever else. So that typically would be the case, but it's held locally in the United States at a DR bank.
Correct, like I said, and so then there's unsponsored and sponsored DR programs, right? For this one, right? I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know who the DR bank is for Metaplanet, but it's the big DR banks. It's Citi, J.P. Morgan, Bank of New York, right? To name a couple of them.
Yeah, so shout out. I'm just doing some research right now on this Metaplanet stock. Interesting, guys. This is a Tokyo-listed company. It's pivoted its primary treasury into Bitcoin. It's often referred to, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but as Japan's micro strategy. They've been aggressively pushing into Bitcoin to protect against their volatility and the depreciation of the Japanese yen, which is perfect timing for you to actually mention this, Jeff, because, of course, the Bank of Japan today with the interest rate. So that was perfect timing to bring that up to us as well. So I wanted to mention that.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Jeff, I want to take a couple steps back here because I've had the privilege to listen to you on, obviously, when you talk with Sean and Neil, and you're talking about record volumes. It feels like every week when you come on, it's a new record volume on Moon, that is, I'm referring to. So I just want to know what the growth and how you're going to project this, because it seems like you were going from something essentially that was growing at a linear state, but now starting to go exponential. Do you still see that moving in that trajectory in the future, or what?
Interesting.
Well, I'm not going to give a future prediction, but what I will say is that there's been a significant tick up in activity, right? And the way that you described it, it is exactly that, right? The one of the catalysts for that was the South Korean regulators allowing retail participation again for that time frame. So for third daytime, right, our nighttime, for them being able to get back into the marketplace. It was a big uptick for the entire overnight session in general, right? We have also brought on new clients as well, too. Clients that provide liquidity, clients that are seeking liquidity. And that is how some of the, that is how like a lot of the growth that you guys are seeing, on Moon, that's where it's coming from. Gotcha. And then as far as what happens next month, the month after, we're actively out there looking for more participants. We're actively out there educating people as well too on how they can be a participant in the marketplace. By people, I mean firms, right? So we're talking to broker dealers. We are talking to all sorts of broker dealers, right? Proprietary firms, retail firms, market making firms, right? And then just anyone pretty much that wants to kind of take a look and see what's involved in it, right? From it's not just buying and selling a stock, right? There's things that go on behind it, right? There's a clearing aspect of it. There's a risk aspect of it. And it's just a general education. And as more people are talking about it, more people are getting comfortable with it, there's more participants that are added to that pool as well, too. And we are in a lot of active conversations with firms like that.
And I wanted to mention, Jeff, you mentioned Moon there. So for our viewers who don't know, that is basically kind of the blue ocean version for the OTC markets. Yeah. You can trade overnight. So that is, it's called Moon. You obviously need permissions on your brokerages there, but I wanted to mention that because that's a new product for you guys, relatively new, right, Jeff?
Yeah, and so actually, you can go to our website. We're talking about this the other day. We have a Moon ATS activity page as well too, just like we do for the daytime, which we bring up for OTC securities. We have that for Moon specifically as well too. So that's a great real-time source overnight to look at it. If you want to drop it in the chat, right?
I got it right here.
I'll forward it over to you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, you can see the activity that's going on there, right? Obviously we are done trading for this week on Moon.
Yeah.
It starts up again Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and you'll see, you'll start to see some new activity on that page as well to kind of track it real time.
And that's notional value, I'm assuming, right there from a volume standpoint.
The volume, yeah, because it has a dollar beside it. That's amazing, Jeff.
Yeah. All right. Well, Jeffrey, before
and as you guys could see, right, if you're taking a look at it, that's all listed securities on Moon ATS.
Yeah.
And then also in 2026, one of our goals is to do that same process that I just discussed about listed securities trading overnight, is to do that with over-the-counter names as well too, right? And think about that, right? The companies that are very actively traded during the daytime are a lot of companies that are, it's Tencent, BYD, right? Companies that are listed in APAC as well too, right? And so, would be some of the same companies that are available on OTC overnight as well too. Then there's Luckin Coffee and Didi, right? That have no local listing, but they trade on OTC. But obviously, it's like Didi, one of the largest electric car manufacturers in the world. Luckin Coffee, is like.
I gotta ask though, Jeff. I gotta ask exactly.
Did you get it yet?
You knew exactly what we were gonna ask too. Okay, yeah.
All right, Jeffrey. Before we wrap things up here, we know you talk football with Sean and Neil. We're not talking football right now.
The same team.
That's fine. That's fine. Right. We're fight fans. Are you gonna be watching Jake Paul versus Anthony Joshua tonight or what?
I mean, what else is there to watch?
All right.
Really
give us the prediction of the fight.
Entertainment.
It's entertainment.
Exactly.
That's what it is.
Exactly.
There we go. All right. Jeffrey Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales at OTC Markets. Jeffrey, always great to have you on. Great educational segment today. Thanks for coming on, brother.
Good to see you guys. Thank you.
Take care. Jeffrey Mendel, guys. Love the education there. And yeah, new products always, man. They definitely, it's another, another arrow in your quiver, so to speak. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Another thing to have there to improve your trading, and another product to use. All right, guys, let's get right down to business here. While Jeffrey was giving us that lesson, your boy over here punched into Sidhu. Okay, Joey?
You did it.
So now we're doing it live. We just took out the beak wetter there at 18s. Let's see if it wants to work into 20s. It was an ugly, ugly double top into $1.25. Drops back down. Funny enough, holds the 10 EMA on the 5, and your boy saw that, and he punched right back into it. We stop out on a breach of the 10 EMA on the 5. I put my out right below that. Let's see if this one wants to run up. And if it does, how high do we go? Do we test the $0.25 or do we make our way into a third? Sidhu having a good day, 38%, and looking to go. Here's 19s, Joey. Could we see a 20 print sooner rather than later? We shall see. I've been holding LUNR. No prints on LUNR. We're in the money. We're out of the money. We're in the money. Look, I like what this is doing. I feel like I saw the same thing with Donald John Trump yesterday, in the sense that this one was kind of holding a long area of support, and then the more liquid time of the day came, I want to say around 145-ish towards the end of the show, and then as you saw, all hell broke loose to the high side yesterday with DJT really taking out highs in the later part of the day. So I'm holding LUNR, I'm holding SIDU, and I'm looking for more. And the OG Bovin just told me ASTI just touched 4. Let's take a look here at ASTI. I got to tell you, Bovin, I don't know if I'm a fan of this one. 3.25 million shares on a what's it called, a $3-ish name, almost 4. It's not bad, Bovin. You got to appreciate that flat top breakout through 380. It's whether or not we get a continuation through 4. I'd pick this up, Bovin, at 380. I'd probably front run it, maybe 382, 383, so we can pick up some ahead of that breakout level, which I gauge to be 380. So this is up 27.33%. I'm talking, of course, about ASTI. I do apologize for not throwing the ticker on there. There you go for all those who are following along. ASTI, not a bad looker, but I'm going to wait for a little bit more on this one, Joey. Show them what you're looking at.
Yeah, baby. Absolutely. I've accidentally, so this was a nice move there on AAPL as it rebounded aggressively right into the volume-weighted average price. And then I've accidentally punched short here on the TQs, guys. I did not mean to do that. I wanted to post up at a different level, and now it's kind of going against me. So we'll just have to manage this accordingly. And if we get, excuse me, if we get stopped out, it's going to be at excuse me, at 60s. Yeah, I'm totally fine. No, I'm obviously TV. But yeah, so that's what we got going on here. I've seen a couple of the bigger names start to pull in, and I'm more or less referring to NVDA. The thing is, Oracle putting in a new high of the day. Google looks like it wants to bounce off of some key support level lows. Starting to come back in, but a nice indecision print right there. Something to keep your eye out on. So we might take a quick stop out. But Apple was a really nice trade. I wish I re-engaged on that specific entry and then took it all the way to the volume-weighted average price. If this high breaks, then we're going to get out of dodge on this one. Once again, I did not mean to get in exactly where I was. I posted up at the wrong number. But Adara, what do you have for us?
We're taking a moment to thank our friends here at Beta Pro by Global X Canada because we have some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X Canada, which happens to be the largest provider of leveraged inverse and inverse leveraged ETFs, they've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P and TSX 60s, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. But even better, they are offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies will use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance and exposure. So if you happen to be a tactical, sophisticated trader who's looking to amplify your performance, just check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Who's this? Isles of what the hell? Okay, let's read this. Something will destroy us. Thank you for the $5 super chat there. I do appreciate. Light, L-I-T. I'm assuming you're talking about Litecoin. Lumentum develops the Face ID technology for iPhones. It's up 109% in 2 months. No, okay, it's obviously not Litecoin. They've closed deals with Google, NVIDIA, Oracle, et cetera, et cetera. Boy, Joey Options making me cough. Let's take a look at LITE. Where's my side chart on? There it is. LITE. Let's take a look at that, Joe. Oh, wow. This has been a rocket ship as of late. Whoa. Okay, this was coming from real low over here. Joey, look at this. This is tariff tantrum, $45, and from the area high, like 725% in a few months. Let's take a look at the daily on this one. Oh, fantastic looking daily as well. I mean, sorry, intraday. 9:30 pop, we come back, we hold VWAP, higher lows, higher highs. You guys get the drill. This is a really good looking name. The name of the company, Lumentum Holdings. Market cap, $25 billion. As they in LITE, Ram. I mentioned that. Oh, you want me to throw that on? Absolutely. LITE is a designer and manufacturer of optical and photonic products enabling optical networking and laser application worldwide. Segments include cloud and networking as well as industrial tech. The cloud and networking segment products include a comprehensive portfolio of optical and photonic components. Separately, we did hear about Marvell making an acquisition with a company that deals with just that. So great call out there, and thank you for pointing that out. I don't have an optical and photonics component to my watch list, but maybe I should, especially since they're an Apple supplier. Thank you for that. Not a company I knew anything about. You learn something new every day, Joey Options.
Absolutely.
And you want to hear something else?
What's that?
There goes Lunar, Ram into that above the quarter dollar. Your boy's going to wet his beak there. Now we're going to cancel the trade above that. Let this one run up 31 1/5. It is doing that rounding effect off 14, holds 14, super clean. Here comes the third of a dollar. We got to get above 31st. Give you an idea about the technicals on this bad boy. There it goes and wets the beak here into 34. You eat that. There we go. Eat from the garbage, you disgusting bird. No, I'm playing. There it goes in the 39s, Ram. You're not going to hit that on me because this trade is a banger, girl. Boom. We're going to hit that. She's so mean, bro.
We've had malicious.
There it goes, Joey. Options into the high. We are close. We're about 10 pennies off the high. We got it at 14s. It's knocking on the door on 40, Joey, and we got some sharage over here. What are you looking at, my man?
I'm looking at, let's see what these boys are up to over here on the TQs. I'm going to get out of this trade once again. I didn't mean to get in right here. There are some signals I wanted to post up at a higher level, just around 53.60s, and then I accidentally typed in 50s, and then it got me in right at 53s. So not the ideal entry. We did get a move back into 53.50, but we bounced right off of it. And I'm keeping my eye on what Microsoft, Apple, and all of the Mag 7 are up to, because once again, I mentioned how important it is to monitor those big names, especially when you're looking to trade the TQs, all right? So they just have too much influence, or obviously a massive part of the index. So if they're not correlating all together, then it makes it a little bit more of a trickier of a trade. And it's never good when you have a name like where you have names like Tesla and AAPL that were starting to form bottoms while the rest of the bigger names were climbing higher. Then you get that rotation, and then sure enough, those other names that were at their high or at or around their highs start to cool off, and then you get the rebound in the names that were coming off of the lows. That can just drive a little bit more fuel into the TQs. So you just have to be really cautious on when trading, and if you don't get out when you're supposed to, it's going to cause you a world of pain, and that's not what we want, right? We don't want to go through that or endure any of that. But as for TSLL, nice drop systems, nice grab off of those lows. This was the ideal entry, in my opinion. I struck out at the plate on this name, but I would have took a couple more opportunities or a couple more entries on this if I could. But that's just not the case. I was like, I'm just expending too much mental capital at this point. But look at the volume. You can see that was the largest that we've seen in the span of a couple of hours. And then sure enough, you can see you have those indecision prints, and then you start to rebound. And it's the exact same thing with AAPL. So with Apple, we were long off of these lows. These candles specifically, we get the pop higher, it pulls back, it fails to crack the low of the day, and then you get that nice rebound into the volume-weighted average price, which you're now currently rejecting and heading back in. So let's go TQs, man. If you can break 53.52 without stopping us out, I think we have the opportunity to take that next leg. I'm not going to call this a shelf, but you can see the consistent higher lows right here. And then once this level breaks, then maybe we can get off to the races in the T-triple-Qs, brother.
Sounds good, Joey. All right, Sidhu, we got a price spike up on that one. Fabian, right into 121. We wet the beak at 120. It's putting in higher lows, but it's really having trouble continuing above that $1.05. I want to say that 120 areas. I mean, it didn't spend all that much time up there. Look, when it got to 125, it was a quick double top, and down we went again. So that's the bad side of the equation. The good side of the equation, which keeps me in the trade, is the higher lows, the incremental higher lows. Again, anything below $1.11 ends this trade for me, but LUNR, it's doing it freaking live. Drop system says, look, the bottom is about to come off on drops on LUNR. And that's fair because it does have resistance at 14.48, 14.5, that $0.5 area. I put my next profit taker north of the $0.5, so either I get stopped out or I take that profit taker at around 55s, moving back into 38 it goes. Let's see if there's continuation on this one. NBY has reawoken. It did lose the 10. It lost the 20, but you know what it held? The whole dollar level. In fact, it's a double bottom on the 5-minute chart off that $4. It didn't quite make it down into 4. It looks like it 402, 403, but up it goes again, and up nicely it goes into the third of a dollar. In fact, above a third of a dollar. So this one's looking real good, quite frankly, man. NBY looking to take out that $0.5, which is exactly the high of the day. We almost got that on the initial pop-up there. Back to LUNR. There it goes into 42. We are looking now for a high of day break of 48. We haven't been at 48, I want to say, since around noon hour. So we'll keep an eye out there. Yannick saying Premier League is moving again. PL. It's not Premier League, but you know, that's what I call it. Look how good this LIT thing is. I have to I need to create a new watch list, Joey. So we're gonna throw that on there, man. 8% for this thing. Let's look at Premier League though. Good call out there, Yannick, man. Very nice on PL.
This thing, the market might break out here.
Market's going to break out?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Let's touch on this here real quick. You can see we're starting to form that flag, and there it goes. I mean, this is the push and pull that it can get you frustrated really quick. Thankfully, I know where I'm going to get out, but it's just the consistent push and pull. So you had NVDA heading towards some lows. But then you have Microsoft climbing higher. You have Apple deciding it wants to bounce. You have Microsoft doing anything. You have Google moving lower. So that's why you have to be really cautious. I think what I'm really starting to learn, considering I'm monitoring this, it's like, I get it. You're trading a basket of stocks. Oh, did they change what's going on? Oh, maybe not. Oh, all right. You're like, this is essentially a basket of stocks. But when they're all doing something different, it makes it significantly more difficult to trade. All right, so there's Tesla, and then there you go. You have Tesla moving towards the high. So it's just really like, it's like, hey, you don't know if you're coming or going at the end of the day. So I think after this, if we get stopped out or we hit target, I'm going to take a little bit of a break from the TQs because it's just expending my mental capital. It's just like, oh, okay, no, Apple's going up. No. Oh, yes, NVDA is going down. Yes. Oh, no, Microsoft's going up. And it's just that constant mind twist. And it's not fun to sit through, to be honest with you. So, yeah, let's get out of that. We're going to stick with the regular single equities. The market has a different plan for a bunch of these names. So 53.60s, we're out of that one. Unless high of the day Qs, I won't short it. My levels is 25. Yeah, I mean, I'm at the high of the day, right? Like I can't really get much closer to the high of the day on the TQs. Like the high of the day is literally 7 cents from where my entry point is. So if I'm going to short something, I agree with you. If I'm going to long something, I'm going to try to get either at VWAP or the high of the day or the low of the day. And if I'm going to short something, it ideally would be at the high of the day as well too. But you can see I'm literally 7 cents off of that. So not much better of an entry I can truly get. And now I'm just getting that push and pull effect. So we're going to be patient and wait and see what we got going on and see if we can get any form of a breakdown. Apple climbing a little bit higher. NVDA, if we can get that move back into VWAP, that will be very, very nice. And then same with Google, cracking through some key support levels here, guys. Keep an eye out on this one. 307.74, that breached. We'll head over to the lower time frames to see if we can get any more detail, if we're going to get a rebound or maybe that this move will be continued. There, looking at trend ALAB, is that breakout could drop? Yeah, let's pull up ALAB here. What's APLD been up to on the day? So ALAB, we'll take a look at that one for you. Okay, liquidity issues, obviously, though. As you can see that we're running in on the 1 minute, 5 minute, not so bad. You do have a little bit of a gap up. I don't know why this is being so delayed, but yeah, that's just steady and up and to the right. Some nice moves. If you were fortunate enough to get in that, that's just a grinding move higher. If you get any pullback, it's like, yeah, let's get involved in this. And there it is on the 1 minute time frame there, guys. Apple now right at the volume weighted average price. That was a missed op for the reload on that front. Now, what was I going to pull up? That's going to be APLD and see what we got going on. Things are starting to cool down in Applied Digital, starting to form somewhat of a flag, a nice steady uptrend here, guys. Nice consistent move higher. And then sure enough, now you're starting to form that consolidation at that zone. Oh. Hey, all right.
Okay,
Apple,
Joey.
I see what you're up to.
What's Apple up to, Joey?
Yeah, I mean, it's moving higher now. When Tesla looks like it wants to come in a little bit.
Sorry, can I interrupt, please?
Go ahead, man.
LUNR is at the $0.50, guys. It just cleared the half of the high of the day. It was 49s. Now it's at 50. Expect resistance here, okay? There's size posted at the gateway. There's a few thousand lots from what I can see. When it was at 50, now it's not showing the full size. So here we go, another touch at 50 and yet another rejection. Accumulation now, look at all those orange prints coming on my time and sales. Those are over the ask. That means buyer exuberance. Still, there it goes, Joey, into 53s. Let's see if we can get continuation over here. 53 now, 54. Can we get a little bit higher? That's that. 55s. We take the print at 54. Good look right now on LUNR. That was my last peak weather. I do apologize about that. So we will set up, if this clears the $0.50 by enough distance, comes back in and tests it, we're going to keep an eye here on LUNR. Great look and great continuation by this name. And a really clean hold of 14, which had me getting into this one. Anyway, SID, you were still holding shares. It did pop into 22. This current candle has a 22 high. But as a result of it not crossing, we did not get in. Hold on. U.S. stock trader, 1469 exit. Excellent. Excellent. I thought you got out there. I'm like, it's the high of the day's 54. I'm like, how is that even possible? But yeah, I think he's got his profit taker set at 69. So shout out to my man, U.S. stock trader. Hope he prints up several storms. Multiple storms, as Joey Options likes to say. So here's the deal. SIDU still holding trend. The dips into the 10 EMA are being bought up. Do I still have shares here? Like, should I be adding? Because it keeps getting bought up off the 10 EMA, Joey, but now it's actually dropping a little bit below. Let's have a quick look over here on this one. Let's see if it can kind of continue moving up. Anything below 111 is going to end the trade for me. So that's all I got to say about that. 111 ends the trade. It is coming back down a little bit here, so we got to be careful. NBY, shout out to Machiavelli. Yes, NBY taking out the high of the day. That is a new high of the day on NBY, now up over 50%, 459 high, Fabian, as this one does find a little bit of resistance now into that $0.50. It's an Amex stock, and you know, I frequently talk crap about Amex stocks. Yeah, I think I got the right to, because I've seen too much, Joey, but this one, certainly not one of those. Very predictable, very stair-step up. And quite frankly, I haven't seen too much in the way of bamboozlement. There's another high of day right into 462. The breakout is on right now, it feels like, on NBY. This one could see 5 before the show is over. Be on the lookout there. Now, I did add on my friend Sidhu over here, which did lose the 10 EMA it did lose the 10 EMA for a second, got bought right back up, but this is trouble on Sidhu. The reason I say that is as follows. The prior bar, the 115 bar, has a 122 high, as we spoke about, with a low of 116. Now, this current bar has a low of 112, where the players dwell, and then a high of 120. So we have lower high and lower low on the current bar. That might be not good. We're going to have to wait and see. Anything below 111 stops me out. But Joey.
Yes, sir.
We got to send it to the big desk.
Absolutely.
Guys, I just found something crazy. I've been digging into exchanges and I stumbled across BTCC. Top 30 globally, but here is the wild part. BTCC has never been hacked. And while major exchanges keep getting wrecked, BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you are in the US or in Canada or in Europe, and through Trader TV, you get 100 USDT coupons for registering, plus a 15% bonus thing that covers losses up to 15K USDT. So seriously, what am I missing here? Scan that QR code for more info, and thank you very much to BTCC for sponsoring this portion of the show. Back to you.
All right, guys, I'm hyper-focused here on this Google and on this TQ's trade. If Google breaks this 5-minute low, this is what I'm talking about right here. We're going to get out of dodge, and then hopefully that's going to drag the TQs down a little bit more. So right now I'm sitting at a 1-to-1. We'll keep an eye out on that. Oh, no.
Oh, I love when you do this.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Year,
Thank you very,
He's all
very
class,
much.
but he
Pure
does
class,
this every single year.
Every year, man.
I love this. And is it the fam? Picture of the fam in there? I'm going to find
it is here. Like, oh, twinsy.
We're kind of lazy. We only do like a picture of my daughter. We don't do a family photo. We should do family photos, but you can show it.
We love it.
Aaron picked the picture.
Man, she's growing every year, man.
growing,
Can I show this, Neil? Every year, once I see it. There is Neil's daughter, Erin. Every year, man, she looking more like a woman. Look at that, bro. Unbelievably cute. Neil, man. There's a lot of similarities between you and her. I love it. And the thing is, I've never seen Erin in person. I just see her on the Christmas card every year because Neil always gives me one, right? With Erin on there, man. She's so adorable.
Extremely.
Love this. I absolutely love it. There goes NBY into the high. Wow, what a breakout there. 474, Fabian. High a day on NBY. Great strength on this name.
Oh, you have yours? Yeah, I have mine from last year.
You have it from last year?
Yeah.
From the last 3 years.
Okay, so Ram's got the last few, so let's go.
All right, you guys do your thing over there.
She hasn't opened up last year.
What?
She hasn't opened up last year. That's this year? Okay, fine. No, that's not.
Oh, my God. All right. You guys do your thing over here. I'm gonna. I got a trade over here.
Trade.
Yeah, I do.
Give me the other one
This isn't
too.
even a joke.
Oh my
I'm trading
goodness.
the TQs.
Hold on. We got to set this up, man.
Come on, Tank. There goes
This
Google.
one is the youngest one. This is from last year, and then the one, this is from this year right there. Look at that, man. She's a grown woman, bro. She's so cute. Look at her dress. I love this. Adorable, man. I love it.
All
There you
right,
go,
man.
Ram
That's
Ram. Take
fantastic.
back your cards that you didn't open last year.
Oh, put this right here.
love
Beautiful
that, man.
stuff. Thank you very much, Neil.
Thank you very much, Neil, man.
Yeah,
I
as
appreciate that.
always, top
and
pure
Merry
class.
Christmas, obviously, to the fam.
Yeah.
Goes without saying there.
What do you want for Christmas, Sharif?
All I want for Christmas is my money for American Eagle.
Well, why didn't you, dude? How many times I asked you to message me your email, but yet you just procrastinating.
All right,
That's what my
Joey.
grandma would say to me. You're procrastinating. Just do it.
I'm gonna send it to you right now.
All
But
right,
Ram
send it to
Ram,
me.
I'm gonna send you a video on X that I wouldn't mind setting up to show the chat here. So I'm sending it to you right now, if that's all right. What? $5 per video. No, what I want to show you guys is more videos out of Austin, and it relates to Tesla. So we'll get to that one in a second. But I just want to send it to Ram Ram first. Sent it to you. Let me know when that's all set up and ready to go, guys. Sidhu continues to hold above that breakout area. I want to say the breakout area is like $1.10, $1.11, but we are now out of the money on this by 2 pennies. So I have to make a decision here as to what I want to do. VWAP still hasn't been breached, and quite frankly, the higher lows has though. In fact, now we're putting in lower lows and lower highs. I don't know how I feel about this one, but I'm going to keep my eye on it. If it breaks through 111, I'm out there. Guys, there's a bunch moving. NBY continues to go. It's a 478 high a day, trading around the $0.75 of a dollar. It looks like it's going to take out the 4/5 of a dollar any moment now. And so is ASTI. What a breakout here on ASTI. Flat top break above in. You called that one 380. It comes back in and tests it. I didn't have an order there. I wasn't alive to that. And there it goes through 4. ASTI up 31.25% with a 405 high. Say that again, Fabian.
Can they hear you on that one?
Better
Fabian?
have protection.
Better have
trading
protection. Oh boy, Fabian. All right, so that's that one's breaking out. Okay, we're gonna have to look at AST on a trading screen here, Joey, because this one's really going. Which one am I gonna take off? We're gonna take off NVIDIA because we don't trade large caps, obviously. ASTI on the NQ.
HDB
Yes.
quiet.
It's a 5 penny spread, and quite frankly, it doesn't have that much in the way of volume. Get out of here, NVIDIA. 716,000 shares, but the breakout is on now, and these last few 5-minute candles have about 50,000 shares each. The spread has tightened up a little bit, 2 pennies now. Now it goes to 5, now it's 4. So it's going to be incremental, but it keeps taking out the high of the day. It's 419 high now on ASTI. Good breakout on this one. Keep your eye out. I don't trade large caps Luez Fu. I mean, it's a preference. I want to specialize in these small caps, so I don't even look at the market at large while I'm trading. Obviously, that doesn't mean that I don't swing trade and invest in the market, of course. But we don't trade them here on the midday. I don't think I have for like over a year. So, Joey, what do you got?
Yeah. All right, man. We're short the TQQs here. You can see off of those lows. We told you guys that we're going to get out at 53.60s. We got a nice little move to the downside there and take some off at 50s and then at 44s. So yeah, let's raise. Let's have a good time here. See if we can get an additional move. I only have 20% left in my remaining position. If the market decides that it wants to come in, then we're going to be positioned relatively well. I tried a long on Google. We didn't get any form of a bounce, guys. It was cracking through that neckline, and sure enough, you can see. Let's breach this 304.64, bang to the downside, and then now maybe that next target's going to be the volume weighted average price. And if that's the case, I think it can help drag the overall market down. The one thing that I'm feeling FOMO on today, it's going to be this TSLA trade. I have to be a little bit more patient, especially on this aggressive selling. Now this is kind of prolonging is delayed, sorry. But anyways, yeah, that move off of there, boom, 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 and then same with AAPL. Easy on the old animations there. So there it is, another move there on Apple, guys, so not too bad of a look. Let's see if we can take another leg down on the overall market. So that would be nice if Microsoft starting to form a bear flag here. You can see those consistent lower highs, but you also have the wedge forming, so an ascending or descending wedge potentially. If it breaks through the volume weighted average price, then we might get some more downside. Let's head over to the daily and see what we got going on. Yeah, it's in no man's land right now. So up, down, and around is MSFT, brother.
Down, down, round, around, I get around. You like Beach Boys?
Yeah, I like that song.
Ooh, ooh. All right. We added here into Sidhu. Reason is I'm seeing a couple of bottoming tail candles off the volume weighted average price. So that means to me that buyers are picking it up off this 112, 113-ish area. We've got 14s on now, showing 15s. I put my order to wet the beak possibly here if we get a price spike up at almost every penny. So we'll see exactly what this one has to offer us. We still haven't gotten anything at 15 as it's still yet to cross. So SIDU, oh, Kokomo, oh man, MF Dangerous, man, you're reminding me of some good stuff there. I love that. ASTI, I see above, and it's taking out highs 420. He says dip buy. Bovin saying dip buy 405 on ASTI. I do agree with that. I would look for 4, but yeah, 405 probably does make more sense because, well, you may not get the entire move down to the whole dollar level. So here's the deal. We're going to start the, wow, it's 1:30 already. Wowzers. Okay, so we completely missed the news today. Ram, let me know when that video is ready, bro.
Which video?
It's ready? It's not ready. Okay. Let me know when it's ready because I want to show it. It's interesting. It's
we'll let you know.
Oh, the fleet.
It takes a second to process.
It shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't be that hard to.
Well, it's a link off X.
Oh, okay.
I save all these things so that I can show them a show one, whether on TikTok.
All right, prepare yourself.
All right, prepare myself. It's ready to go.
It's ready
so
to go.
Before you play this, so what you can't see, so this is the robo-taxi. You're going to see it in a second, but this robo-taxi, if you look a little bit closely, I don't know if you guys can zoom, it has a steering wheel. Obviously, the production version of the robo-taxi is not going to have a steering wheel, hence why it's called the robo-taxi. But Joey, I read a little bit more into this, they had to keep one on for regulatory purposes.
Okay.
And so this is being now driven around Austin. Now we know how Tesla operates. They don't put their cars on the road unless they're pretty close to launch.
Yeah.
How do we know that? Juniper, Model Y, the new Model Y. What did we see? We started seeing it drive around Austin. 3 weeks later, it was announced. What else did we see, Joey? We saw the robo-taxi. Well, the Model Y driving on its own, and now we know that they're likely going to start dropping whatever Model Ys to start doing these autonomous pickup and drop
essentially
off.
Expanding the
so you can see the steering wheel there, guys. Yeah. So this is the robo-taxi that he had at the launch event, and now we're seeing it on the roads of Austin. So I don't know, just based on Tesla's history, we could start seeing these pretty soon. What are you doing, Ram? Oh my goodness, having a good time over there. It is ugly. I don't like it.
You don't like it?
No, I don't.
Really?
No.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that this was going to potentially be the Model 2, but then Elon's like, hey, let's scrap this.
A lot of people were speculating that.
Right?
A lot of people were speculating
Right? Like this was potentially...
Okay, it's okay.
All right. So people were essentially, so we were expecting the Model 2. We're not going to get it. I don't think we're going to get it at this point. So do you think Elon kind of would just change his mind? He's like, hey, I was thinking about the Model 2. I think the robo-taxi is going to be better for margins, et cetera, and production capabilities.
I think so, Joey. I think so because, think about it. It's you build it, and so you're obviously building it at cost, and then you're going to launch it as an income-generating product.
Exactly.
Right? And then if people choose to buy them on their own, to have them for themselves at home, and then that's even a bigger margin product. But you have two funnels that you can go through. One, you can do it yourself. These are Tesla-owned robo-taxis driving around. And then Joey Options wants to punch or wants to get one. And then it drives you around, and then while you're at work, is driving other people around. That's the theory. Well, let's see if it actually happens in practice.
So my next question to you is, do you think that Tesla is going to need a third party like Uber and or Lyft to grab these things en masse and put them into their fleet?
Yes and no. I think maybe initially, yes, and we've seen some tie-ups between some of the robo-taxi companies and the ride-sharing companies, so yes. But I think Elon can actually do it alone.
Do it on his own?
Yeah, I mean, what, are you telling me Elon can't create an Uber-like app or a Lyft-like app?
But absolutely, but do you think it would be, like, what's his addressable market at that point? And do you think that Uber and Lyft would hold more share? And do you think it would be better off for him to just pay them a little bit of a percentage and get involved on their apps? Right?
No, I completely agree with you. But I don't think that he's limited by them.
No, he's not. No, he can do it on his own too. Yeah.
I totally feel like
exactly.
if he wants to collaborate with them, if it makes sense financially to share some of the profit with Uber because they have such a big ride-hailing network, then yeah. But I personally don't see people having a barrier to entry to downloading a Tesla app that ride hails. They do it for Waymo, Joey, right? So it makes sense.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
I'd love to see exactly what happens in the next little while. All I meant by this entire video was to kind of give you the idea that, you know, the robo-taxi in that form may be coming sooner rather than later, just based on Tesla's history of really hiding the products. And then when they're close to launch, all of a sudden, you start seeing them on the street. We saw it with Juniper. We saw it with others. Let's wait and see exactly what happens, but I'm pumped already. Uber and Tesla have already partnered. I know, Machiavelli, that's what I was just saying to him. They've already created certain partnerships in certain jurisdictions, but I don't think they're required to be partners. I think Tesla can go at it alone.
My whole family is calling me right now. Literally.
Your whole family?
Yeah, my little bro and five literally my whole family on the video.
Call.
Should I go on the video?
You're gonna go?
No, I don't even trust these individuals. All right, let's do it. We're doing it live. We're taking the video call. Oh, it's just him. All right, we'll see you later, man. I'm on the show. You guys are calling me. I'll see you guys later this evening. All right? Easy. Yeah, that was it. That was short-lived. I thought it was
Joey, jeez Louise. Don't get on Joey Options' bad side. Ozan, I think if the robo-taxis are going to be sold to consumers, then who would drive Ubers? Uber will need to pay more to drivers, which will impact margins. I gotta disagree with you, Ozan.
Yeah.
What's stopping Uber from buying these robo-taxis or making their own, for that matter? And this is what we've been talking about. I hate to put it this way, but the drivers are costing Uber a lot of profit, okay? I hate to put it like that because, you know, people will lose their jobs. And a lot of people rely on this as a secondary or even primary source of income. So I don't think that the drivers are irreplaceable, especially if this thing comes out. I think Uber takes this on directly.
Yeah, and we mentioned before, we can use this on multiple, I think, we compare this to multiple things, how we're like, hey, with athleisure wear, you're in, you're out one day, aloes, eating Lululemon's lunch, whatever it may be. Yes. But think about what the Uber drivers did to the taxi drivers when they first stepped into every major city. So for them to get the next boot, there's probably a high probability 100%. Because if that's going to, that's when you're going to see like drastic margin expansion within Uber. And as soon as they grab more and more autonomous vehicles, I think Uber is going to be one of the best buys in the market.
Yeah,
to be honest
absolutely. But Joey, they can get disrupted themselves too.
They can, absolutely,
yeah. So,
absolutely.
you know, they're
because Tesla and Waymo can be like, hey, we don't need you anymore. We're just going to do it on our own. So, exactly, and people are going to take it.
And people are ride-hailing Waymos now like you wouldn't believe. I mean, obviously it's coming to Toronto. I can't wait to try it, right?
Yeah, I can't wait.
But you know, it's never going to prevent me from taking a Waymo because I got to download a new app and throw in a credit card, Joey, or a debit card. It's not going to stop me. I'm not speaking for everybody.
But see, the thing is, though, I think what's really important to note is that there's probably going to be a drastic fare decrease, in my opinion. What do you think?
That would be interesting.
Because there has to be. Then otherwise, why? What does it matter?
Why wouldn't they drop the same price and then have a margin expanding product? So, for example, if it was $20 to go, just any numbers, okay, 2 kilometers with a driver, you keep that $20 at 2 kilometers, and then you're taking all the cake.
Absolutely,
fair enough.
How's it going to handle?
Sorry, we'll see, Fabian. Should I do this now? Okay, traders, new traders, listen up. The first month is absolutely free. We are waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder. By upgrading to the Elite experience, will you analyze, strategize, and then capitalize on their platform that has everything. We're talking infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can also predict better with their backtesting tool, guys. You get reliable, real-time data, and global markets at the tips of your fingers. It is literally an all-in-one platform, so don't miss out and execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, you need to scan that QR code, not that one. That's 3D Capital, but you can go on to eSignal and check them out. Shout out to eSignal.
I don't want to, again, I don't want to continuously beat a dead horse, but Other Zinc said something, and we talk about this quite often. He said, yeah, Waymo vehicles are just too expensive.
I never taken one. How expensive are they?
240, essentially with the LiDAR and the Jag. Right. We talked about this, not the actual fare in itself.
Okay.
And I think that's where
destroy
Tesla
them.
has the advantage, especially from a production standpoint as well too. They have the ability to just exponentially grow the production once they get more regulatory clarity and approval in different cities and districts.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I want to read a comment here by Hangry Wife. Shout out to Hangry Wife. Sharif, I got the Tesla autopilot trial a few weeks ago until January 10th. I've driven the vehicle for about 1,500 kilometers now, with 700 kilometers of that on autopilot. I haven't had to intervene once for safety. Hangry Wife, can we just have a definition check here? Because there's two products that Tesla has. There is the lane keeping and speed keeping one, which is called autopilot, and then there's FSD. And that one is more advanced and different. Can you just clarify which one you have? Because the autopilot, I think, is included in all the models, whereas FSD, you might get supervised FSD. Thank you very much for that. Yes, and you are not the only person saying that. People are saying the new, I believe 14.0, if I'm correct, or 14.1 version of FSD is like game-changing. People have been putting videos on YouTube of them taking a trip from, like, say, New York to Boston, New York to Philly, whatever, and having no interventions the entire time. So your point very well taken. But again, like everything else, there are exceptions, and as many videos of people showing that they've had no interventions, there are many videos still coming out of these Teslas still making mistakes. But there are more, or there are equally as many of the Waymos, and I have them, and I always save them, because it's a stark comparison where the mainstream media will gladly and more than willingly cover the Tesla failures only to be entirely silent on the Waymo failures, which I just find to be completely dishonest. Not just because, you know, of the whole angle, let's take the negative angle on Elon, but you're misleading people who want to invest in the company. You're basically telling them Google's product is flawless and we don't need to cover it, but we're going to cover every mistake that Tesla makes. And that bothers me because it's obviously biased. But I'm just kind of used to that. You got anything to comment about?
No, I want to actually I want to hop in a Zoox. I think those vehicles are really cool in Vegas. If anybody's driven in a Zoox, apparently there's no like real front end. It can go both ways. You see that, Sharif? That's pretty cool stuff.
I never even seen that before.
You never seen the Zoox?
Yeah. What am I saying? Yeah. It doesn't have.
There's no front end. Yeah, I think it's super cool. Yeah. Okay. There it is on the TQs, guys. We're getting that move to the downside. So sticking to our guns, even on a trade that we didn't even really mean to get in exactly where we were. That's starting to really work out for us. So we don't have much left, guys, about 5% of the position. We'll take a little bit more off right there. There is the TQs to the downside, so a nice little move. Yes, MF dangerous. And Notorious Dinkelberg says, what is a kilometer? Like, get out of here, brother.
That's funny.
Get out of here.
It's 0.7 miles. That's what that is. I think it's 0.7. I could be wrong. I got stopped out, so this is going to be my first loser on the day. SIDU, first one, Joey.
My boy.
But we did get stopped out there. It did break that 112 where the players were not dwelling, sadly. And now it is below VWAP and not tradable under my system. So SIDU, you suck. Yannick, Sharif, I think the news go by the viral moments on platforms like YouTube and TikTok, and Tesla will always be a bigger talking point. But yeah, I love my FSD. Shout out to Yannick. I didn't know you had FSD, brother. And, you know, clearly by your comment there, you like it. I don't know, Yannick. I mean, I've seen some very interesting videos of like a three-way standoff with Waymos. I discussed this the other day where there was two Waymos in San Fran that collided, and then a third Waymo didn't know what the hell to do. It was just like sitting there like, what do I do? And then they can't figure things out for themselves, obviously, and nor are they remotely controlled by off-site drivers. The off-site operators, they're called, suggest to the car what it should do, but they can't actually physically control the wheel or the accelerator or the pedal. They can just make suggestions to the car. So look, it's great technology. Shout out to Google, but let's just give Tesla a fair shake on that one as well. Machiavelli, Sharif, Joe, you guys still owe America for Drake and Bieber.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't
If
know
anything,
either.
Yeah, I think if anything, you
We
owe
do not
us.
claim
You're
responsibility.
welcome. So there you go, Machiavelli.
Maybe it says we don't claim responsibility for that.
Yeah.
Hey, Drew, I hope they let
You're
me
welcome.
rent out my Tesla as a robo-taxi at some point here in BC, Canada. That's the dream. That's what Elon's been saying. And the theory is you're going to get an over-the-air software update to convert your car from, yes, it's got supervised FSD into a robo-taxi. When and if and how we see that, and how many different versions will be allowed, because we know that there are different hardware versions. There's hardware 3.0, 4.0, and Elon's already said, or Tesla has said, they're unlikely to upgrade the 3.0 version of hardware to 4.0, so you may have to have a newer model and up. I think 2022 was when 4.0 came out, but don't quote me on that. You guys are going to have to double check that. Will full self-driving create bad drivers, AKA just riders? Great question, Fabian. I clicked yes, because you use it or lose it, so to speak, right? If you're not practicing driving, obviously your skills are going to drop off a little bit. Let's take a look at what is still moving in the markets. Bring in the side charts over here. We got Donald DJT, still hugging the volume weighted average price, but really unable to make any newer highs. We have ASTI, which looks like a possible dip trade here ahead of the $4. I could be punching into that. And NBY, we were talking about this. It looks like it's on its way to $5. It's a 487 high. Found support there at 440 where the breakout was, and here it is again, moving into 470. So good strength here on NBY as that one trades into the high of the day. LUNR, another one that we did well on the way, looking here, maybe 14.75. It's trading right below the 50 penny area at the moment. CRWG, we talked about this one. This is a Coreweave derivative. RZLV, kind of putting in lower highs, but definitely well above the volume weighted average price, Joey. And DPRO dipping down a little bit into that 20 EMA on the 5, right around the $0.25. Keep your eye on this one, a 50 penny high on DPRO. But I think I'm going to punch in here to ASTI because this one's been looking good. Did we put this on the, yes, we did. So we're going to go small size here, Joey. 2 penny spread right now on ASTI. Let me see if I can get the mid print. The answer to that, at least initially, is no. So we're going to cancel that one and try to take it a little bit higher. Ooh. There we go. Now we're long. The deal is it loses 4, it loses me. As a trader, we're going to look for another move, possibly into 420, Joey.
Yeah, Sharif, it doesn't want to lose you as a trader, brother. So watch out for that one there. All right, let's see what do we got going on here, man. It doesn't. It's like, no, Sharif, no, I want to stay. Oh my,
trade me.
I wasn't ready. All right, what do you think of? You know what that's? Of
course.
All right. No, all right, guys. There it is. In the TQs, this is slowly starting to work. I got to get rid of this dark pool, 53.25.
Down, Ram.
I know. What are you going on about?
I don't know, bro. I never know what she's doing back
listen,
there, bro.
Oh, no, I come into the office, blah, blah. It's approximately 8 o'clock in the morning, not even. 7:45, and I see on Ram's desk, 7:45, bright and early, Wingstop on the desk. I'm like, what are you doing eating Wingstop at 7:45 a.m.?
I thought I was seeing things.
I'm hungry. I'm like, well, you got food here.
I got to tell you, I thought I was seeing things, seeing her here that early.
I
just thought I was hallucinating.
I was like, oh no.
I couldn't believe what I was
seeing.
seeing.
Then I was like, oh yeah, Assassino's here.
Here she comes, she's coming in hot.
I've had it.
Where's she?
Shut the show.
Oh,
shut the show.
We're canceling the show. All right. What do I think of DIP of this dip on the video at VWAP? Yeah, let's take a look at what we got going on here.
What do you got, Joey?
BTCC has never been hacked. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ian Ganther. Thanks for reminding us of that. You guys are comical, man. It's going to be a good day. I mean, I'm really excited to watch some.
You going out tonight for that? I'm going up to Markham.
Are you?
Yeah, my buddy. Well, because all my high school buddies all still live.
They're over in Markham. Yeah, I think the siblings and my pops, my old man, might come over and watch the fight. Watch it on the old 72-inch there.
Ooh,
yeah, I'm waiting for Avatar as well too. Selena's like, do you want to go watch the Handmaid's Tale movie? And I'm like, do you even know what's going on tonight? Like, are you kidding me? Like, get out of here with that. And if I'm going to the theaters, it's not to watch The Handmaid or The Maid or whatever it's called, this book. I'm
Tell
going there
them how
to
you really feel, Joey. Tell them how
You're not
really
catching
feel,
me
dude.
in the
You're
movie
not
theater
catching
watching that stuff. I'm watching the fights, and then tomorrow we got Andrew Tate as well too. All right, let's get right in here. Back to this. I mean, that guy better win. I told you if anybody needs to win this weekend, it's Mr. Cobra.
I seen the guy like for the first time. I didn't know what he looked like.
Boy,
he's taller than him.
He's a big boy, man.
He's a big boy.
Not, yeah.
But
like,
can he?
No, he's trash. He's like Deontay Wilder.
Okay,
trash.
so I was about to say,
yeah. But no, as for NVDA, I think at this point, guys, some of these dip buys are really good. You want to wait for those indecision prints, and then sure enough, you can get a move higher. So that's what I'm looking at. We're still holding on to this trade right here. I don't have anything left, literally 2.5% of the remaining. We're going to hold it for the dream. A nice little risk to reward. We would have got out at 53.60s, held it down all the way down to 53.30s there. So only 10 cents. Not too bad, guys. A little bit less than that, 7 cents to hit essentially a 5-1. But well, hey, what's up? Please stop saying the fight. It's more like a slap fest. We don't know that yet. Be nice. Yeah, I'm very nice to her. Sorry, Hangry Wife. I apologize. I'm very nice. But hey, listen, she trains Muay Thai.
Does she actually?
Yeah. So we actually enjoy watching UFC and stuff.
Nice.
But when people get cut, she's like, I can't watch.
She don't like that.
Yeah, she's like, oh, this is so brutal. But I'm like, this is
what
what
made
you
her
train
choose
for.
Muay Thai though? I mean, like, cause you're boxing.
I'm a striker. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, because Altia offers.
She's over there.
Yeah,
with
Altia
Brenda.
offers those things.
Good call. Has she done what's it called? That High Rocks thing yet?
No.
Everybody and their mother's doing that. All the CrossFit people are leaving and they're all doing High Rocks because there's a lot of overlap. But High Rocks is like the one that's in. I gotta tell you, I felt CrossFit, well, at least anyway for me, it turned into like a little bit of a cult, but I've already spoken about that before. But in any event, ASTI, we're taking some prints. Fabian. At ASTI, we're long here at 10, at 410. We're taking some prints here into about 415. The current candle setup is positive. It has higher lows, but it's slowed down in terms of price ascent. I've layered my orders to take, profit at every 2 pennies or so. Let's see if we can clear that 415 level and make our way back into the high of the day, 420. We had almost a triple top. We do have a triple top at 420 on the 5-minute chart. 3 different candles got into 420. Neither of them breached. So be on the lookout for that, excuse me. There goes NBY into 499. That is a 499 high. It's up 68.5%. I had a feeling this one was going to move into 4.5. I should have been more alive to that recovery above the $0.50 or to 5. I mean. So yeah, there you go. Whoever was still holding this, good on you guys. Fantastic look today on NBY. And I was disparaging this one earlier because it trades on the Amex exchange, but it didn't bamboozle. I don't feel there was a whole lot of bamboozlement, maybe save and except for this aggressive 2-candle pullback here on the one. Other than that, I can't really say much bad about it. How's ASTI doing? Still dilly-dallying over here. By the way, my stop on ASTI is below that 4. So it loses 4, I'm out. Simple as that. We'll see if this one can take us a little bit to the high side here so we can make some more money on this one. Got about 8 minutes left on the show, guys. It's been a great week, quite frankly. We had that fantastic IPO on Wednesday, I believe, and it was a good day trading. Yesterday, obviously, the markets were very aggressively down, recovering nicely today with multiple double-digit winners in the in the microchip semiconductor world. I showed you guys my watch list. No real prints there that are negative. The Mag 7 also mostly positive. Tesla and Apple, the only 2 ones that are negative on the day. Apple's down half. Tesla's down 0.25%. Everything else positive. So it's been decent. Uber, though, also down 1.5%. How's the flakes? Have you looked at the daily on the flakes yet?
Yeah,
Is it
not looking
catching?
too good. Yeah.
Good.
Not yet.
Good.
It's not ready.
Let's see. Oh, just flat bottom break. Just flat bottom break.
Man.
It's asking.
What the hell is even that?
Yeah, exactly. It's just asking a flat bottom break. I want this company to go down to like, let's see where it can go. Let's see where it can go. Maybe $50, $70 over here, Joey. Well, let's be honest though. We definitely have 85. You want to say 87, 85 support, but we did. You see this? You know what that is, right?
No, I don't. Oh, the death cross.
That's the death cross, my guy. And we haven't had a death cross. Okay, so we got the golden cross. We got the golden cross on this one, January 5th, 2023. And we just got the death cross, I want to say on the 12th, no, the 11th of this month. So let's see what this one does, man. It's going to likely have support, I want to say, in the mid to high 80s. But it is accumulating now for a flat bottom break between 92.5. Shout out to Netflix, which is, by the way, up 0.75% on the day.
I mean, I don't know, Sharif. I really like the stock.
I respect that.
Yeah,
Joey,
I like what they got going
opinion
on.
on
Aside from obviously, I heard a lot of people voicing the exact same thing that you were. But once that cools off,
yes,
this deal goes through. They get even more subs at the end of the day because they're accumulating, fair. Right?
That is fair.
So for me personally, I mean, we're sitting at a $432 billion market cap. I think within a span of maybe 24 months, we can see that up to 700.
I'm excited about the deal.
Absolutely. Yeah. But they got to do a lot of the right things.
They got to do a lot of the right things.
I mean, I think taking this, if they end up getting through, but don't forget that for the Netflix deal to go through, here's what has to happen. Warner Brothers Discovery has to divest their legacy holdings, their legacy media holdings, and then 12 to 18 months after the divestiture, then a deal can close. And of course, it's still subject to regulatory approval, right? And President Trump has already voiced his opinion on that, and we'll have to wait and see what he says. But he is in power for another 3 years, and by extension of that, the regulator is going to be, his appointment.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get completely done, to close it and everything. It's going to be difficult with any form of questioning. But I think at the end of the day, if it does go through, Netflix is going to be a bigger giant than what it already is.
And it would be a great catalog to pick up. Let's just be honest about that. Warner Brothers Discovery got a lot.
Dude.
It's a huge catalog. But I also think, to be fair to Netflix, I think that they are strategically doing the right thing here by not picking up the legacy media or the legacy part of Warner Brothers.
Yeah, because it's dying.
How do we know that? Let's just talk about the advertising dollars. When you look at the advertising dollars going to legacy media, it is down and to the right, and when you're looking at streaming, it is up and to the right, and that's just a fact. So whether or not you say, we can do something with the CNN, we can do something with the CBS. Well, Paramount Skydance owns that now, but we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, guys, I'm still holding ASTI. I feel like this one does have good support at around 405. We just wet the beak there, but I'm looking for a continuation above that fifth of a dollar. We'll see if we get it. Only about 4 minutes left on the show until the big boys, Obi and Neil, come back and take you guys into the close. But it's been a very, very good week, I want to say, on the show here. It's been an interesting one for the market. Some up days, some down days, but not a bad one at all, Joey. We're going to keep an eye on that. Shout out to U.S. stock trader Sid, who's still strong. Yeah, brother, it lost VWAP, so I'm out of that one. I'm not going to be trading after the show anyway, but I see what you're saying. It's trying to work back above the volume-weighted average price. 2006 Jeep Limited 57L says, Sharif, LAZR is going. Let's have a look at LAZR before we sign off. LAZR. All right, at 25 pennies, hold, and now bounce. So this is a very, very cheap stock. Okay, 45 penny name. It was in 22 penny close yesterday. Not bad at all, but not really respecting VWAP here. Looks like it respected the 10 EMA for the most part, but VWAP, not much in the way of support there. It does look like there was a buyer of note at 37.5 pennies vis-a-vis this rounded bottom, which ended up kind of taking out the volume-weighted average price. But yeah, you also broke trend, I would say, of those lower highs, but a confirmation of that would be a move above 50, because that to me is area high, area high, area high. So this area high here has to get above that one. That's at around 50 pennies. This is, the ticker on this one is LAZR for anybody who's interested. It's a sub $1 name, I believe trading at around 46 pennies at the moment. Not I typed it in wrong, Joey. LAZR, there we go. For anybody who wants to look at that one, small cap gapper, I didn't really have much to say, or I didn't really look at this at all. But yeah, good call.
I wanna kind of shift this over, because we were talking about Netflix and everything along those lines. We've been talking about the fight game and everything as well too. But this is TKO Holdings. It's gonna be the WWE. I'm pretty sure it's owned by Endeavor Group, WWE and the UFC. And this is like, I don't know, man. This is such a, this is an absolutely beautiful buy in my opinion. And one thing I wanted to touch on as well, I think Dana White is probably one of my favorite president CEOs of all time.
Great segue.
Yeah, right? But I think that he might have made a little bit of a mistake by not interpreting the Paul brothers in their fights. Like, he doesn't want his superstars to be like people who are actually signed contractually with the UFC to fight Jake Paul. I think that would be fantastic because he doesn't want the brand damage, right? He doesn't.
Sure, yeah.
But this kid's a superstar, and he brings a lot of eyes. He crashed Netflix, and that's what I think you want to see. He is absolutely, absolutely. People don't like them, and when people don't like you, they want to tune in. Absolutely, he knows that. I think he made a little bit of a mistake because if he did, I think he could send TKO Holdings in the UFC to an additional level. If you were allowed.
I want to comment about that. Yeah. That's a great point, but I want to shout out Hardo Heart Media. Heart Media, thank you very much. $50 super chat. Jeez Louise. That's big. Regis follows, Joey. Merry Christmas, my dudes. Appreciate all the help and love these past months. No, we appreciate the love coming from you and everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for that. That's it's a hefty amount there, $50. But I want to mention a couple of things. Firstly, I think maybe he doesn't want big revenue fighters on the card because they're going to ask for a lot of money. I don't know, because the UFC doesn't pay their fighters a lot of money. Is that fair?
They don't.
To boxing.
They don't. No, it's not even close.
It's not even close.
It's not even close.
That's point number one. Point number two, the one I wanted to bring up was, he's on the board of Meta now.
Yes.
Right? So I think Zuck put him there strategically for political reasons, but that's besides the point. What I want to see is there going to be an interesting tie-up between this company and Meta where we could get something maybe not on the flakes, but being broadcast live on Meta somehow?
Absolutely, because he's already got, Zuck's already got the fighters wearing his glasses and everything like that, right?
Zuck's
So
in the fight game
he's
himself.
in the fight game himself, so.
He was fighting that Georgian guy.
Marab.
Yeah, it was like a sparring session.
A little jiu-jitsu session.
And Zuck's chin is super exposed. Super exposed. All right, guys, just before... He struck fear. I don't think, but you know what? I think he beat Elon, but he didn't look that great. But anyway, ASTI about to take out highs, guys. Here it is, back into that 20 penny level. It's a bit of a spready one. There's about a 5 penny spread, 4 penny spread now on this one, but look for continuation above the 420. You got higher lows with that flat top at 420. That could be a flat top break. I'm going to hold this one, but now, Joey.
Yes, sir.
Send him off.
All right, guys, it's been a fantastic week. Everyone has a good weekend as well, too, leading into the holidays. Get all that Christmas shopping done, holiday shopping done, and enjoy time with your familia.
See you guys Monday.
Really quickly, before we go to Neil and Obi, I want to mention we're about an hour late, but it does look like finally we're going to get that update from U.S. President Donald Trump around 2 p.m. when it looks like we're starting. Again, we're supposed to start at 1 p.m. The stream is open. People just standing around a podium as of a couple of minutes ago. But I do want to mention as well, this announcement from President Trump reportedly going to involve some medical companies, including the likes of MRK, GSK, and SNY. I was also seeing some reports suggesting ABBV would be involved. Apparently 7 companies making drug pricing deals with the Trump administration. Stay tuned. I'll keep you guys posted as much as I can, especially when I get back to this desk at 2:30. Back over here to Neil and Obi after their lunch break.
Welcome back, everybody. I fully expect there's a non-zero possibility that the VWAP hold on DJT might either work or fail based on whatever the heck gets said. You're probably literally nothing to do with any comments that might get made. But let's be real. We talk about like just trading like a plan or whatever it might be. If an in-play stock holds VWAP throughout lunchtime, I like the volume weighted average price. So I end up going long before I go short in DJT, which is fine. I'm actually gonna. It's silly not to take something out on this pop going into this. So you know what? I'm just gonna hold some for the dream, reload it on VWAP if we get it. Welcome back, everybody. Should be a fun one this afternoon. I am curious about this. Logged into the current stream. See some oh boy, Sergio saying oh boy, let's go team.
Oh boy.
The poll, why is there a poll? Okay, why is there a poll, do you still pay cable? I already voted, we don't pay for cable anymore, we cut the cord, but I'm sure there's a reason why we're going with this, but Okay, so there was this discussion about Netflix and legacy. Only 21%. Still, I'm assuming you don't.
Absolutely not.
You're too young. Young people don't.
Not.
Like we held
Makes
on
zero
till
sense.
I think it was the beginning of last year. I think we cut our cable like 2024 or something like that. So we held on a really long time, in my opinion. But I kind of feel like people are going to get rid of it at this point.
My family cut it about 15 years ago,
There's so many
I
streaming
think.
options. There's
Get
so
that
much
outta
quality
here.
out there. Get that mess out of here. Why? And now you just got to pay so much for streaming anyways.
Yeah, and then think about it. It's pretty much like how cable used to cost like what, like $50, $60, $70 maybe a month. Now you have Netflix, you have Amazon, you got Prime. I was gonna say Prime, Disney Plus,
Apple
Paramount, Apple TV.
Can't win, man.
I just have one thing to say. I gotta dust off that old pirate hat. That's all I'm gonna say.
Terrible.
But I got Netflix. Netflix, a lot of YouTube, I guess.
YouTube
but yeah,
Premium is legit. I'm paying for that now.
anything that you want can be found.
Yes, anything that you want can be. How is that still on the board? Come on, man. I was spamming so many symbols and it's still there.
Oh,
what is going on here?
Well, at least Neil and Obi
Put in
are
some more work.
no longer acceptable, tickers.
I'm just gonna keep going a bunch of Coreweaves in there. It's not working. Why is it not? I want to see them dropping down. You know what? I should fresh start this. That's what I should do. You know what? So now, well, we'll see if this is probably gonna backfire on me, but I'm gonna give this a fresh start. So fresh start, refresh. If I do that, does it restart? Because I want to know. I wanted to do fresh start. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Now we go. I'm gonna say Coreweave. $ CR. Whoops, I didn't do $. CRWV. That's what should be in there. We should at some point we should. Oh, it's not. Oh, you know what? Fabian, is it not resetting? This is the ultimate troll. I can't even properly reset it. We're going to have to live with mask all day long. The stock is completely nonsense. Anyways, so moving on.
It's still only done 820K.
Let's just ignore the most ridiculously useless stock of all time that made the list today. And look, what's going on here? It's still it's working, but we still have to deal with the stuff from this morning. Coreweave.
Mask is still slowly rising. Look at that.
Coreweave's up 23%, everybody. Tesla's been moving all day long. Mask has probably done nothing for anybody ever, except for
maybe a couple days ago.
Maybe he did something
a couple days ago. I think it was.
Should we be more interested in Coreweave? 23%, everybody. Oh, mine will work. Well,
wow, look at that. Core weaving to the upside.
This is ridiculous, Coreweave.
My God, look at this.
That's right. Oh, it's a big
there's a buyer. There's a buyer.
Well,
I don't know if it's an immediate squeeze, but yeah, definitely there's a buyer.
Short covering for sure.
Yeah.
For sure, there's short.
I'm sure people are covering along the way. Yes.
No questions asked.
Here we go.
Yeah. Well.
Look at that. See, I mean, here's the thing. Also, technical breaks, strong move off of the open. I mean, like you could also argue this is just a little bit of a balance going on here as well. Maybe people are, look at the aggressive selling. This is pretty much relatively symmetrical to some of the selling that went on the prior week or so, right? So, I don't know. Symmetry is a beautiful thing when it comes to price action. I do like to look for it, and if it's there, I like it even better.
I just saw this from David. Thank you for the super chat, David. I'm going to allow this. That's true. Peter Green, the actor, passed away. He was the villain in The Mask. So you know what?
R.I.P.
In lieu of that, because and I know the Midday guys were talking about this as well. If you don't know him, he was in Pulp Fiction. He was also in Pulp Fiction. He's wasn't like the most famous actor, but you'd remember from The Mask and Pulp Fiction for sure. So shout out to him. And then we can, respect the stock that is 23 cents that is The Mask. But a good call there, David. I didn't know that was that even the reason this morning why everyone was talking about it?
I don't think so.
Like I said, I have a tendency, and anyone that watches the show knows this, I'll just look behind me and be like, oh, what's the stock that's on the, in between us on the board? And so I was just asking a question, and then I got trolled. I thought I was just getting trolled. But Mask is still up there. It's still number 2. I can tell you that DJT is kind of still going here. I don't really know. There's no story here outside of yesterday's move, which was that Fusion company combination. I don't remember the name of the company anymore. It doesn't
I
really
didn't even like read the news or like I saw DJT was moving. What is it?
They're merging with a
I saw a couple billion on there.
fusion energy company.
Yeah.
Like, so essentially, the new company will be like 50-50 of the two. But like
I got it on my radar. I'm just like, all right, I'm waiting for this move to finish so we can get some swings on the board.
Yeah, why not? We'll get the rundown soon in a little bit, and it'll be hilarious because I feel like if we actually have to try to cover that stock, I don't even know what I would say about it. Is YDB? Yeah, you're right. Thank you guys, Stuart in the chat. YCBD is halted. Ooh. This did not just move. This might be. This is not a volatility halt. Let me just quickly throw up the halt locator. It's not even on. It's not even here yet. Probably because it's NY. It'll show up eventually. It's not even on like the halt code board yet, so it'll probably pop up. But it didn't just make a move, so like you can't tell me that YCBD just halted. So it has to be for news. It's the only reason it could be. Yeah, we'll see what the news ends up being with this one, but it is halted for news. Could be related to what the president's saying. We'll see. This was a big mover the other day, but it gave it all back. Not all, but it gave a lot of it back yesterday. I shouldn't say it gave it all back because it had a couple of gaps up. Like it has this move here. It just gave back. It gave back the second move. It didn't give back the first move yet. So we'll keep eyes on this one as it is halted. Likely news pending. I haven't seen that officially, but can't think of any other reason. It's clearly not a volatility halt. The stock did not move in the last couple of minutes. It was doing nothing and now halted, which should be a little bit spicy. So we're going to get into the rundown here where I'm pretty sure we all know at least a couple of names that are going to be on the list. Sharif?
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, you saw them. They're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get the tickers up there, you got to get into the chat. You got to vote. Try to vote before, of course, 2 o'clock. That is the cutoff time. And also include that $sign. Otherwise, it does not register. All right, guys, let's take a look at all 4 major averages, if you allow me a second over here. And all 4 major averages, thankfully, are in positive territory, starting with the NQ leading the way, up 1 1/4 and a little bit off that high. Look at that, 25,600 on the dot. Is the high of the day on the NQ, and we're putting in lower highs. This looks awfully bullish here to end the week. Separately, the ES, much of the same pattern, just below that 6,900 point area, up into 6,893 high a day. The Dow, not doing too bad, into that 48,634 high, trying to hold right now. They all look like bull flags, depending on really regardless of what you're looking at here in terms of these major averages. And the Russell 2000 up nicely as well, 0.75%. Let's start though with the first ticker as decided by you, TSLA. This one was mostly negative all day. I mean, right from the get-go, it had a bit of a sell. It is almost back into to break even at that 483.50 area. And this headline came in today where Deutsche Bank raising their price target on Tesla, guys, from 470 up to 500.
Despite that, like this one on the note today was watch out, fail, break 490. Like if it tries to break out this resistance, and it's every single day this week, with the exception of Monday, that it essentially failed to 490. Well, got to or didn't press through. On Tuesday, it got to 490 without really showing much follow through, and then the next day, completely fell apart at 490. And that was on Wednesday. It was just all sell. You know, essentially, you know, it was all gas, no brakes to the downside on Wednesday, and it all started with the 490 fail. Then yesterday, we had it get to 490 and then fail in the middle of the day and then make lower highs the entire way. So for myself, I ended up trading at the open right at 9:30 Palantir's breakout. So I wasn't able to grab this because if you're going to take a fail break, it's going to happen quick. Like when it fails at 490, it's very fast and you're going to be in there right away. It ends up following through. The good news is it's got like a little reverse head and shoulders thing going on. Regained 480. Which we thought it had room to get to. You're above VWAP. The market's trying to go again. Feels like we could go green on Tesla. Regardless of whatever happens this afternoon, like if it can hold this consolidation and breakout, I still don't think it'll break 490 today. But looking much better than it did earlier. Like I do think you have a decent chance. If you can hold on to VWAP, the futures can maybe at least test the local highs here. The one thing to keep in mind, though, this afternoon, and we'll say it a few times, it is index rebalancing today. Year-end index rebalances. Lots of window dressing usually happens at the close. There's whatever happens from now until about 3:30 or so, and then a lot of things will start to be moved based on imbalances. And I will show you this early because this is what the early look. Usually I'll show you guys this, or we'll show you guys this at 3:30. This is 2:14, and look at all of the names that are over $1 million here. Like, there's too many to count. BBAI is already 8.7 million to buy, and it's 2 o'clock. Pfizer, 8 million. Chipotle, 6.2 million. Merck, 6.2 million. Like, look at all these. They're all huge. I'm not going to even bother listing them all. If you can think about it, it's probably on here. INQ, 2.9 million to the buy side. As I said, it is major index. Whoa, okay, PINS wasn't even here a second ago. PINS, 22 million. Sheesh.
You gotta see, I gotta check that one out right now.
It's 2:15. So there's whatever you're doing now, just be prepared to be doing something different or take some profits or do a reversion or throw it out the window come 3:30, 3:40.
Reversion, you say? Well, Tesla, here's the thing about Tesla, man. We talked about this morning. I kind of felt the tape a little bit here on Tuesday, a little squeezy action there. Nice little balancing happening on the day after. But it's been stuck in a range. Sellers in and around here, 90s, maybe even 80s, 85s. And then buyers here as well after we stepped up above this 60 mark. Right, buyers stepping in here in the low 60s, maybe even 75s here. But again, I want to take a look at recent price action. Yesterday, sellers were there at the 90s, and buyers were there at the 75s. Guess what happened today? Sellers were there at the 90s, and then buyers were there at the low of day of, what is that? 474.80. So more of the same here. Bigger picture range hold happening on Tesla. Definitely winding up here, consolidating near its all-time highs. And again, we talk about price action being a little bit fractal. We're consolidating near the high of day, right? We're consolidating near the highs. And is this winding up to break out? That's the question that I'm asking. When the buyers come in, they're pretty aggressive. When the sellers come in, they're pretty aggressive as well. Right, so yeah, Tesla kind of doing its own thing this morning when the market was ripping up to its highs. Tesla was like, no, you know what? I'm going to sell off a little bit, and then market kind of came in as well, giving us a little bit more oomph to the range lows here. But decent reversion coming in back towards VWAP. Now holding VWAP, which is sitting at 481.68 here on Tesla, back into prior day's close levels as well. That's a little interesting to me. So decent strength on the week, I would say, holding its own near all-time highs on Tesla.
Will we actually talk?
Coreweave, the next on the list here, guys, up over 23%. And into the day's high, 83.45, after they announced that they're joining the Energy Department's Genesis mission. The company said late Thursday it would open up access to its AI cloud and advanced scientific workloads for Genesis, which is a Department of Energy effort to unite scientific institutions and technology companies to accelerate scientific and energy innovation, guys. So fantastic look for Coreweave. The boys have been talking about this one all day. 83.49 at the high.
Absolutely flying. Just for anyone that didn't catch this on YCBD, YCBD is halted, news pending. Right now, there is no dissemination of the news. I haven't seen what the news may or may not be on any source. So, if you just go to like the NASDAQ trader.com page, they will have all of the codes here. So T1. Usually, what will happen? Do I have an example I can show? Okay, there you go. If something halts like news pending, like this morning, these guys had like a buyout deal announced. So it'll go T1, then it'll have news has begun dissemination, then you'll get T3, where news has been fully disseminated and there's like a resumption time. So only T1 right now. So YCBD is halted. No real idea when they will open up. The stock that did not halt today was a very orderly move to the upside on Coreweave. Now, in some regards, in my opinion, some of this is going to be technical. We've talked about, and watch out for Medline when it does, if and when it does something like this, where you have an IPO, you get the move up, make a local high, then eventually they almost always pull back. It's the re-break of the local high. sometime in the past. It's a very bullish setup, and a lot of times that price ends up being very significant. And I think that's the case. At least some of it here, like bouncing off this 65 level, I feel like that's going to be the case. So naturally, this gets to 90, maybe a bit of a fade. Like nothing in terms of the AI sentiment has changed much in this relief rally, and these guys probably are at least somewhere adjacent to the epicenter of what people are calling a bubble. Like they're not necessarily Oracle, but nothing's really bled as much from the highs as these guys did in the group, like 180 to $70. Like what else fell that far back in the AI space? Just them, realistically. So I think there's going to be a bit of a limit. We get to 90 next week. I think it's going to turn into a bit of a fade there on Coreweave. And there's not much to, like a lot of times I'd look at something like this, you're like, oh, well, why not do a mean reversion trade this afternoon on Coreweave if it breaks trend? The thing about it is, like it's a very boring up move, a lot of it. So yeah, you could probably draw a trend line, but I would bet that most of the trend lines that you've drawn, like if I were to do this, which a lot of times I do, like have any of them worked? And if you look at all the trend lines, like it broke trend here at 10:30. What did that do for you? Not much. Broke trend here again. That did nothing for you. So I'm thinking probably not that big of a deal. We do have the president speaking right now. If he says anything crazy or important, we will let you guys know.
Coreweave, I'm looking at the weekly here because we're like, okay, cool. High short float. So whenever I see that, I ask a question. All right, okay, where are some of the players kind of potentially sitting here? You can see this run up that happened in June. That looks like a great reversion, about a 50% reversion. That's all the way up at 162s. But even then, if you took the second leg down, potentially sitting here in 120, in around 120s to 140s. That's the backside lower high as well. Again, this is the weekly on Coreweave. We're getting a little bit of a bump, maybe a lick grab of the lows there at 65.76s at the beginning of this week. But yeah, definitely there's a buyer on board on the day today because this grinding action definitely signifies something. So yeah, definitely a lot of straight up buying, kind of doing its own thing as of right now. You can see that it's way extended off of VWAP. So gotta have eyes on. Let's see how it closes again with rebalances. Maybe there's something going on here as well. That's all I got on Coreweave.
A lot's happening in the market for sure, but I'll tell you, I was just digging into, well, we've been digging into some exchanges and stumbled across BTCC. They're top 30 globally, but you know what? They've never been hacked. You might have heard that before, not once. Other exchanges get wrecked, but BTCC stays untouched. Zero KYC if you happen to be in the US, Canada, or Europe. And on top of that, through Trader TV, you can get 100 USDT coupons for registering and a 15% bonus that covers losses up to 15K USDT. Seriously, what are we missing here? Not much. You can scan the QR code in front of you for more information. Link also in the description. Somebody's mic was live.
Someone's mic is live, definitely right now.
I'm still hearing it too. I don't know whose mic is still live. Just quickly before we go back over to Sharif, I've been in IBIT since the volume weighted average price. I just trailed out. So if it gets to VWAP again, just want to quickly show you guys the chart, the plan of action. If we can come to my chart for a second. Thank you. If we come back all the way to the volume weighted average price, like I was short here once and then just reloading on each pop. But once it broke that higher low, which was also the opening range bottom, I just trailed out of it. But I'm going to look to re-engage if we get to the volume weighted average price. It's about, I mean, it'd be pretty close to that 88,000 mark is what I've been working off of so far. So that's the plan of action for IBIT this afternoon. DJT still kind of gently gliding higher. The president is supposed to be discussing drug prices. So like this doesn't have anything to do with DJT, but it just happens to be going anyway. So you know what? Like let's look at it this way. If DJT's up like 30-something% yesterday and 11% today, and it's holding VWAP and the president's going to talk, why not just be long? Like what's the worst that can happen? It breaks VWAP, you lose. It just goes up because he's talking. So what? Like, it doesn't have to make any sense. It just has to work. Let's go back to the desk, see what the next symbol is. And I'm glad we didn't actually have to talk about the mask.
now he's gotten into the crux of the news conference, which is about, of course, pharmaceuticals. And if I can show what's on the screen here, this came out. Several manufacturers agree. Wrong screen, Ram. Several manufacturers agree to donate active pharmaceutical ingredients to U.S. Strategic Reserve. Companies will offer many drugs direct to consumer at lower prices through Trump RX website on pace for a January launch, notes a U.S. official. So I'm listening to his address right now, reading the captions there. He basically said, look, I wanted to speak about this when I addressed the nation a few nights ago during prime time, but there were a couple of shows launching, and they only gave him about 15 minutes. Separately here, DJT is the one that is next, guys. We already know what the headline with this is, tying up with TAE for nuclear fusion. DJT trying to increase its moat out of social media.
Not even, like, it's okay. We talked about this morning. It goes from social media to crypto to fintech, and now we're going to fusion, which realistically, so here's the thing.
Playing hopscotch.
We've been talking about fusion power for a very long time. Like, it's in science fiction. It's been like science fiction for a long time, and it's been like, oh, this is going to be the future. That being said, there's actual gains that are being made, and some of it a lot of it actually has to do with AI. Like,
solving a lot of those problems.
Yeah, and the funny thing about it is, there's so much hype that went around quantum computing, when really the level of breakthroughs have not been that crazy. Why are we hitting the bear thing? I'm trying to actually be a little bit bullish about this if I can. Everyone gets hyped about quantum computing, which could be potentially years away, but it's like, okay, well, fusion power could be just as big of a deal, and at the end of the day, why not bet on a breakout? Here's where everyone keeps calling me a DJT bear. What I've been consistently saying is, I don't know any way to, like, how do you properly value? You're going to get this one-to-one, so the new company is going to be half DJT, half whatever the other company, I forget the name of it off the top of my head. How do you properly value? You can't really properly value like any upside here. So you have to sort of treat this as if it was just like a Rigetti or any kind of squeeze thing. Play momentum on it. If you happen to be in early, like anyone that bought the SPAC price, like the 10, when it goes back into some key price levels, well, that's a support level. So if you're in this at like $10 or $11, well, fine. Like, you're in it off of a support level. If you're buying it up here, well, then you're just kind of hoping that you're getting some kind of a moment for fusion names. Well, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just skeptical with it. I happen to be in it off VWAP because that's a day trade, but it's also powering into a very long consolidation level here, 17, 18, which I think is going to be some trouble. Like, I'm looking to sell this in front of 17 just for the day trade here. And it's a big, big wall that this is facing. Now, if it can break through there, I would think you start squeezing some people heavily. And it's done it before, but there hasn't been as much follow through before. And that's the one thing that I'd be at least a little bit skeptical about.
Yeah, so DJT, I think I like your trade there, holding that VWAP pretty clean. You can see a nice little consolidation for over an hour. I have about roughly over an hour and a half here. Just holding, cannot get through, and stepping on top. Look, there's a little bit of confluence here. Opening range highs, it's holding those as well in and around $16. So yeah, 16.48 currently it's trading at. Bit of a day two continuation move. So if you were watching this off of the open, you can see here what it did with prior day's range. This is when the news came out. Let's get that VWAP out of there. News came out, nice little pop. Holding, higher highs, higher lows, closing near the high a day, and then closing range high. You can see that holds pretty well. Confluence with $15 flat. Like, what was the low on the opening range low? 14.89. So held 15 like a champ, and then broke its opening range high through 16 into 17. So in terms of momentum, look at the volume spikes we got on those breakouts. So yeah, definitely a decent vehicle for day trading on the day today. Let's see how it closes. But that VWAP hold above opening range high, definitely a decent amount of confluence.
Our guys, Intuitive Machines shares trading higher after KeyBank Capital initiated coverage on the name with a $20 price target and an overweight rating. A fantastic look today for LUNR. I was involved in this one on the midday, up about 35% separately. I want to bring you this. Howard Lutnick says the U.S. has already sold over $1.3 billion of Trump's gold card, where individuals can pay $1 million to get U.S. permanent residency. Separately, President Trump, speaking at their news conference right now, says Johnson & Johnson will be in the White House next week to discuss price cuts to some pharmaceuticals. Also, he's crediting the drop in price, of course, to tariffs. He said tariffs are what forced pharma companies to reach deal. And if there's any more updates on that, I will bring that to you. But guys, LUNR up 34 3/4.
100 people that just bought that gold card. I mean, I think that's a. When I first heard of that idea, I was like, that's absolutely beautiful. Like, I mean, like, you know, it's sometimes things are pay to play, and if you can, you definitely should. So yeah.
Hard to see it's hard to see a loss there.
Kim Jong-un bought 2 dozen.
I don't even know what's going on.
No, I just heard Sharif say, what? Someone said that in the chat? Saying Kim bought 200 or something. 200 of those. Kind of funny.
Because obviously.
Funny.
Well, we're supposed to be talking about Intuitive Machines,
right.
Realistically.
Lunar. I mean, Lunar, a little bit of a launch here on the day. There you go. Boom.
You got a button for that one. Oh, yeah, I'll say so. This one is definitely, like, there's a portion of this that's going to just be squeezed. What's our short float here? Let me quickly double check on Lunar. I see 22.5% short float on 113 million float. It's done 30% of that today in volume. On the daily chart, it's broken out. What I would say, the only issue about this quote unquote, well, I just said it, so it's not really quote unquote. The only issue I would say about this breaking out is look at these local highs. Yeah, it's broken the last high, but every time it's broken the last high, this is a bit of an upward trend, and it's ended with topping tail candles. So I would be a little bit, I wouldn't like this if you get a topping tail candle over this trend line and then another one on Monday. Well, that's not bullish. This probably then pulls back like it's done every other time. What you want to see happen is it closes above 15, opens above 15, and then closes on Monday above 15. Then I'd feel better. You can start consolidating over prior highs instead of getting to a new high here locally and then just sort of failing it. So yeah, if you're long it now, if you're long, it's kind of like DJT. Like if you're long and you're in the money, like that's great. But at this price level, there's a little bit of concern that it's just going to pull another topping tail, which it's been doing on this trend line pretty much the entire second half of the year. There's 4 separate fails. Oh, sorry, 3 fails. This would be the 4th if it can't close. It's more like 14, like 75 that it needs to close above, not 15 even.
Right. Millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Orogenics, that's OGEN on the NYSE, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Orogenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what's ahead. Book a meeting today. All right, so Intuitive Machines here. I don't know if the move was very intuitive, but it's trying to blast off as of right now. You can see here, weekly breakout is happening right here, right now. What is that high? That's a high of $14.48. We're currently trading at 14.61s. So yeah, we are past that breakout price, pushing a little bit higher. You can see just looking back at the chart, maybe some strong selling coming in here at about 22, maybe consolidation low breakdown where people might be slamming into this. 1750s is where that is. So yeah, maybe if this continues, it definitely has some space to go a little bit higher. But yeah, on the day, I do like what it's doing in terms of holding higher highs and higher lows. Extension from VWAP is very apparent here, so kind of showing us that buyers are very much in charge on a day like today.
Look at some of these. Have you seen AMD today? I just saw in the chat a couple people mentioning AMD. Like, yeah. Look at this sucker.
I mean, someone was trying to short that or looking for a potential short at that supply zone earlier this morning.
Oh yeah, up here. Well, you know what? You might have made something if you shorted the 212 level for sure.
Yeah. You got back to VWAP.
Yeah, it pulled back into VWAP for sure, and it's at another supply zone right now at $215. So like this easily, if it just put a parabolic candle in here, so big time breakout. Maybe not the biggest volume, but it's afternoon, so it's a decent enough volume candle. You zoom it in a little bit, but you have this high, more or less on Monday. Call it the Monday morning bounce level, Monday afternoon resistance at 15. This would be the spot. Like if you're looking at a reversion on this, it's this fail at 215, then you get the back end here that it's trying to put in. I also saw. We didn't really talk too much about the wheat stocks. You can't really know what's gonna be interesting, but there is obviously the disappointment yesterday with the president's announcement on the cannabis space. You'll see MSOS actually up 4%. This is a very deceiving 4% up because it's clearly been trending down most of the day here, so not really the greatest day for MSOS. I was trading Tilray, and that still looks pretty bad. Although I'm looking at the reason I bring this up. Should be very obvious. I'm only bringing it up because Tilray is at VWAP again, and every single time it's been at VWAP, I've been short. It's only 230, so I'll probably take it one more time here. Just going to give it a little bit of time just to roll over a little bit. I'm already getting one lower high on Tilray here, down 7.5%. It has been weak, but I'm looking for another rollover underneath VWAP. But I've been trying to, I feel like getting it when it's breaking down has been better. I'm going to wait for it to get back underneath VWAP and then take a shot at Tilray for the 4th time today. Really just only been looking short that name. And unfortunately, DJT coming back to VWAP. So I'm more than likely going to reload. Unless it plows through the volume weighted average price, I'll just get out. But if it holds again, I'll take another shot at it. But we should get to a super chat that I just saw a super chat in here. So let's throw it up on the screen and send it to the screen now. We've got Nicholas Fam. What up, fam? Hi, Neil, Obe. NVIDIA February options today or next week. That's a little ambiguous. There's
so you want to either buy zero DTEs. Oh, you mean no? You want to buy February options today or next week? I mean, what difference would that really make? Like, what's happening today? Maybe through OPEX? If you're buying for February, I don't know. I don't know if today's.
Well, here's really the first question I ask is: Are you buying it anyways? If you're buying anyways because you just want to be long, oftentimes like a day like today, if you get big down moves on rebalances, can be a great timing issue to buy. Like you get like a big spike to the downside if there's like big sell imbalances, and then you wait till after that happens and then pick them up on Monday after all of this rebalancing is done. Like typically, I like to wait. But if you're like compelled, like you want to buy it, then I would wait until after the rebalance. That's just me. I think we're going directly to Sia at the desk.
Thank you, guys. As we all know, U.S. President Donald Trump is currently speaking. Couple things that he said by now. The only reason unemployment went up is that we are reducing the government workforce like numbers we have never seen before. We don't need 10 people to fill one job. Things like I could reduce unemployment to 0% by hiring people in the federal government, but we don't need federal workforce jobs anymore. Another comment that just came in is we're going to put tariffs on EU countries if they do not reduce policies and make good money off of them. And America will get the lowest price in pharmaceuticals compared to anywhere by the world by next year. If there's any more updates, I will be sure to let you know. But let's also quickly take a look at a couple things today. The Michigan Consumer Sentiment was released earlier today at 10 a.m. The number now stands at 52.9, which is higher than the previous, which stood at 51. Also, quick news for you all today. Oracle has joined hands with an investor group that is running TikTok's business in the United States. The stock, as a reaction to this, jumped 7%. And this deal will prevent the shutdown of the app's operations in the country related to certain security issues, as we all know it. Oracle will also be responsible for auditing and validating TikTok on the agreed upon security terms. Overall, Oracle shares are up 8% this year and have pulled back over 20% over the last month. Nike Sales in Greater China also fell 17% after it reported its earnings last night. CEO Elliott Hill said that the company will have to reset its approach in China. Nike stock also fell 9% in the pre-market today after the Q2 report yesterday, currently doing up 0.2%. Sales in North America also have risen by 9% to $5.63 billion compared to sales in China, down 17%. However, Nike brand revenues did climb 1% to $12.1 billion compared to the Wall Street expectations for flat sales at $11.9 billion. And that's all. Back to the guys, and I'll let you know if there's any updates.
Thank you, of course, Sia. Appreciate you. And I see you guys with NBY here. It's flying higher. I still can't see a story on this thing. I've been searching. I've been searching. You guys tell me.
Nova Bay Pharmaceuticals.
Oh, you hear that? Nova Bay What did I just hear? I just heard like a voice. It doesn't really matter. I'm just old and hearing things.
Increasing. Look at the volume.
No,
increasing
the
volume
is going absolutely ham on this.
Yeah.
It's up 87%. I don't see a story. It's been running. It had a huge move to the downside yesterday, but it's been really going. This is probably just like a squeeze, like a continuation squeeze or something like that, and then it gets technical when it makes a fresh high. So yeah, Nova Bay is moving. I'd be at least. When it's moving on no catalyst whatsoever. If I can't find something, I usually get very, very skeptical of this for any kind of a follow through, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be buying these off the highs, especially, given the fact that there's no story or catalyst that I can always find. I did get Tilray eventually off that VWAP, so I'm going to be into that one again. And looks like maybe Luis Edwards just put something in the chat. I want to shout you out there. Regards to YCBD, but I haven't seen that hit the wire yet, so I cannot confirm. I couldn't confirm if this is the story that YCBD's halted because North Carolina's government contract is the reason for the halt. I do not know that to be true, but we do know that YCBD is halted, news pending, but I don't know if that's the actual news. So Adara is going to be all over that. That's what she does. I haven't seen anything either, but at some point we'll see. So the president is not speaking about fusion power. It'd be kind of cool if he did, but he's not, so we're coming right back into VWAP. It's pretty simple. Yeah, if we break it clean, I'm just going to get out. If we bounce, I'm going to reload. But I think the issue is, what are you going to do? Like, he's supposed to be talking about drug prices. It's just in the economy. There's no reason why he would mention, and it would be pretty weird if he did, and I think a lot of people would criticize. So yeah, I wanted to hold on to something just in case we got the spike, but it doesn't seem like it's happening.
I kind of like that trade because you were like, yeah, he's speaking. Like, you can go long. Maybe he says something, maybe he doesn't. But here's the thing: as long as the buyers are there, you're involved. And then when the selling comes in, guess what? Maybe people were expecting the same thing, and they're like, oh, he's not saying anything. He's not saying anything about it.
Uh-oh.
Boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of out of the position there. But yeah, no, it's just a theory, But this Nova Bay, yeah, no, I'm looking at the multi-day move here, Neil, and take a look at this. Monday, December 8th is when this move really starts to happen. There, we break above $1 off of the opening session and just off to the races there. Since then, we're up about 300% in about 11 days. That's absolutely wild, going parabolic with expanding volume after a strong sell-off day all the way into $3 here yesterday. So maybe a bit of a Friday end-of-week squeeze happening here as of right now. I think we got to pass to Dara.
You guys know here why CBD, Neil and Obi. I did look into this. No news I can find. A handful of comments there on X, but they're just like random tags. When a stock's hot, people just tagging the stock. And even then, there's not as many as I would expect. So it seems like this is still going to be a medical mystery here for YCBD. Back to you.
Wow. AMD is still going. That's crazy. All right, so there goes VWAP on DJT. I said if it broke it clean, I'd just get out. So I'm now out of it. But I guess that rollover is not happening. See, look at how quickly we start heading to the downside when it breaks the volume weighted average price. I think it was worth a shot. to see if it could follow through. A lot of times I would just have trailed out, but the president was talking. I think you want a free roll in that situation, because if it gets up to 17 and breaks a high, you can go 2-1 on that. But AMD, there is no lower high. So guess what? I won't be reverting this thing. Not if it's going to keep putting in higher lows and potentially break out the top. It just keeps on going and going and going here at Advanced Micro Devices.
What am I? Something's that, yeah.
You're reading Trinet in the chat?
I'm just saying.
Why CBD? Why not
yep.
CBD? The chat is undefeated today.
Good one.
Whether it's just simply trolling me over that maize stock, or mask stock, or just making jokes on your own. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. But no, CBD, I don't know if it's going to, we don't know when it'll open up, but the thing about it is it won't open without first showing us, like if you go here, if anyone keeps asking about it, like it still says T1. Like you don't halt news pending without it going all the way. You'll see T2 and T3, and until all of this is filled in, and you'll also see like a quote resumption time. Until all that fills in, there's pretty much no chance that it opens up. So you can just put if you're stuck in this stock or you're interested in this stock, just go to NASDAQtrader.com and trade halts, or just Google that, find the page, and until you see this fill in, it ain't opening. So you can just sit there and wait all you want for sure.
I like the LUD Ps. Those are the LUD P halts.
Oh, limit up.
Limit up, down. What does a P stand for? Pause?
Yeah, probably pause.
Maybe pause. I don't know.
I'm guessing.
I
have no idea.
I've always called them the LUD P.
I call it limited up down. What, LUD P? It's a weird.
I'm just reading what it says, right? LUDP. So AMD still running to the upside. I'm looking for the next trade potentially. I've been kind of knocking on the door of AVGO here. A little bit of a. I mean, you can see that aggressive selling on Wednesday. That was nice. Some more selling coming in yesterday off of the open. Today, a little distinctly different, a bit of a bid, but selling coming right back in on a false break of 340s. Holding VWAP now. I was looking to take this, maybe faded a little bit below VWAP here, but not really having it as of right now as we trade back above 336 halves. VWAP sitting at 336.25s here. Also watching this Palantir as well. Palantir kind of strong. Dips below this range. How long was this range formed for? About, let's say about 3 hours. Wow, about 3 hours we have a range lows that came in. I guess it's just wicking that 190 price. We get down pretty distinctly, right? No more wicks there, but we cannot get lower than 189.18s and then swoop right back above VWAP there, 190.25s, and now trading back above, maybe on its way to the high of the range. So I think we're going to go to SIA for small cap.
Before we go into small cap, quick update. Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, and Novo Nordisk have already struck deals with Trump administration to cut prices. However, Johnson & Johnson, AbbVie, and Regeneron are remaining companies that have not joined, haven't signed the current drug pricing deals yet, but Trump did make a comment today saying that Johnson & Johnson will be here next week. That's all. Let's move to small cap. So the Russell is doing good today. Health, electronic tech, energy minerals performing great. Finance is not doing the best. Let's take a look at a couple individual tickers. BE, Bloom Energy, up 8%. The COO and CFO of the company surrendered 431 and 3,000 shares respectively. The reason for doing this was to cover exercise costs and certain tax liabilities. The sale has accounted to over $280,000 and $35,000 respectively. BBIO, sorry, just a second. BBIO is up 0.76%, doing pretty well after the CEO made a decision to sell over 30,000 shares valued at $2.2 million as of 16th of December. Moving on to SATS, EcoStar. EcoStar is up 3.1%. Company shares jumped 3.3% today after, during the early morning session after the announcement that the price target is raised to 131 per share from 97 per share by Deutsche Bank. The stock is now volatile and has 35 moves greater than 5% last year. And lastly, we're going to take a look at APLD, Applied Digital, which is up 13.6% after securing a development loan facility with Macquarie Group to finance the establishment of AI factory campuses. And that's all for your small cap. Back to the guys.
APLD has been beast mode today, just another runner, 14% to the upside. I know a lot of people have been excited. I'm pretty sure we saw this one in the midday a little bit here. For sure, but oh, come on. You can't have nice things. Tesla it was looking like it was going to go and maybe break that resistance from the morning, but that doesn't seem to be happening anymore. Unfortunately, Tesla's starting to come back in a little bit. I have my eyeballs on Bitcoin. As I see you in the chat, Bill's camp. First of all, we're going to handle business this weekend. Yeah, we're at VWAP, but I don't want to just get short because it's at VWAP. Like the last time I shorted VWAP, I let it break a couple times, then roll over. So that's what I'm looking for, some kind of a curl, a reason to get in, not just because it hit the line on the chart. Let's go to Adara.
Amgen CEO or executive anyway is currently speaking here on Repatha being added to Trump RX coming forward. Again, we do have some CEOs speaking or executives speaking from these health companies at this event. As I get more details, I'll let you know. AMGN not really moving in this, but again, executive was just speaking at this announcement. We'll send you back over to Neil and Obi.
Thank you. Right, so
Fabian walks over and just, he's like, he's saying Meta's at 666, which it actually held a little bit earlier.
A little bit of a level on the day today.
Well, it's an ominous price, but it has been a level.
Talk about psychological levels. I don't know if 666 is a psychological level. It might be an ominous level.
Yeah,
I don't know about a psychological.
It's not like It's not like 420 on Tesla or anything.
Absolutely not. Like 420 is probably the strongest psychological level of since 2019, 2021.
Yeah, outside of just like round numbers like 100 or something. But I would agree with you on that. But you know what? We have our good friend. We talk to him every single Friday. At least we try to get some ideas, talk a little shop. It is our buddy Steve Tileman from Trade the Pool. Steve, looking fresh. You got the white cap, the white
chain
tee.
Going on. Let's go.
How's the week been treating you?
Oh, it's been a good week. If you know me, you know I can't shut up about Rivian. So finally getting that breakout, it's been a good one for us. Yeah. How about you guys? Doing well?
Okay, well, you know what? I'm not complaining one bit. Like, every day's been pretty solid, been pretty green. Haven't always, like yesterday, I missed a crypto move. I missed a fade in IBIT, which kind of sucked. But most of the day's been fantastic. It was a good IPO this week. But there's a bit of an event happening at the end of the day today. I want to get your thoughts on this because not only do we have triple witching today, it's all the major index rebalancing, Steve. So now I know you're in Rivian. You probably have some other swing positions on. What's your approach, if any, with this event? Because sometimes we see wild swings at the close, which maybe could run stops, use some trades. Do you ignore it? Do you have plays? What are you looking at for what could be a pretty violent close?
Well, I'm glad you asked, and I think it's a really, really good timing here. So basically the setup that I've been watching all day, in the morning we played long to 680. That's been the massive gamma pin. And you can see it's on my charts here. I can zoom in just a little bit if you like. So anyways, essentially this is the range that we were selling into in the morning. And now we are looking to see if we can return back there and perhaps underneath there as this large gamma expiry rolls off. So it's a very, very large expiry, options expiry in terms of just how much gamma is at that 680 level. So this is a learning day for me. I want to see how this OPEX will play into it, but I have a sneaking suspicion we might be topping here. So I am short on UPRO, and we'll see if we get the move back to the 680 into the close.
There you go. The 680 play. I was reading up on it this morning. I tend to be on your side for that. But let's just talk about Rivian for a quick little second, because let's pivot over to it's been an unbelievable rally. The last 2 days, obviously, but heck, Rivian's been going since $13. So the breakout, look, this local breakout has happened, right? Anybody can see it, like, holding $10, there's your rounded bottom. Once it took out 19, it's been 2 days of big time upside. So okay, walk everybody through what's next here. There's obviously room to go. I mean, it hasn't done well since its IPO. Maybe it'll never get to those all-time highs again, but what are you looking for next? It's another 9% today. It's now, what, it'll be like 14% from the breakout price. There's a lot going on here. Are you holding for another level? Are you holding to end of year? What's the plan of action with Rivian?
Absolutely, Neil. So a few things here. The first is that I did trim for the first time today just because we are into this weekly gap. We have a nice little gap on the weekly chart here. You can see that little light blue rectangle there. So we wicked up into it. We pushed up into it. And just when I started to see a little bit of sellers, obviously we are overstretched on an intraday basis in terms of its ATR or its average true range, given that it's a breakout. So I just want to take some off the table because I already monetized my options too early into 20. I always do that with options. I just get antsy and sell. But that's what the shares are for. So we're trimming here. We're holding for the next big level for the breakout of 28. And then some are just going to stay in my port forever because I think it might go back to all-time highs someday.
Oh, there it is. See, after I just said the likelihood of, because I mean, the all-time highs on Rivian are pretty intense. But you know what? In the EV space, kind of going to be like that. There will probably be a bunch of names that go under. Like there's going to be people that have the fate of like I don't know, who was it that went bankrupt? It was
Nikola.
Nikola's one. No,
Nikola's
but
a big
not
one.
really.
Yeah.
I don't really count them. They were a scam. There were a couple of them. Workhorse hasn't been doing too well, but
they went a little. Was it downhill?
No, there was one that went to the pink sheets that I'm forgetting, but not that it matters. It's not a really big deal. But the winners should do. If one or two end up winning, there is tremendous upside there. But you don't have to worry about getting to new all-time highs if we were to talk about silver, Steve, because we're here again. Every time we talk to you, we're talking about the fact that this is making another all-time high. I know you love the metals. Here's my question. Instead of, okay, where is it going? We've already talked technicals about this before, and I know you can talk, feel free to talk about them again. What do you think we're doing next year in the metals? Because it can't possibly be this good again, can it?
Well, I will say probably not this good. This has been an incredible year. I will say I expect the trend in metal dominance and in commodity dominance in general to keep on ramping up. I'm seeing such relative strength and such amazing long-term bases in some of these commodities. Copper, for example, FCX, that's on my watch list. Even though it's up 20% in a month or so, these are the names I want to be buying dips on into next year. And I'm just so darn bullish on them. I'm adding more silver miners up here. FSM is the newest pickup for me. And I'm just letting the thesis keep on going because it's a long-term thesis and it's playing out perfectly.
Oh, you're killing. I really like that FCX one. Because we're actually going to be doing like our picks for 2026 next year. And I've been kind of going through a few. Like I have a short list, let's just say. And last year, something similar happened. We were doing like the show like a couple of weeks before we did our picks. And I remember it coming up, and then we were discussing. I'm like, I can't use this stock now. But no, I really do like that FCX call. I'm not as bullish on silver. It's been so big, the move. You just got to feel like there's a pullback coming in here. Is there anything? Okay, you mentioned FCX. Is there anything that has? I asked this question to Brendan and Sharif this morning. Right, you're hoping for a parabolic move there. Silver's already done one. Is there anything that's already done a parabolic move? And the example I used was Bloom Energy. That's already done a parabolic move that is pulled back that you think is going to do a deeper dive. Maybe it's a quantum name, maybe it's an energy name, it could be anything that you're looking to dip by. So I'm talking something that is cratered on a pullback or like Coreweave recently, right? Is there anything that's done a huge pullback that you think is making a bottoming pattern that could have a second leg? So let's forget about things that have been strong. Anything weak that's on your mind for next year?
Yeah, well, my biggest pickup yesterday, I'm smiling about it. So Oracle, we were buying the dip here, and essentially we were buying the gap fill here. And what really put it on my radar, because it had tapped it yesterday or 2 days ago, and I did not partake. But what got me involved on the following day, this blue arrow, this inside day, was a big giant order of ORCX, and this is the 2x leveraged Oracle. So I saw the big volume initially, and then I saw more volume pushing through this. It was a big block order. on this day here, and it just was enough to pique my interest, and we got lucky. We timed the TikTok news, but you know, it's not mind reading. It's just lots of volume in at a logical technical level.
Well, I can tell you I'm a little bit jealous of that because I remember a similar thing happened, and I remember being like, oh, I like MP materials here, and I didn't pull the trigger that day. I'm like, well, there's no real catalyst. I should wait. And the next day was the Department of Justice thing. Like, you've got
oh man,
it's like
yeah,
when that happens,
right? You know, they wait to the last moment for you.
When you're buying those things on a deep pullback, you can't wait for the last one. It's absolutely insane too. Good look on Oracle. Our good friend Joe, Joey Options, as we call him around here, has a question for you, Steve. I believe he is mic'd up. Let's throw him on. Oh, he is? He isn't? I don't know. Maybe not. If he's not ready, then when he is, we will. I know Obi wants to talk to you as well, so we'll go Obi first, and then we'll get Joe on.
Okay, so I had a question. I do like the commodities idea. We're seeing a lot of strength in commodities. How strong of a factor do you think it is that we're shifting from a quantitative tightening to easing, and how much that plays a part in the strength in commodities, and is that adding confluence to your bid in commodities?
You know, it definitely doesn't hurt. I think that it's pretty complex, and I won't pretend to be an expert in the metal space. You know, all these commodities, you can't look at any of them in isolation. They all move in relation to each other, and there are a few more that I'd like to talk about, but not to get too off track. In general, here I go getting off track. I'm so sorry. What was the exact question again?
Go for it. No, I'm saying quantitative easing, is that adding, so we're sort of moving into that kind of a regime. So is that adding confluence to the commodities trade? Is that like for the bid for that?
Sure. Sorry. So essentially, it's going to add confluence to any long trade that I'm looking at. You know, nothing doesn't like quantitative easing. In terms of the relative strength, I'm going to stay in my lane and not speculate as to the exact reason why these commodities are, as baskets, outperforming other sectors, specifically tech. But you know what? I am gonna take part in that trade and just trust the smart money that they're knowing what they're doing. And as long as that the ratio charts keep showing dominance in commodities, I'm still in the trade.
That sounds good. Yeah. I think Joe is ready for us right here with a question. Go for it. Joe?
There we go.
There he is.
Okay, we'll come back. We don't have Joe right now, but we'll come back when we get that set up. Sorry about that, Steve. I thought we had Joey Options set up and locked and loaded and ready to go.
Oh, it's muted? Oh, okay.
But he was just muted, so we'll get him back.
Okay, right.
And I wanted to thank you for your thoughts there, obviously.
All right.
But if there's one thing that I know, if you're a technical trader, and I just want to get your opinion on this, because every time I talked about DJT this morning, I got accused of being very bearish. And all I was trying to point out was like the history of the momentum of the stock. Now, obviously, there's very few things doing as much volume in the last couple of days on what actually might be a decent catalyst, like this fusion story, right? So like there might be something there with fusion. I equate it to like quantum. Have you looked at this stock? It's almost been impossible for day traders to not have looked at this. And then after you're done, I think we're going to be ready for Joe.
Sure thing. Man, you're just hitting all the things I wanted to talk about anyway. I love this. So DJT was on our focus list overnight just because of that amazing push and quite a significant catalyst. I know a very smart gentleman who's been short via leap puts for a long time, and he finally closed. And he's a big fundamentals trader, and he said this narrative could make this thing really squeeze. I don't want to stand in the way of it. So for me, it was a breakout setup through the high of the day. We saw the breakout first thing in the morning. We got a higher low that we got involved in. So this put it on our radar when we saw the trigger hit. By the time I looked at it, it was already down here. So I was waiting to find buyers stepping in. We saw them stepping in here, and then the higher low here got us really interested. The break of this neckline, and you can see my my trigger system here has a pretty significant level on these purple dotted lines. So when we reclaimed that, it was off to the races in my book, and we booked profit into 17. So pretty much perfect.
Awesome, Steve. There we go.
To see you once again, and I heard you talking about options. So that's what leads me and brings me into this conversation. And I think it's really important. So my question to you is, for example here, I have MU, and we were talking about this morning, Micron that is, and you were talking about your Rivian call, I believe it was Rivian calls, but essentially what I want to get at here and what you can relay to the viewers and everybody else who is new or even trading options is that we have just established a new all-time high, but yet this contract that once again is expiring today is essentially worthless. So what can traders do from an option standpoint to kind of combat against theta, and when do you want to take profit out, especially when stocks are at all-time highs and you see the effects of the contract and theta within the contract?
Absolutely, Joey. Good to see you, and great question. So there are a few kind of tools we can use to mitigate the effect of theta. The first one is pretty simple. It's just buy more time than you think you need. I know it's the boring answer, but there you go, the bang, because boring works, and buying an extra month or two, it's going to keep you a lot safer just in terms of being able to weather the small drawdowns that all stocks need to experience, right? So I call it the wiggle, and you got to let stocks wiggle on you a little bit. So a little bit of theta helps. And another tool you can look at is call spreads. So vertical debit spreads, where you're essentially saying, hey, for MU, for example, say you think it's going to go to 275, nice round number. Maybe it's a measured move from the base, whatever your system is. So you look at that, you go, okay, I think it's going to 275. I don't think it's going to scream to, for example, 290. So then we can sell the 290 call against the 275 call that we're buying, and then we'll be targeting that 275 to 290 zone, and we're basically just selling off the extra premium that we don't need. So that can really, really help with the theta burn, because as time goes on, the more out of the money contract, that will be hurt more by the theta, and the thing you sold is being deprecated faster than the thing you bought. So that's why it helps.
Yeah, no, fantastic answer, and that's what I try to talk about all the time. Time is extremely important when you're buying these contracts, and the more that you buy, I get it, we get it. You understand that the weekly and the monthly do look attractive, but it's really hard to turn profitable on those contracts, especially once that theta really starts to accelerate. So fantastic point. I 100% agree with you, and thank you for that.
Absolutely. And if I might just add one more thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other great thing about options, because you're sacrificing a lot to use this instrument. So what do you gain? You gain access to this gamma pop, where the contract will ramp so fast if you get a direct move. So for me, these are tools. I love zero DTEs, but I play them like this morning where we opened low and I knew where the draw was. And hey, if I'm wrong, I'm out $100.
Exactly.
So yeah, definitely like your take there.
Fixed risk. Yeah, perfect. Thanks. Great stuff, Steve. Thank you. Send you back over to Neil.
Hey, Steve, we're going to go to a Derek. We have some news that you can see in the front of the headline here. There's a host of comments being made about the insurance industry. We're going to get a Dara on to update everybody, but UNH is tanking on this news. $3 so far and still falling.
Okay, I didn't realize we were going right to me, so let's talk about this. It's funny, Neil, it actually wasn't a host of comments. It was just one comment like 4 times. Trump wants to meet with the insurance companies. He said this a couple times. Then he said he'd meet with them in Florida or somewhere else. He wants to do this in the new year. He wants to get their prices down. He also said that some of their stocks are up 1,800% or more. It's unclear what the time frame was on that, but either way, Trump does not like the insurance companies. This is not the first time he has said these opinions, but the mentioning of the meeting is what really seemed to drop the market. And every time he said it, which again was at least 3 or 4, the market, or UNH specifically, seemed to drop a little bit more. I saw CI, Cigna, which is another health insurer. Apparently they were also moving on this. In fact, they were, but there's going to be a lot less volume on CI than what you're going to see with the UNH. Again, the story here is U.S. President Donald Trump repeatedly asking for meetings with insurance companies. There is a link as well with some details in our chat. I did drop it in our chat. Back to you, Neil and Obi.
Yeah, but drop. I believe we still have Steve. I want to get him back on because I know we're wrapping up at this power hour, but Steve, you're still here. I want to give you a chance. I tried to cover everything of it as interesting as we could, but we always give you one shot here. We have a couple of weeks left. Do we get to talk to you next week? I know it's a holiday shortened week. Are we going to get to talk to you next week?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to come in.
Okay, perfect. But either way, if there's anything that you haven't covered, something on your mind, a trade, an idea, whatever it might be, I want to give you a chance to give it to us for sure. So if there's anything that you want to end us with, let us know.
Absolutely, yeah. So this is the first time I'm going to see you guys before Christmas. So first off, Merry Christmas, guys. Hope you have a great one. Second off, I got a fun little trade for you, a little thematic trade. Everybody's debating, are we going to get the Santa rally? Are we going to get coal for Christmas? I've already made the decision. I'm getting coal for Christmas because I am long BTU. It's my coal trade and my Christmas trade here for a swing.
Okay, so you're thinking coal, he likes BTU. I like the call, appreciate it. And thank you so much. Of course, wish you a Merry Christmas to you, your family, and all of your friends. Hope you enjoy it. And we look forward to speaking to you next week. It's Steve Talman, one of our good friends from Trade the Pool. You can always check him out. Do you have anything upcoming where they can find you? You want to let us know?
Yeah, that'd be great. So first off, if you want to find me, I'm on Twitter at Steve Tileman. Just search my name, you'll find me. My Discord is in the bio. That's where I hang out. That's why I don't post on Twitter very much. But today you can find me doing a webinar on intermediate gamma exposure techniques, what's going on with the gamma exposure and how to trade them actionably. So we'll have 5 strategies for you. We used a couple of them today and we're going to talk about that. So you can find that 40 minutes after the bell, 40 minutes after the market close on Trade the Pool's YouTube channel. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Steve. Best of wishes to you and all of your trades, and good luck there. And again, have a very Merry Christmas, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks. Take care.
All right, take care, brother. Yeah, it's actually still going down, Humana and United Health. You're not really
staring this tape. I'm staring this tape down, and I was like, is this gonna revert? This bid came right back up into 330s, and just watching it really closely, it got slapped right back down through those consolidation lows right here. That was around 329.60s, and then slamming even lower, 328.27s currently. Let's see what we do with prior day's range, because this is intraday news right here, and sellers keep hitting it. This dollar down again, 327s coming right back up. So what was that low? That was a little quick little shake and bake, 326.67s there. So yeah, waterfall action here on UNH, not looking too healthy with this kind of price action, trading a little bit lower. These are at prices that we haven't seen since yesterday. So yesterday's lows coming in at 324 halves. So I'm watching that as well. Potential for a little too far, too fast. I definitely think so. But again, catalyst driven, fresh news. It is downtrending pretty aggressively, and the president has spoken, and that is the reason why this is kind of starting to sell off as well. We know that UNH has already been in a bit of a downtrend overall. So yeah, I know Palantir, a whole other thing happening on Palantir right now, ripping through its high a day. But UNH, I'm watching very, very closely. Where will this selling stop? It seems like it is definitely not over, because these volume bars are increasing as we get lower and lower. So maybe we're making a beeline for a prior day's low, 324s, 324 halves here as of right now. So we'll see. Opening range lows are being tested right now on UNH, Neil. And Palantir, man, I know that one's going absolutely crazy, but we'll be right back from SIA with Sector Watch.
Let's do a quick look at the market right now. Electronic tech doing well today. Energy is pretty flat. Health tech doing decent. Finance is looking a bit flat too today. However, just 2 things to mention. MasterCard, MA is doing decent despite having to pay $167 million in ATM user settle fee with Visa. And Oracle, ORCL, up 7% after its announcement with Tik Tok, as I mentioned earlier. However, CFO Clayton has proposed to sell restricted securities as of today. That was pretty recent. And overall, looking pretty good. That's all. Back to the guys.
Palantir really picking up a lot of steam.
What
we have a lot of time till we get to the close. It's still at just underneath 40 minutes till the imbalances. A few things have moved around a bit here. Pinterest was over 20 million. It's now 7 million to the buy side. Look at the paired volume on Pinterest. 28 million shares have already paired off. You've got HL, Helica is a 16 million early look sell. That's quite large. T15. BBAI is still a rather large buy, 11.8 million to the buy side. URG, that's like a $1 stock. Who cares? Another Amex name there, ORLA. So there's still some pretty significant imbalances. Oracle, early look, 5.8 million. Just trying to find some significant ones for you there. BMNR, 3.5 million, but that's not that big of a deal. It's usually 1 or 2 every single day. So these are, if this is what we look like at 310 or 312 it is right now, I can imagine going into 350, this is going to be a little bit intense. So I would buckle up. Certainly whatever you're doing now, just remember, in about 30 minutes or so, things are going to start moving on those imbalances. So I reloaded till rate again at the volume weighted average price, and it's starting to fall off the volume weighted average price again. It's been going to $11 and bouncing. The low of the day is actually exactly $11. So I'm going to reload it probably, if we can get one more shot reloading VWAP, then I'll do that and then hold it into the low of the day. Oh, did you get that? You took Palantir. Oh, by the way, just I'm going to show you.
I didn't
show a higher time frame on Palantir. Palantir, the lower high here is 195. So if you look at the charge to the all-time high, and the lower high is right here at $195. It is still a Friday. Wow. It would be a logical level that you might see a little bit of a weakness start to come into Palantir, but it's still about $1.50 away for sure. Wow, that is super strong today, no questions asked. And I still can't believe, are we really even not catching a bid yet? Because I was looking over at, like, Humana is still at the low of the day, so it's still looking incredibly weak. And then UNH is even worse. Like, that's not catching a bid at all. So you're getting pretty close on UNH to getting to yesterday's low. Yeah, thank you, Dara, for popping in there, because it's down another $3. I would have thought there'd be some kind of a dip buy.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for that dip buy, but all I'm seeing is blood red tape. Just participants hitting below the bid more, a lot more than anywhere else here as of right now. Palantir as well. That's an aggressive buy. Very steady buying on Palantir happening. So I got eyes on that as of right now as well, because I'm just like, as soon as that buyer is done, I tried once already. I'm keeping it light, but you know, when that buyer is done, I definitely want to stay involved. But we're breaking out of multiple different levels here. High day break, technical breaks as well. VWAP held really well, and we talked about that 187.5. Neil brought it to you in the morning. That was a nice technical breakout as well. So I'm just saying we're getting a bit of continuation, all day consolidation here. We attempt to break through these lows through that 190. We talked about that, and then pushing right back up. A little bit of a consolidation, potentially a held offer here at 191. That seller lifts, and then we're off to the races here, blasting up towards that 195 here. So I'm just looking at my chart, looking to see where is that prior level, and I'm seeing here, yeah, 195 is 70s on the daily highs as of right now for Palantir, so maybe we're making a beeline for there, but UNH as well. I'm just waiting for this bid to potentially come back in. Is this it as of right now? I think so. I looked away for a couple of seconds, and that's stepping right back in. So maybe you can participate in and around here, but definitely got to risk risk all the way to the low. I think it's absolutely crazy here. So definitely got to size accordingly. But that bid stepping right back in here on UNH. This could consolidate. This could just go sideways. This could slam right back in through those lows. But I'm willing to participate a little bit here if we are getting a bit of a reversion here. Because yeah, a little too far too fast on the intraday. Yes, it's some news with the presidential talk. But you know, market's strong. Everything's pretty decently holding, and this was kind of thrown, wrench thrown into the works here in terms of this action. So let's see if this comes in and gives us a bit of a reversion. All right, David with a super chat here. Let's see, what is he saying? He says, a president cannot just wave a magic sharpie like a wand and lower drug prices. There are contracts and it would shake them hard. Yeah, okay, understandable, yeah, but here's the thing. A lot of people in the market, they participate in a forward-looking manner. So you know what I mean? Everyone's trying to do it first. So a lot of times he can just speak and people will act. Participants will, place their bets into the market, and so that's something we do have to watch out for and maybe participate in as well. It's an opportunity for day traders for sure, whichever way you're going. If you're getting with the trend or you're taking the reversion because you're just like, all right, now the selling's kind of done for now. Yeah, either way, definitely giving us that opportunity, and I think that's the best thing, man. That's what President Trump brings us. Opportunity in the market, especially for day traders. I think I was talking about that Oracle push that happened in the overnight session, and I think no, it wasn't the Oracle push. Sorry, he was giving an address a couple nights ago, and yeah, just market just started to move, and there was definitely a lot of opportunity both ways, long and short. So definitely, I would say the best president for the markets.
No questions asked. Did we do that to David Tretiak? We got a super chat?
Yeah, okay, I just read
just
that.
Making sure. Wanted to make sure that we got a chance to see it. Look, I'm a little disappointed that he couldn't push his own stock, man. Which obviously you're not supposed to.
Yeah, maybe you should. Yeah, exactly.
No, DJT's still on the back end. Unfortunately, like it's holding under VWAP. It's not really moving. But Humana, you already probably went over this. It looks like you're trying to catch a bid here on UNH.
Yeah,
Humana's doing a worse job of it though, and the volume's really tapering off. Humana's volume is really ridiculously low. That might be a nothing burger. But I got to watch out for VWAP potentially breaking back out here on Tilray because we've already reloaded once. And we have enough time for like one more reload at the volume weighted average price. But it didn't get, every time it's been going to the low, this time it didn't actually get to the low of the day. So just have to be a little bit cautious with that. Palantir is still making some power moves to the upside. I don't know if it's going to get to that 195 level. And then remember Tesla, the chances of getting a breakout to fill in the gap to 490, seemingly they're like it's just, it's getting lower and lower and lower. I don't know if we're going to get back above that 85. To do the breakout here on Tesla. It could hold VWAP, and maybe there's something here for a little bit of a VWAP hold and break. But that'll be more of a scalp trade going into the close. The expected imbalances, like the big one that you are, the one that's going in to the S&P 500 is going to be Carvana. Oddly enough, it's at the low of the day. And you don't see it on here. Like it's not one of the big names on the locator. So Carvana, yeah, while we're expecting some possible big things here, the bigger names right now, BBAI, 12 million to the buy side and already 4 paired off. This one could just be a pretty clean, breakout trade if it actually comes out that large. The closer we get to 350, like I don't know if I want to be in it now with 20 minutes to go. Or 30 minutes to go to the imbalances, but the closer we get, BBAI could just be like a clean go for the break, play the quick momentum if it stays this large in imbalance. That's pretty significant. And it's been this large. BBAI, this showed up at 2 o'clock. It's been a few million shares on BBAI the entirety of this afternoon show. Like we brought you this, and this is one of the few names that was on there. Pinterest was on there as well. So I do expect there could be one. Dropped system, the thing is, we can sort and look for any name, but what I can tell you is anything that has an imbalance right now for the early look is going to be a New York or NYSE American name. We don't get an early look for the NASDAQ. So I can't tell you if Tesla has an imbalance right now because we don't see it till 350. On New York names, NYSE, and NYSE America, NYSE American, formerly the Amex, we do get an early look and we can say, hey, right now the imbalance on Pinterest is a buy. But when it comes to Tesla or Apple or NVIDIA, you just find out at 350. And if there was ever some kind of a source, it'd be the first time I was hearing it. We always ask people, Sean says it all the time, I say it all the time, if somebody has anywhere where there's some kind of an inside source as to early orders that are going into the imbalance, that'd be great. I can tell you mechanically, in theory, it exists.
I mean, you see it happen.
Well, people can put market on close orders in all throughout the day. That's what you're seeing here. People are putting market on close buy and sell orders into the New York Stock Exchange system. And so that's why you see the imbalance. In theory, that's happening on the NASDAQ. They just don't publish anything. There's nowhere you can find it, unfortunately. I do believe, I just heard we're going to go to Sia at the desk.
You heard right. We're going to quickly talk about the Bank of Japan hike hit the yen. The Bank of Japan raised its policy rate to 0.75%, highest in about 30 years. Has also stressed that the policy will remain accommodative and hinted at the scope for future gradual hikes. USD yen is pushing well above 156. Also, Bank of England's 25 BP cut to 3.75 came with a tight 5.4 vote and guidance that suggested limited room for further easing. Also, the GBP USD is higher. Euro GBP is slipping back, but pound is outperforming most majors right now. And post-CPI dollar toning the holiday conditions. U.S. inflation is currently, as we know it, running at 2.7%. The Euro USD is rallying towards 1.17, and that's all for today. Back to the guys.
Much. This UNH, a little bit of a reversion happening there. We slapped up into 327s. I was just like, all right, I'm going to take some. I mean, the risk was a little wild there, but again, it is what it is. And we kind of talk about this. Yeah, that's literally how the ask was looking, just getting slapped up right there. But yeah, no, we talk about sometimes, you know, even if you think it's a negative RR. Sometimes the expected value might be enough for you to take a little bit of a shot there as well. But we'll see if this can come into fruition here. I got $1 on it right now, but again, I'm looking for a little bit more of a reversion. That could not happen as well. I'm being nimble here. Same thing with Palantir, just another grind to the upside here. So shout out to anybody who got the breakouts here. If you were watching this 191, if you were watching this 191.5, or if you were watching this high a day. We just blasted through all of those, just consistent grinding bid happening here as of right now. And again, market tailwind also on our side as both the NASDAQ and the ES consolidate at their highs. What's up, Adara?
So to let you guys know, GSK announcing limited details of their agreement with the U.S. Of course, they were one of the pharma companies today striking a deal with the U.S. Apparently, they're going to be able to treat more than 40 million patients in the U.S. that suffer from respiratory conditions such as asthma and COPD. This is kind of the same as the announcement they made in front of the Trump administration, but just be aware, again, the terms are kind of circulating here. Apparently, there will be other products, including those from their inhaled respiratory portfolio, available to U.S. patients on direct purchasing platform with savings up to 66%, but they can't provide total details. Those are still going to be confidential, but apparently they're going to be also supporting the resilience of the U.S. supply chain for critical medicines by securing for the U.S. a reserve of albuterol. So again, albuterol reserve mostly focused here on their inhaled respiratory products, but either way, GSK providing limited details to their U.S. deals. We send you back to Obi and Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. I did jump into that little trend break bounce off VWAP on Tesla here. It pressed back through 482. To be able to break the trend. It looks like it's already stalling at 483, but 484 is going to be resistance anyway. So either we lose prior bar low or we break out 83 and get to 84 to take another piece out. But I was just telling Obi that I hit the wrong slap button, and he's like, what? So this is, I think we can all see.
That's the new one?
No, that's the old one.
Okay.
You can see what's wrong with that one, right?
What's wrong with that one?
You can't see what's wrong with that?
Does your shirt change?
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
Not only does my shirt change, I mean, my skin tone changes. Like, it's very blatantly two different pictures. I meant to hit the good one. This is the good one.
Okay, yes, that's the one I'm familiar with.
That's the one.
That's the one I'm familiar with.
I was on the wrong page. I should have gotten rid of that one by now. But it's like, Sean's is even worse, by the way. Do you have Sean's page? Oh,
no, I don't. I have.
Sean's is arguably worse because they're both kind of nonsense. It's like you think you would just use the same picture in the animation. My brother's an animator. He said, by the way, nobody that's with the team worked on that one, just so you know, like years ago. My brother saw that. He's like, "What is going on?" And then now it's like it's just too funny to get rid of.
Fair enough.
So I use it. It's kind of like this book.
Yeah, no,
like that.
Fabian coming in with some good ideas. He's saying that he should definitely make some animations for you for the show. Why not?
My brother has a lot. I mean,
I'm sure he has a lot on his plate.
He has a job. He teaches animation.
Okay, nice.
And teaches salsa dancing. He does rock climbing. Been too busy.
I did.
I probably would be, but no.
I did bachata in uni, but wasn't too great at it.
I don't even know what that is.
They told me I was way too stiff.
Is that a dance? What kind of like?
It's kind of like salsa, a little bit more intimate, but.
Just because my brother does salsa dancing, just don't make the assumption that I have any clue what I have no idea. He had some class, like I remember I was out in Halifax, and he had this like, it was like a graduation or something event for the people that they teach. So I went to this thing, and I was like, oh, you're Len's brother? And so obviously to them it meant that I should know what the heck I'm doing on the dance floor. So like,
Right.
they're like, yeah, your lens brother is
yeah,
putting on the
come
floor.
on.
Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, were you crazy? Like, whatever. Like, I'll just have some fun, but don't expect this not to look ridiculous. You can just make the assumption. Like,
that's fair.
Come on now.
Dan saying Neil's a two-step guy. Yeah, that's definitely.
I keep
yeah, we can hit the two-step.
Yeah. Walk here and there.
Okay, all right. Whoa.
That's not that. Trust me, that doesn't play.
Why?
If it
depends on what you got to be in the right part of
doesn't
town.
play there. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
They're like, what are you doing? And they're serious. At my brother's wedding, at one point, you can't make this up. Like they played a salsa song, just regular dancing, everyone's doing their thing. And then all of a sudden, like some salsa dancing song came on, and then like these little pockets of just insanity started happening at the wedding, and everybody that wasn't a salsa dancer just started looking around like
what's
I
happening?
need to not be on the dance floor right now because clearly this is like out of a
Feel a little
movie.
left out. Yeah.
No, you just felt like I do not belong on this floor right now because like this just turned into a scene out of a movie, and I have no idea what the steps are. So pretty cool. He's a really great dude, by the way. And no, West, y'all, we do not have a weasel animation for Sharif yet, which would be a pretty cool one. Would you like Pop Goes the Weasel or Weasel In, because he always likes to weasel in. Fabian's right next to me, so I'm literally talking to him about that potential animation.
There he
He's
is.
right there.
Hey, yo.
Fabian's constantly trying to make my mic not suck. And I appreciate we get it. I know I have mic issues sometimes.
What if it's
There's
something with that?
about,
There's that huge column. It's that huge column of cement right there. I think, yeah, that might be playing a little bit of a factor. Yes.
Machiavelli says we need a squats animation for Sharif. That'd be cool.
I think Adara's got something to say.
Adara?
I'm just weaseling in to comment on how Fabian was casually weaseling in while talking about making an animation for, wait for it, weaseling in. So now I'm going to weasel out with that in mind.
Hey, all right. It's like a good triple level pun there.
Triple OG.
What the hell is even that?
Yes, exactly.
No, I want the other guy. I want the bowling guy. Who do you think you are? I am.
Oh yeah, that guy's epic, man. Absolutely epic.
I don't have that. Like I have this button, but I don't have that.
So when you go bowling, you got to yell that out when you hit strikes.
What? Strikes? Do I look like I hit strikes when I bowl?
Non-zero chance.
You're right. That's exactly correct.
Come on. I had a strike every now and then. Come on.
Definitely not. It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Palantir is just going, man.
Palantir is going. Is it? But it's not at 95 yet.
Not 95. It's knocking on the door of 94. It's holding 94 flats on the highs right now, only about 4 to 5 pennies away. 95 is a level. 95 is 70s, I think, is also a level last I checked. But yeah, I got to continue watching that one. UNH just holding this 328 as of right now. So I guess the bid is dropping a little bit there. So maybe that's all she wrote for a bit of the reversion. I think ideally I wanted to be involved here. 327s, but catching 328s, not the best price. But we'll see if this kind of pans out here. Market also continuing to hold near the highs of its range. So the question becomes, who is responsible for this? I got a little bit of Amazon. Amazon's trending to the highs here. Let me pull up the chart at the same time so we can take a look at it together. There goes UNH dropping back down into 328s. You know what? I'm gonna pack my patience with this one. 194 breaking out there on Palantir. So I'm gonna be a little bit more patient. Maybe 195s is the answer for that one there. What was I forgot the stock that I was gonna look up here. Amazon, right? We're gonna look at who are the culprits holding this holding this market up near its highs here. So definitely a little bit of Amazon here. Google, maybe, yeah. It has a retrace. Let's go to a higher time frame. Let's go to a 15-minute so we can see a little bit better. It has retraced to VWAP, but holding relatively well with reference to what it did in terms of the morning session here. Tesla, not really. NVIDIA is the one that's really kind of trading at its highs, held VWAP extremely well. 181 highs at the same time on this one. I'm not necessarily looking at Meta, but let's take a look at Meta. Okay, Meta, similar story to that of Google there, but Softy is the one that is looking distinctly different as of right now, MSFT. You know what, muscle memory, now whenever I'm typing in MS, I automatically go TR, MSTR, instead of MSFT. Yeah, it's just I guess I've been trading it. Trading it a little bit more. Ramin saying, I thought you were going to go MSOS. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I don't trade those the MSOS as often as I should. Again, those trades don't necessarily show up as often as some of these large caps, in my opinion. But you know, everybody likes to trade different things. But MSTR definitely has been
for you than
than MSFT for sure. But there was a time where whenever I would type, muscle memory would just go MSFT as well. So, you know, that changes over time.
I'm willing to make you a bet.
Yes.
And we're going to eyeball this. We're going to eyeball this one. Everyone in the chat right now, if you, because I think if I ask everybody here, you have to put 10 grand into either MicroStrategy or Strategy, MSTR, or Microsoft. And if it's Microsoft type 1, and if it's MSTR type 2, and nobody is going to put 2. Everybody's going to drop 1, 10K into Microsoft 1 or MSTR 2, and ain't nobody going to put no 2s in here because it's, I mean, almost nobody is going to put any 2s in here, and you can't type 3. There is no 3 option. You're supposed to pick
3 apparently is a mask. Someone just.
Yes, oh, man. 3 is. Oh, well, fine. You know what?
Let's go to a higher time frame.
Mask is a better stock than
a higher time frame.
MSTR. No, it probably isn't. 1.5 is also not an option. I will buy mask here, $ mask. I get it. Mask, it was fun this morning. It's crazy like how much legs that actually had. It was overwhelmingly 1. I can eyeball it. I would say, and I'm just going to say 1 in 10 people might have picked it.
Everyone's going to pick Softy. I mean, it's a Mag 7. You do well over time just buying market leaders, right?
Or just buy Bitcoin.
Or just buy Bitcoin, maybe not leveraged like crazy at the highs. Maybe that's one way to do it.
Probably not that. I think that could be problematic as well.
Could be problematic, but because you know you will be part of the reason why we unwind as hard as we do.
And I'm still
if you're leveraged like crazy on some of those things. Like some of those brokers provide 100x, 500x lev. That's absolutely wild. Come on, man. You're getting liquidated like this if it goes against you.
Clearly, what we need in the crypto space is more.
I mean, it definitely gets the gamblers going.
That is exactly what we need.
It definitely gets the gamblers going, but in terms of traders, I don't think a lot of the...
Into the dice game, clackety, clackety, clack. Yeah, okay, you'd be better off. It's better off.
195 is coming in.
Some of that leverage. Palantir 95s are starting to come in. I just want Tesla to get back to this 84, but Palantir going ham. Machiavelli just dropped a super chat. I think we know where you stand on this.
I mean, what's new, man?
Well, okay, so
what's new?
It's a Ponzi scheme.
People call BTC the Ponzi. It is the Ponzi. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's just like you got to get along the Ponzi when it's
there is a difference between the greater fool theory and a Ponzi scheme, right? I mean, there is a fundamental difference. Like, so yeah, it's there, but everything is greater fool theory. It's just a matter of how foolish it is. But a Ponzi scheme does require, it's like money comes in is physically paying other people out. Like there is a little bit of a difference there, but I would say MSTR is probably closer to it than just talking about something that doesn't have any intrinsic value that goes up. But then it'd be, you get really deep into that. But I see what you're saying. I'm not an MSTR guy, and I'm always willing to be.
I just mean for day trading. I've been day trading it a lot more.
I can be convinced. You can. A compelling argument. I mean, I'm always willing to be educated as to why.
Yes, of course.
Maybe I see it wrong. And the other thing you have to contend with constantly when it comes to MSTR is that knowing that there is a very popular short MSTR long Bitcoin play that goes on. Like it's a pretty big.
People have been trading that.
Big hedge, and sometimes that's going to weigh on the stock. But it is what it is. It's the same thing with BM&R as well. But it is a good trade. I'm not going to dog anybody that day trades or swing trades MSTR or BM&R.
Dude, it's been a great vehicle
because recently. It's been a fantastic. Okay, well maybe not today. It's a little choppy today, but
I can see some things in
there.
There's
some things that are happening.
Depends on if you're scalping, if you're taking level to level moves. Depends on your skill set, your playbook. But yeah, definitely there's a lot of opportunity on MSTR over the past few weeks. I mean, I'm looking at the monthly right here, and wow, what a beautiful reversion this has been. Let's take VWAP out of the way there. No, thank you. I do not do that right now. Okay, so right there, look at that, 358s. We talk about the 400 failure to follow through. We talk about structure breaks of 237s there, and then through 200. This week we tested 200, can't really get through 200 as well. So yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of opportunity. Let's take, sorry, this month, not this week, but yeah, on the 15-minute chart, let's just take a look at what potential things can be happening, right? Look at this. Strong sell-off right here. So you're just like, all right, sellers are maybe potentially in charge. Guess what? I'm taking this reversion. I'm taking that reversion. And guess what? Maybe I'm taking this area as well because it gets pushed up in the pre-market and then sellers step right back in. So it's just more of the same, more of the same, more of the same with a lower highs. So like, I think there's definitely opportunity there. Sure, today's a little bit choppy, but for the past few days, it's been pretty clean after kind of sellers showed themselves through this low right here, 170, 170s. That's support turning into resistance. Let's keep it simple. We don't need to complicate things here, but supply and demand is what I like to go off of, and especially that's the language of the charts here, and MSTR definitely speaking that language over the past couple of weeks here. But, you know, Bitcoin also pulling back. Sellers are aggressive on MSTR. Makes sense. Why? Because of the business that they're in. As a day trader, I definitely want to take opportunity for what it's worth.
And that's all you do. Like as a trader, it doesn't really make a difference. And, oh, Tony just said they closed the short. This is what I like to see. Tony in the chat just mentioned you have a short on Vana that you closed. Well, it's at the low of the day, and the expectation is because it's going into the S&P that you might see a buy imbalance. So why not? 10 or 11 minutes till the imbalances come out. Not a big change, and I still don't actually see them on there. You still see HL, Helica Mining Company, 20 million to the sell side. BBI and Pinterest, kind of weird. They're literally exactly the same number. 11.37 million to the buy, both of them. Pfizer in there, Chipotle, 6 million to the buy side. Some of the same names. CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines, on their earnings report this morning, absolutely blasted. That's also going to be an imbalance of 5 million imbalance over there on Carnival. 10% today, huge breakout for Carnival. It was a bit mixed. They actually beat on EPS. Their guidance was strong, but they actually, I think they missed on the sales versus expectations, but it was mostly good. And whatever was said during the call, obviously the market has liked it quite some bit. I mean, Tesla's just staying range bound here. But there hasn't been a breakout above 83 yet, so it's still very, very tight range. If it doesn't do something in the next 10 minutes, like I never want to be in one of these things when the imbalances hit. It's like either it's broken the consolidation and you're in them and you're deeper in the money, or you're just out. And it's a similar thing I'm thinking with Tilray in here, because Tilray heading right back into the lows. I didn't get the reload. We're just going to cancel that. Let me double check the daily chart on. Oh, that's right. Tilray split. Yeah, I was going to. Yeah, Tilray had the reverse. I completely forgot that Tilray. Like that's why it's so ridiculous. Man, this has a lot of room. This, you know what? Even if there's a local bottom here at like 10:30, this one could have legs on it for days. But I'm bidding $11. And even if it were to break that, you have some support down here. I feel like these guys might be shorts next week as well. And when I say these guys, I'm talking about the cannabis names. And particularly Tilray, because even if you lost that shelf, like it's still a ways away from the split price. Like it's split and was at $7, and we're still a good 40 to 50% higher than that here on Tilray. I might still like this one next week. South side, that is. I don't want them long. After the disappointment yesterday, MSOS and kind of the rally in cannabis and the rug pull, it's a short till it's not. That's the way I like to look at it. I will default thinking short until something tells me otherwise.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of just setting up here. We only have about 10 minutes until the close, so I got my imbalance locators up. The markets, I'm watching the markets as well, consolidating near the highs, so very, very strong. There's some pretty big names on the imbalance to be expected. Let's see if it actually pans out that way. We already have some names populating these lists here, but I'm just going to wait till that 50 drop to really kind of start to look to get involved with things. Palantir here as well, continuation to the highs there, so it seems like we are getting up into that 195 area as of right now on Palantir at the same time. So yeah, very aggressive, very strong push. maybe a front run into imbalances as well.
Possibly.
Yeah, definitely. I think, PDD, we were looking at that this morning. That's my alarm for imbalances. Here we go, just on time. All right, so PDD, yeah, bit of a gap up and just faded pretty much almost, I guess, about 50% of the gap here from prior day right there. So a nice strong selling all day long on PDD happening here. What else were we looking at? Again, let's take a look at some of the Mag 7, some of the chip names that have been moving around. I want to look at Micron. I want to look at AVGO. I want to keep an eye on Oracle as well. So Nvidia near its highs, looking very similar to the market. Oracle been trading this one a little bit, holding structure above that 191. Pretty decent consolidation above this little, strong sell. Strong buy, nice little U-shape reversion over a couple of days happening here on Oracle there. So definitely going to have eyes on that one. Think AVGO somewhere on the list as well. And okay, that's coming in right now, Neil. So some strong selling stepping in off of 338. So going to be patient for that one to come in. I did try to get involved a little bit earlier, maybe too early there. And okay, all right. So I don't know if we're going to do this cyber roll call just now. But T38's coming down into consolidation lows. Definitely have that one on watch, and some of the Mag 7s as well at the same time. But yeah, let me know in the chat, what are you guys looking at for on the close for an options expiry day? We'll be right back from SIA.
There were a lot of Palantir.
Hey guys, let's do a quick crypto update. BNB is up 3%. As of yesterday, BNB integrated used stablecoin. Another thing of note is that Amazon Web Service bills can now be paid using BNB via the BPN network instead of just using card networks or banks. ETH is also up 5%. Since Monday, as we all know it, ETH has been struggling to regain the traction below $3,000 level. An interesting update is that just a few weeks after the Fusaka update, ETH developers have announced the next update, which will be called Higoda, basically meaning Bogoda and Haze, which are two of Ethereum's layers. Currently, ETH is around 2,950. BTC is up 3% after a freshly released BTC on-chain data. Nearly 50% of BTC's realized cap is now attributed to new whales, highlighting a structural reset of the network's cost base. The STH supply has expanded by roughly 100,000 BTC over the past 30 days. And that's all for crypto. Back to the guys.
Thank you, Adara. Well, we just had a little bit of acceleration to the downside. I tightened up my stop here on Tesla with only 5 minutes to go to the imbalances. It didn't really break. It broke VWAP only for a brief little second. If we can come to my chart just quickly, just want to show you guys. Scalped it a couple times. It couldn't fall through 483 off that 42 level, but I'm going to jump out of it. I'm like a couple pennies away in the bid of Tilray with 5 minutes to go to the imbalances. I'm going to let this one just sort of get down into the low of the day, take it out. It's been holding 11 the entirety of the day, right? It has bounced multiple times off that price, so might as well just take it when we can get it. Let's go to Adara at the desk one more time before.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. Kevin Hassett is making very comments apropos to Kevin Hassett right now on, I believe, Fox Business. He's basically saying here that CPI data a little bit less reliable due to shutdown, but that, as you might expect him to say, the Fed has plenty of room to cut. I do want to let you guys know as well, I have a new infographic here on X that TTV Research posted earlier today. It's a rundown of the top 4 contenders for the Fed chair position. That would be Christopher Waller, Kevin Hassett, both of whom are on this screen. There's also another infographic, again, it is on X, that is tied to this one, and that covers the other 2 Fed chair contenders. That would be Kevin Warsh, the other of what Trump is calling the Kevins, and then, of course, Rick Reeder of BlackRock. You can get these details on X at TTV Research. You might be wondering, what happened to Fed's Bowman? Apparently, she's out, according to a CNBC report today, so only these 4 remain. Back to you.
Bye, Michelle. And yes, I did accidentally call Thea Adara. I've said thank you, Adara, probably, I don't know,
yeah, we all noticed.
Times.
Many years.
How many times over the years?
Over the years, yes.
A lot. But you know what? As far as I'm concerned, that is an incredibly gigantic compliment. There's been doing this a very long time. And immediately, Thea is so seamless that in my head, it's like, oh, that was perfect. Thank you, Adara, as usual. But fantastic team we have going on. And I only just noticed this because I'm old and I don't notice things fast enough. But matching green on a green day. So I don't know maybe we have something going here. By the way, the last see it, just so you know, there was at least for half a year to a year, if Adair wore green, the market would go down. And it was true, and it was just consistent. So she had to pick her spots, and people wouldn't like when it goes down. But the market is up when you've worn green. So you have some power. Make sure you wield it responsibly.
It used to be the opposite also. There was a time where when I remember the first time we did this, Obi was getting really freaked because I was wearing green and the market had like one of its best days ever. And that was the day after I wore red, and we had one of the worst days in a while. So it used to work, then Trump came into office, and I quite literally, that is when the effect stopped working, is when Trump came into office. But yeah, interesting stuff.
More powerful player in town at that point that could move markets. So, you know.
A little bit.
Yeah. Trump definitely trumped the indicator. We'll say that.
What's low key, what's actually undefeated today is you guys managing to get that stupid stock on the middle of that screen for the entirety of the day. I cannot believe you guys did this. It's actually very impressive. It's over 200 votes for the most nonsensical, useless, didn't move, probably has done, it hasn't even done 1 million shares. It is a 23-cent stock that hasn't done 1 million shares, it doesn't have a story, has no business being up there, and you're still typing $mask, so more power to all of you. Look at the level, first of all, where does the level 2 look like on this stupid thing? There's not even any liquidity. Like, you couldn't even punch in for fun on this, whatever that, I don't even know what they do, it doesn't really matter what they do. And there you go, Hassett. Everything Trump says about inflation is correct. Well, I, for one, am shocked that Hassett agrees with the president, obviously. We've got 90 seconds to go till the imbalances come in. Do remember, it's not just the fact that it's witching today. It was triple witching today, but the bigger event now that we're at the close, and why I'm flat and don't have any orders out there, is it is index rebalancing. The S&P is doing rebalancing of all their major indexes. You will have all of that year-end. It's not just a quarterly rebalancing. This is the year-end rebalancing. See, Carvana is going into the index. Right now, you've got BBAI is a large buy of 11 million shares. Helica is still a sell of 17. It looks to me like Chipotle was up here, must have paired off, so I don't really see it anymore. CRH is there, 7.6. What else do we have that is big? BMNR, 3.3 million. That's not that big for BMNR. And everything that I'm showing you, oh no, my chat crashed. Everything that I'm showing you is a New York stock. In about 30 seconds, you will also see the NASDAQ stocks start to populate as well. That's kind of hilarious. YouTube literally crashed. I'll just reload, so I actually have the chat up for you guys. So about 20 seconds to go till the imbalances come in. I'm going to get myself back in the chat.
Right, so yeah, no, I'm definitely watching some of these names here, waiting for these imbalance locators to populate. With only about a few seconds left here. We got about 8 seconds left.
It's going to be big numbers.
Good luck, everyone. Manage your risk, and may the force be with you.
Always may the force be with you. Warner Brothers is 32 million to the sell side. Intel, 18 million sell. Whoa. Beyond Meat, 12 million to buy. You still have BBAI, about 9 million. Broadcom, is that right? 7.5 million to buy on Broadcom. Wow. AVG, that's a $340 stock with $7.5 million to the buy side. Webull, 6 million to the buy side. Plug, 5.8 million, and a whole lot of other stuff in the millions. I can't read everything. NVIDIA, I want to find some big names for you. Walmart, 4 million to the sell side, and I did see NVIDIA there, 3.6 million buy on NVIDIA. But if there's something bigger notionally than Broadcom, I'm welcome to anyone's interpretation. Look at Broadcom. Broadcom went absolutely ham. And then, of course, remember Warner Brothers, WBD, 26 million sell. So, yeah, remember the one I'm looking at. There's not much upside left in the stock. Somebody is dumping this one going into today's close. So window dressing in the wrong way. Already paired off half. So 26 million to sell on Warner Brothers and 25 million paired off already. Intel, that is a pretty big sell on Intel as well. So massive imbalances here for sure. Probably a bunch of others I didn't get to. Like individually, if you throw them in the chat, it'll be difficult to catch every single one. I can't tell you what every imbalance is here. But if you have one in there, you can always let me know. Intel with a big move on that imbalance. It's like, yeah, you could, if you're looking for Carvana, I didn't even see Carvana on there. So I was looking for Vana, and Vana wasn't even anything, unfortunately. So there's Intel, huge, huge move. Now remember, in 3 minutes at about 3:55, I'm not saying every one of these is going to pair off or disappear. But in about 3 minutes, a lot of them are going to get significantly smaller or flip or disappear. What might happen is you might have one of these big imbalances grow. If it grows at 55, I think that's a good opportunity to play into it. But Intel big, Walgreens, sorry, I keep wanting to say Walgreens, sorry, my bad. Warner Brothers discovering 28 million on the sell side for reasons that make no sense. Beyond Meat is a buy of 7 million shares. Probably not moving it that much. And Webull, I think Webull is a pretty significant one as well. 6 million to buy on Webull. But you know what, Webull not really moving. Already starting to pull back here. Webull couldn't even break out yesterday's high on that imbalance. That's 6 million into a 10 million volume, and it's not really going. So I'll call Webull. That's a bit of a fail to affect the stock.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly, I'm just watching Warner Brothers here.
Warner Brothers.
It is pretty huge, and again, a buyout candidate there as well, potentially from Netflix or what is it, Paramount? Is that the
Skydance?
Yeah.
Skydance,
So Intel as well. Take a look at Intel. I'm watching CRH as well. CRH, kind of funny, selling off on a buy imbalance. That's interesting. Here on CRH on the NYSE. We've got some BBAI here as well. But this is what the imbalance locator looks like for me right here. So we got WBD, Intel, Grab, BYND, Plug is in there. Nvidia is a buy, but I looked at Nvidia just a moment ago. I don't think there's any significant moves happening there anywhere on the Mag 7. But yeah, Nvidia kind of holding up near its highs there as well. Got to keep an eye on the market at the same time. But WBD looking pretty nice here. Let's see if it sticks. I want to see that imbalance stick. Like Neil said, things could pair off pretty aggressively, and that buy or sell imbalance, whatever you're looking at, just get paired, and price action could just wipe right back and balance itself out as well. So that's something you got to be careful of. But we're coming into 353 as of right now. Man, some of these moves, you got to be fast. You got to be real fast to catch some of these moves on those imbalances. And again, I feel like I just got to work on having much faster methods of execution. So it's a work in progress.
Well, I mean, I'll be real with you. Like if you're looking at Intel, you might capture some of that. But if you're looking at Carvana and a couple of other things, I was looking at Carvana and a couple of other stocks, expecting to see imbalances there. You don't. So capturing
look
that
at
is going to be
AVGO
different.
right
We have about 30 seconds until some of these are probably going to pair off. But if you want opportunities to trade, sometimes it's a heck of a lot easier to do it when you're not risking your own money. You don't want that fear of losing, and you want enough capital to make it matter. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders access the markets. The limited risk trading model allows you to use funded capital while Trade the Pool is going to absorb the downside. You hit the profit target, you keep 70%, you get a real opportunity, no barriers or fear. It's a revolution of limited risk trading, and it is powered by Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you,
Apple?
Or visit tradethepool.com for more information. I can tell you WBD right now just paired off half of that imbalance in one shot.
Whoa.
It went from 26 million to 12 million. BBAI stays at 9 million. But remember, BBAI is not moving that much because it came out, it was expected 11 million before the imbalances came out, and it came out at 9 million. So it ended up smaller than what we were seeing the entire afternoon. I still see Under Armour as a buy of 6 million, but a lot of those are paired off. Intel is paired way off. As well, that's down to 4.6 million shares on Intel. Nvidia staying at about 3 million shares. That's decent, not gigantic, but yeah, a lot of big pairs happening. That's still pretty decent on Warner Brothers. That sell imbalance, though, still about 11 million altogether. And I see people asking, like, where is IBIT in terms of an imbalance? I don't know if I've ever seen an imbalance on IBIT. I'm just going to be real. The only crypto-related name I've seen an imbalance on, I would say, is BMNR. Sometimes that will have an imbalance, but it's certainly not IBIT, which I don't think is uncommon. Like, think about it. Like, it's not even the primary place in which you would engage trading in Bitcoin. So why would people need the liquidity there?
Yeah, definitely. Just eyes on this WBD. It is chopping around here. We did pair off about half of the size there, so that was about around 2026, right? We're at 11 million, and we had a spike on Apple right now as well. Apple ripping to the upside on that buy imbalance, 2.5 2.76 million shares to buy on Apple here, just ripping right back up through its highs. You can see the market, though, kind of getting slammed in. AVGO was on watch as well. That's getting slapped around as well. That's doing a little bit of a shimmy dance there in between. What is that? 334 to 340. Got to be careful of that one. That's about a $6 wipe both ways, three ways. It ran up, ran back down, and now running right back up here on the day. So WBD, I'm going to be watching this one into the close. That was a lot of stuff, man. I just, I can't figure out which one to take.
You know what got
I am
smoked?
kind of which one.
Carvana is actually a sell. So Carvana, which is going into the S&P, is a 700,000 sell imbalance. And this is what happens. If you just gambled that it was going to come out of buy, you got smoked. If you waited to see if it came out of buy and then traded it, then you're fine because you just didn't take a trade in Carvana. And now it's down 3%. So this is the typical par for the course. We've seen it a million times. You run up going into the event. This is the case. The event is that they're going into the S&P 500 effective now. So, I mean, tonight, obviously. So on Monday morning, they'll be part of the S&P. But they sell the news. So it is what it is. The sell the news happened here. We already got a lower high. And we'll see where it catches a bit of a bid. We saw it with Uber. Uber was able to eventually catch a bid, but it was a sell the event as well. So yeah, a lot of names obviously at the close, or frog in my throat there. A lot of names obviously at the close just moved. I saw someone saying Meta tank. I didn't even see an imbalance on Meta. Probably a sell. The thing about it is, and what you can do, if you're at real trading, you can always create like another list with just a single name in it, or like one or two. Like I have one in where I was just looking at Carvana just to see where it came out as, because that's the one I was watching. But if you were just interested in say like Meta, Palantir, Apple, or just, you could make a list of those 3 or 4 and not have the entire market. For the purpose of showing you guys the imbalances, we'll show you everything. But if I have a stock that I'm watching, I will put a list up that has just that stock so I don't miss where that imbalance came out as, because every single symbol is going to be in here. It's almost impossible to try to keep track of all of them. So about 1 minute to go. It's been a great week of trading, I'll tell you that much. Between the IPO we had, obviously a lot of volatility this week. It was sort of a really good week for day traders, and it's not atypical. Like next week will be a holiday shortened week, obviously. That doesn't mean that you sit it out. Sometimes those types of days, they might have low volume, but are just as good as others. You might not be able to find as many trades, but the ones that do work have a little bit less in the way. There's less predatory algos. You're not going to have, you basically, on a lot of the desks, you'll have like the B team on the institutions. So you're going up against not necessarily the most seasoned traders at the institutions because they take that time off. So it is a good time to trade. You just have to be a little bit more, not discretionary, but a little bit more patient. Probably take a few less setups, and then don't fight anything. That's for sure. So 20 seconds, everybody.
Yep.
It looks like Warner Brothers is pairing off. It's still about 4 million shares, but the final bell here for the week before we have the Christmas week is right here, right now. Crazy, crazy action, but we'll ring it in 3, 2, and 1. And now the market is closed. I want to give a big.
What's the print?
Yeah, you're looking at CVNA?
Oh, just WBD.
Yeah, I'm looking. Carvana is going to actually close almost at 450. So it dropped about $14 at the close when it didn't come out of buy. Crazy, crazy action. And I am a big deal. If you didn't catch that, why is Carvana tanking? Because a lot of time people will just assume you're going to the S&P 500, effective at the close, it's going to be a buy imbalance. They assume it'll be a buy imbalance. A bunch of people buy the stock. They're long it all day, or they're long looking for that crazy candle. It comes out of sell, and they get rinsed. That's why you don't see us. Like I was on Carvana and looking at that imbalance and ready to punch long. That was keep the most simple one. It came out of sell, so I didn't take a trade, so I don't lose. But it's better to do that. I find you can make a lot of money on these, but if the one you like doesn't set up, don't take it because you can get destroyed like people might have on Carvana. Thank you for filling in, Obi, all day. For Sean will be back on Monday. We saw him in the chat. What up? And you guys know the Santa Claus rally hasn't started yet. It doesn't start till next week. It'll start on, technically it starts on Boxing Day and runs to it'll be the first 3 trading days of next year. So we do have to wait for that, but we got an early start. NASDAQ up 1.2%. Big shout out and big thank you, of course, to the Midday boys, Sharif, and Joe crushing it like they always do. Shout out to Ramin. Thank you for the candy as always, Ramin. Thank you to Fabian, of course. And a big thank you. Oh, she left. Big thank you, of course, to Adara and Sia on the desk, and of course, Brendo as well. Shout out to Steve Talman and Michael Noss, our guests this morning. Hey, rest up this weekend. We had Jeff Mendel on in the afternoon. Yeah, shout out to Jeff Mendel. Thank you, Joe. We had Jeff on, and usually we get to talk to him, but we didn't today. The Midday boys got to talk to Jeff, so thank you to Jeff. But rest up this weekend, get all of your Christmas shopping done so you're not stressed out and you can focus on the markets. We'll be back at 8 a.m. like we do now, Monday morning, for Trader TV Live. That's Obi. I'm Neil. Have a great weekend.
Good weekend, guys.
And, well, we'll see you on Monday, and hopefully Carvana's done tanking.
Take it easy.